Chapter 2296. In other directions, they had already encountered the evil god tribe and started a fierce battle. However, they had Ren-chan could sense the enemy's aura through the plants. Therefore, they had perfectly avoided the evil god tribe. Not long after, they successfully entered the depths of Thousand Spirit Mountain. Here, the origin chi was extremely rich and the grass was green. From time to time, one could see spiritual herbs or sacred herbs among the grass. "Hurry up and pick them!" Rin-chan shouted. The few of them took action. In a flash, they picked all the spiritual herbs and sacred herbs, not leaving a single one behind. There were too many spiritual herbs and sacred herbs here. The medicinal fragrance was so rich that it could not be dispersed. Every few steps, there would be spiritual herbs or sacred herbs. That is, suddenly, Lu Ming saw a herb. It was crystal clear and emitted a little luster. The medicinal fragrance was much stronger than the other spiritual herbs and sacred herbs. "This is the arch herb." Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He did not expect to see the arch herb before reaching the main peak of Thousand Spirit Mountain. Spiritual herbs were very useful for those below the martial sage realm. As for sacred herbs, they were very useful for martial sages. As for the arch herbs, as the name suggested, they corresponded to martial emperors. As a matter of fact, the Tree of Enlightenment was considered a monarch herb, a top-tier one at that. Lu Ming rushed over and condensed his power of the world into a shovel. He dug out the arch herb and put it away. Swoosh, swoosh. The few of them were astonishingly fast. Everywhere they passed, all the spiritual herbs, sacred herbs, and the arch herbs were dug out. This was a rare opportunity. It was rare that the number of foreign tribes decreased. If the number of foreign tribes increased in the future, there would not be such an opportunity. Therefore, they naturally had to take the opportunity to dig out more herbs. In a moment, Lu Ming dug out hundreds of herbs of different grades. He even dug out 3 the arch herbs. At this time, the 3 of them had arrived at the real Thousand Spirit Mountain. There is sacred ground in Thousand Spirit Mountain. This is the most precious. Let's dig. Ren-chan and the others' eyes lit up. Their power of the world turned into hoes and dug into the ground. Bang, bang, bang. The hard rocks were broken. Not long after, they lifted the surface of the Thousand Spirit Mountain. Instantly, a 5-colored light filled the air. Lu Ming's eyes suddenly widened. Beneath the rocks of Myriad Spirit Mountain, there was a type of soil with 5 different colors. This kind of soil was like mud. It was not hard, but looked very soft and could even move. Ren-chan and the others condensed their power of the realm into giant hands and grabbed at the 5-colored soil. However, they could only grab a small piece each time. "So troublesome. Can't you just take it away?" Lu Ming took out a storage ring and wanted to take away the entire Thousand Spirit Mountain, but it was useless. Then, Lu Ming wanted to collect the 5-colored soil, but it was useless. "Lu Ming, it's no use. There's no way you can take away this holy soil. Even if you use your minor world, it's useless. You can only dig it out bit by bit." Rin-chan informed. Lu Ming felt helpless. Following that, he also condensed a huge hand with the power of his world and grabbed down. However, the 5-colored soil seemed to be one. It was incomparably sticky and could not be grabbed at all. Every time, he could only grab a little bit. Compared to the huge Thousand Spirit Mountain, it was only a hair from 9 oxen. This is too slow. Even if we dig for a few days, we can't dig out much 5-colored soil. I wonder if the Tree of Enlightenment will work? Lu Ming sighed. Then his eyes lit up. This 5-colored soil had an amazing spirituality. The spiritual herbs, sacred herbs, and emperor herbs near Thousand Spirit Mountain could be nurtured because of this 5-colored soil. If Lu Ming had a large amount of 5-colored soil, his Tree of Enlightenment would definitely be able to grow quickly. The few of them seized the time and dug quickly. But not long after, they were still discovered by the foreign races. It's the remnants of the heaven realm. More than a dozen foreign races charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Their aura was very shocking. Ren-chan and the others were about to fight. "Leave these foreign races to me. I'll lure them away." You guys continue to dig the five-colored soil and the herbs. Having said that, Lu Ming rushed toward the foreign races. The infinite dragon spear condensed in his hand and attacked the foreign races. Bush. Lu Ming stabbed out with several spear lights. They broke through the void and attacked the foreign races. Among the alien races, there was an extremely burly alien race who brandished a huge spiked mace and blocked Lu Ming's spear gleams one by one. 17th level True Emperor. Lu Ming's heart moved. The strongest foreign race had the strength of a 17th level True Emperor. Lu Ming did not fight head-on. Instead, he used his 6-feathered divine wings. With a flap of his wings, Lu Ming's body turned into a phantom and went around the foreign race to kill the other foreign races. A spear light flashed and a foreign race with the strength of a 12th level True Emperor was killed by Lu Ming. Then, with a sweep of the spear, another foreign race with the strength of a 14th level True Emperor was sent flying. His body almost exploded as he vomited blood. Courting death. The foreign race with the strength of a 17th level True Emperor was furious. Lu Ming dared to kill his people in front of him. He couldn't care less about Ren Chan and the others. He only wanted to kill Lu Ming. He charged at Lu Ming, but Lu Ming turned around and fled in another direction. After him, the foreign race leader roared and led the other foreign races to chase after Lu Ming. Given Lu Ming's current strength and the 6-feathered divine wings, his speed was slightly faster than that of a level 17 True Emperor. However, Lu Ming was not in a hurry to shake off the other party. He deliberately slowed down a little so that the other party felt that he could catch up with him. Thus, the foreign races chased after Lu Ming and arrived in another direction of Myriad Spirit Mountain. This is it. Lu Ming suddenly stopped. Brat, now that you know you can't escape, die. The foreign races charged at Lu Ming. I'll send you all on your way. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and shot an arrow. Boom. The 17th Order True Emperor was heavily injured and coughed out blood. His eyes were filled with fear. Then, Lu Ming shot another arrow and killed the alien race. 2 more arrows killed 2 more foreign races with the strength of a 16th level True Emperor. The remaining foreign races were shocked and wanted to escape. Lu Ming put away the fallen star bow and used the 6-feathered divine wings to chase after them. The strongest among them were only 15th level True Emperors. They weren't Lu Ming's match and weren't as fast as Lu Ming. It didn't take long before all the foreign races were killed by Lu Ming. With a wave of his hands, he put away the storage rings and crystal cores of all the alien races. Lu Ming landed on Thousand Spirit Mountain, chose a spot, and broke open the rocks, revealing the 5-colored soil inside. Look at the Enlightenment Ancient Tree. With a thought, Lu Ming entered the mountain river diagram. The Tree of Enlightenment was rooted on a mountain peak in the mountain river diagram. Lu Ming smashed the mountain peak and pulled out the Tree of Enlightenment. Lu Ming's figure reappeared on Thousand Spirit Mountain, and he placed the Tree of Enlightenment into the 5-colored soil. Chapter 2297. When Lu Ming placed the Tree of Enlightenment on the 5-colored soil, a shocking scene happened. The roots of the Tree of Enlightenment grew crazily and drilled into the 5-colored soil. The roots grew too quickly. Some of them drilled into the soil, while others grew outside. They followed the 5-colored soil and wrapped up a large area of 5-colored soil. At this moment, the Tree of Enlightenment began to grow rapidly. Its leaves spread out, and its branches grew longer and thicker. The entire Tree of Enlightenment was growing at an extremely fast rate. The Tree of Enlightenment was originally 50 meters tall. Soon, it grew to 60 meters, 65 meters, 70 meters. Lu Ming was overjoyed. It was indeed a sacred soil. The effect of growing plants was amazing. Lu Ming cultivated the Tree of Enlightenment for decades and spent a lot of resources to grow it to 50 meters tall. But now, it grew nearly 50 meters in just a moment. The roots were still growing crazily, as if they were going to wrap all the 5-colored soil. After a while, the Tree of Enlightenment had grown to an astonishing height of 100 meters. At this moment, there was a flash of light in the distance. An expert was here. Keep. Lu Ming hugged the Tree of Enlightenment and used the power of the small world to envelop the Tree of Enlightenment. Rumble. The tree of enlightenment was uprooted and moved toward Lu Ming's small world. Those roots were like countless claws. They grabbed a large amount of five-colored soil and moved it toward the small world. Rumble. About 1/10 of the five-colored soil in the entire Thousand Spirit Mountain had been brought along by the Tree of Enlightenment into Lu Ming's small world. There was too much five-colored congealed soil. If they were to dig slowly like that, they did not know how long it would take them to dig. We've made a fortune this time. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With so much five-colored soil, he didn't know how many herbs he could cultivate. Moreover, the Tree of Enlightenment didn't need to buy any spiritual liquid to water it. With so much five-colored soil, it would grow at an amazing speed. Human, die. In the distance, there was a loud roar. Some foreign races rushed over. Lu Ming used the six-feathered divine wings and left in a flash. Not long after, Lu Ming shook off the foreign races and entered Thousand Spirit Mountain. He crazily picked spiritual herbs, sacred herbs, and imperial herbs. They agreed that they had to leave this place in 2 hours and meet up at the corresponding location. Lu Ming continued to pluck. He had plucked at least thousands of medicinal herbs of various levels. At this moment he met Ren Chan and the group again. Ren Chan and the group were being chased by a few foreign tribes. Lu Ming took out the fallen star bow and killed the foreign tribes. Then, they continued to pick herbs. Soon, 2 hours were almost up. They could only stop and rush out of Thousand Spirit Mountain. With Ren Chan's senses, they only encountered a group of outsiders on the way, but they managed to avoid them. They flew all the way and soon arrived at a secluded valley. I wonder how the others. Ren Chan was a little worried. Not long after, a group of 4 people came, but they all suffered different degrees of injuries. As soon as they arrived, they circulated their qi to heal their injuries. Not long after, more people came. Half an hour later, only about 30 people came. When they came, there were more than 50 people, but now only about 30 people returned. Everyone's expression was a little ugly. Those who did not come were most likely dead. Swoosh, swoosh. The void moved, and 5 figures appeared. They were Elder Yuan and the other 4 thearchs. Let's go back. Elder Yuan ordered. Elder Yuan, where are the others? Should we wait a little longer? Someone said. There's no need to wait. Let's go. Elder Yuan sighed. The others showed a trace of sadness. Judging from Elder Yuan's words, the others were most likely dead. They were helpless. Now that the foreign races had occupied the entire myriad forest heavenly realm, they were like turtles in a jar. They had to hide all day and face danger at all times. They did not know when they would die in the hands of the foreign races. If only they could go to the grand pure celestial realm. Someone sighed. The news of the attack on Myriad Spirit Mountain spread quickly. The foreign races in the Myriad Spirit heavenly realm were shaken, and they were hunting Lu Ming and the others everywhere. Along the way, they were cautious. Relying on Ren Chan's senses, they successfully avoided the foreign races. More than 10 days later, they returned to the small world. After returning to the small world, they handed over the spiritual herbs and 5-colored soil to the Elder Yuan of the small world for him to distribute. Lu Ming also handed over some. However, Lu Ming only handed over a little of the 5-colored soil. As for the spiritual herbs, sage herbs, and the arch herbs, Lu Ming handed over 80%. He kept a few hundred stalks for himself and planned to plant them in the small world. Little brother Lu Ming, you can keep your spiritual herbs and sage herbs for yourself. An Elder Yuan smiled. After all, Lu Ming was not from this small world. They were already very grateful that he went on an adventure with them. It's fine. These spiritual herbs and sage herbs are not of much use to me. Elder Yuan, I want to collect some spiritual herb seeds or plant seeds. Lu Ming smiled. Okay, I'll send them to you in 2 days. Elder Yuan said. After that, Lu Ming returned to his residence. As soon as he entered, Lu Ming's mind moved, and a body condensed in his small world. This was not Lu Ming's real body, but a body condensed from soul power. In Lu Ming's small world, Lu Ming was a god. He could control everything because the laws of this small world were under his control. Soul power condensed in his small world was no different from a physical body. Lu Ming took a step forward and came to a plain. The plain was incomparably vast, and the Enlightenment ancient tree was rooted here. Under the roots, there was colorless soil. In more than 10 days, the Enlightenment ancient tree had grown a lot taller. Of course, it did not grow as fast as when it first obtained the 5-colored soil. It had stabilized. However, the height of the Enlightenment ancient tree had reached 200 meters. The leaves were sparkling and resplendent, with the aura of the great Tao lingering around. Comprehending the Tao here was much faster than outside. At that moment, Lu Ming dug out some colorless congealed soil from under the Tree of Enlightenment and placed it in other places. He then planted the remaining hundreds of sacred herbs and spirit herbs in various places. A newly evolved small world had no life or vegetation, so he had to add them himself. At the Emperor realm, he could evolve life, but it would take a long time. Adding them himself was the fastest way. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, Elder Yuan sent people to deliver various spiritual herbs and plant seeds. Lu Ming scattered these seeds all over the small world. This way, after some time, these seeds would take root and sprout, and the small world would be filled with vitality. Chapter 2298. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Lu Ming cultivated in this small world, sometimes sparring with Ren Chan, and sometimes going out with them to obtain resources. Soon 2 years had passed. In the first year, Lu Ming went out with Ren Chan and the others frequently, but in the second year, they rarely went out. Because in the second year, the number of foreign races in the myriad spirit sky domain increased again, and the number of experts increased by a lot. Lu Ming guessed that the foreign races did not attack the grand pure sky domain anymore, but retreated instead. Moreover, during this time, the number of foreign races in the Land of Dusk had increased by a lot. In the entire myriad spirit sky domain, only the Land of Dusk had not been occupied by the foreign races. Clearly, the foreign races were very curious about this land and had dispatched a large number of experts to conquer the Land of Dusk. During this time, the foreign races had been constantly attacking the Land of Dusk. The entire Land of Dusk was filled with thunderous rumbles as the foreign races bombarded the land, destroying the Earth's structure and destroying the energy field here. After the foreign races paid a price, they indeed destroyed a lot of the Land of Dusk structure, forcibly opening a safe path. On the small world side, they were constantly paying attention, sending people to inquire about the situation outside. Because this was related to their survival. If the Land of Dusk was completely conquered by the foreign races, their small world would most likely be found by the foreign races. Not long after, a shocking piece of news came. The foreign races had attacked deep into the Land of Dusk, but they were met with a terrifying attack. In the Land of Dusk's depths, some kind of terrifying life form had awakened and attacked the foreign races, starting a terrifying war. On that day, in the Land of Dusk's depths, thunderous roars resounded, as if a great ancient beast had awakened. In that battle, the foreign races suffered a great loss, and a large number of experts died inside. It was said that there were heavenly Emperor realm experts who fell inside. The foreign races retreated in defeat, retreating to the Land of Dusk's depths. Ren Chan, Lu Ming, and the others were incomparably shocked when they heard this. What was in the Land of Dusk's depths? Even heavenly Emperor realm existences had fallen inside. It was too shocking. My strength is still not enough. I need to continue improving my battle strength. Lu Ming muttered under his breath, condensing his soul into a physical body and entering his own small world. He came to the Enlightenment ancient tree to comprehend the laws. Comprehending laws did not require a physical body, his souls of the eye. Right now, his main goal was to comprehend the laws of life. In the past 2 years, he had only broken through to the 3rd level of the law of tools. Moreover, he had refined the remaining chaos stones to reach peak 4-star true emperor. As for the law of life, it was on the verge of a breakthrough. This was because his comprehension of the indestructible ancient scripture, life law, and tools law was faster than other laws. This time, his cultivation went very smoothly. The law of life was already at the limit of breaking through. A few days later, Lu Ming successfully broke through, breaking through to the 3rd level of the law of life. In this way, Lu Ming's 3 supreme laws had reached the 3rd level. In addition, the devouring law, tools law, and array law were also at the 3rd level. Only the laws of alchemy, the laws of force, and the laws of penetration were still at the 2nd level. With Lu Ming's peak 4-star cultivation, Lu Ming's battle prowess had reached the limit of 17th level. As long as he had one more law or became a 5-star true emperor, his battle prowess would reach the 18th level. The battle prowess of a peak true emperor wasn't something that just anyone could achieve. There was a strict rule that required one to grasp a supreme law and 8 other monarch laws at the 3rd level to reach the peak of 7-star true emperor. This was the limit of a peak true emperor. Those who didn't grasp a supreme law couldn't reach the 18th level even if they reached the peak. At best, they could reach the 17th level. Some of them could only reach the 16th level at best. This was the reason why Lu Ming rarely met anyone at the 18th level. Most of them were in seclusion trying to break through to the Grand Emperor realm. Another reason was that they were rare. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had not reached the peak in terms of laws or cultivation, but he was close to attaining the combat power of a level 18 true emperor. If his cultivation and laws were at the peak, his combat power would be unimaginable. Of course, that didn't mean that one couldn't break through to the Grand Emperor realm before reaching the 18th level. Many people who didn't have a supreme law but had 9 of them at the peak could still try. They only needed one of the 9 laws to reach the Grand Emperor realm. Yes, one needed to grasp at least one monarch law in order to reach the Grand Emperor realm. This was why people with monarch physiques had the potential to reach the Grand Emperor realm. Rumble! Just as Lu Ming ended his cultivation and pondered, there was a sudden tremor. It was as if the entire world was shaking. What's going on? Lu Ming's expression changed. Rumble! The world was shaking more and more violently. The minor world is under attack. Everyone gather. A voice spread to every corner of the city. Lu Ming's expression changed. Did the outsiders find this minor world? Whoosh! Whoosh! In the huge city, countless figures flew into the sky and gathered outside the city walls. Lu Ming also flew over and saw Rin Chan and the others. Everyone's expression was ugly. They looked in the direction of the minor world's exit. The violent shaking came from that direction. Whoosh! Whoosh! Rays of light flew over from that direction. They were the experts guarding the exit. At this moment, they were panicking. The outsiders are attacking. Someone shouted. Many people's faces turned pale. They thought of the rumor that wherever the alien race went, they would leave nothing behind. How is this possible? How did the outsiders find the entrance? Someone shouted. After so many years, the outsiders hadn't found the entrance. How did they find it now? No matter what, prepare to meet the enemy. An old man with almost all his hair falling out said. He was one of the founding elders of the minor world. There were a total of 5 founding elders in the minor world. They were all extremely powerful grand emperors. Rumble! At this moment, a deafening roar came from the front. It was as if thousands of soldiers and horses were marching in the air. The void kept shaking. Then, a dark cloud rushed toward them. It wasn't a dark cloud, but the outsiders. Countless outsiders rode on all sorts of strange beasts, roaring as they charged over. Kill the remnants of the heavenly realm. Don't leave a single one alive. The outsiders roared and the strange beasts roared. They waved their weapons and rushed over. Let's kill them. Kill. One of the founding elders shouted. All the experts in the minor world gathered and rushed towards the outsiders. Lu Ming, Rin Chan, and the others followed the crowd and charged out. The two sides collided. Chapter 2299. Die. A long spear materialized in Lu Ming's hands. As the long spear pierced out, spear gleams shot out. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 foreign races were killed by Lu Ming. With Lu Ming's current battle prowess, he was practically unbeatable among true emperors. Even if he encountered an 18th level true emperor, he could still defeat them with the indestructible ancient scripture. Therefore, Lu Ming seemed to have entered a no-man's land. He did not put up any defenses at all. Instead, he attacked with all his might. Wherever Lu Ming went, outsiders fell to the ground like raindrops. However, there were simply too many outsiders. Their numbers were far greater than theirs, and they had far more experts as well. Miserable screams rose and fell. People from the heaven realm were also being killed one after another, falling here. This was especially true when it came to the battle between Grand Emperors. Heaven world was at a disadvantage. Some of their Grand Emperors had already fallen. The situation wasn't looking good for them. Die! An outsider with the battle prowess of an 18th level true emperor targeted Lu Ming and attacked Lu Ming. Boom! Boom! Lu Ming and the outsider clashed repeatedly. Lu Ming ignored his own defense and attacked crazily. Lu Ming hit the opponent and the opponent hit Lu Ming in return. The two coughed out blood and retreated. However, Lu Ming had the indestructible avatar and his breakthrough in the law of life. The power of the indestructible ancient scripture was even more terrifying. Lu Ming's injuries healed rapidly. Lu Ming did not care about his injuries at all. He dashed toward the other party, fighting with all his might. The outsider roared and attacked Lu Ming with a ferocious expression. The two of them kept exchanging blows. After more than 10 consecutive moves, the alien was finally defeated. Lu Ming could recover quickly, but the other party could not. Die! Lu Ming became one with his spear and pierced through his opponent's head. An expert with the combat power of a level 18 true emperor was killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming was now at the peak of the true emperor realm. The power of the world swept the other party's corpse into his small world. Then, Lu Ming unleashed his 6-feathered divine wings and charged toward a member of the foreign race with the combat strength of a 17th level true emperor. After a few moves, this alien was also killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure flickered as he focused on hunting the top emperors. For example, there were 16th level true emperors and 17th level true emperors. This way, Ren Chan and the others could finally catch their breaths. Go kill that brat. High up in the sky, an outsider Grand Emperor fixed his eyes on Lu Ming. There were more great emperors among the foreign races to begin with. They could easily pick out great emperors to do other things. Kill! An outsider Grand Emperor charged at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He was invincible among true emperors, but he was no match for a great emperor. Even the weakest great emperor could easily kill him. Lu Ming planned to use his heavenly emperor physique. Initially, there were too many experts from foreign tribes here. There were also quite a number of top-notch great emperors. Even if Lu Ming used the celestial emperor's body, it would not have much effect on the overall situation. Therefore, Lu Ming planned to use it at a critical moment. But now, he had no choice. Boom! Just as Lu Ming was about to use his heavenly emperor physique, a terrifying aura exploded from the depths of the minor world. It was the heavenly aura of the heavenly Tao. Heavenly Emperor! A thought flashed through Lu Ming's mind. It was said that there was a heavenly emperor hibernating in this minor world. It seemed to be true. Ancestor! The experts from the celestial world shouted excitedly. Bush, bush. In the depths of the small world, several beams of sword light shot out. Wherever the sword light passed, the space was torn apart, leaving hideous cracks. These sword lights were aimed at the great emperors. One of them was the one who wanted to attack Lu Ming. It's the heavenly emperor! The foreign race powerhouses roared loudly, retreating wildly in incomparable horror. But how could their speed compare to heavenly emperors? They could not retreat at all. Pork! Pork! Several foreign race great emperors were directly slain by several sword lights. Following that, a sword light flashed in the void. An old man with white hair and long robes appeared. This was this minor world's ancestor, a heavenly emperor, known as Absolute Sword Heavenly Emperor. Clang! Absolute Sword Heavenly Emperor emitted a shocking sword howl in his hand. Sword light burst forth, wanting to rush toward the foreign race great emperors again. But at this time, Absolute Sword Heavenly Emperor's expression suddenly changed. His sword momentum changed, turning into a resplendent and enormous sword light, slashing toward a region of the void. Boom! That region of the void exploded. An enormous and boundless large hand appeared. The large hand was covered in purple scales, colliding together with the sword light. After a heaven-shocking rumble, the sword light dissipated. That large hand also shrunk back. On the large hand, several scales were chopped away, oozing a trace of fresh blood. Following that, the void trembled. A burly foreign race appeared in the air. This foreign race similarly emitted a terrifying pressure, not weaker than Absolute Sword Heavenly Emperor. This was similarly a powerful Heavenly Emperor realm existence. I didn't expect that there's still a Heavenly Emperor realm fish that slipped through the net. Can't leave you alive. Today is the day of your death. The foreign race Heavenly Emperor opened his mouth coldly, charging toward Absolute Sword Heavenly Emperor. Absolute Sword Heavenly Emperor burst forth with resplendent sword light from his body, having a great battle with the other party. At the same time, a voice transmitted throughout the heavenly realms people's ears. Don't linger in battle, rush out. Absolute Sword Heavenly Emperor's voice sounded out. Charge! 5 doyens, as well as other great Emperor realm powerhouses, gathered with Lu Ming, they all, rushing to the forefront, charging out without regard for life or death. All stay behind for me. The foreign races roared loudly, launching a siege, not giving them a chance. You guys charge first. Must rush out. There were 2 doyens who roared loudly. Resplendent light suffused from their bodies, burning fiercely like flames. The 2 doyens were risking their lives here, burning their own source. Their strength skyrocketed, blocking a large swath of foreign race powerhouses. Doyens. Many people roared sorrowfully. Burning one's life source, one's life would definitely dry up after this, certain death. Charge. That doyen roared loudly. Charge out with us, kill. The remaining doyens, as well as great Emperor realm powerhouses, brought everyone and attacked continuously. There were 2 doyens who risked their lives to stop. They finally broke through the heavy encirclement, rushing toward the small world's exit. At the back, the foreign races chased after with extreme speed. In the process of escaping, there were still people falling continuously. Very soon, they saw the small world's exit. At this time, the small world's exit was forcefully torn open by the foreign races, the exit expanding over 100 times. They directly rushed out. But after they rushed out, their expressions became even uglier. Ahead of them was a dense cluster of outsiders that formed an arc, surrounding the exit of the small world. Clearly, the foreign races came prepared. Furthermore, in front of the foreign races, they even saw 2 burly men. They were precisely the heavenly realms people. Lu Ming had even seen them before. These 2 burly men looked at Lu Ming, they all with a cold smile. Nangong Kong, it's you all. You all betrayed the small world, you all betrayed us. Someone roared loudly. Chapter 2300. Everyone's eyes were filled with killing intent as they stared at the 2 burly men. They had been betrayed. Hee hee. At that moment, the 2 burly men laughed sinisterly. Following that, a layer of black light emitted from their bodies. Then, the light began to distort. 2 black shadows emerged from their bodies. Beside them, 2 other figures appeared. They were like shadows. They've been possessed. One of the eminent elders said. They had not been betrayed. Instead, they had been captured by the other races when they went out to gather information. Then, they were possessed and found out the location of the entrance to the lesser worlds. At that moment, the 2 burly men came to their senses. When they saw Lu Ming and the others, they instantly understood that they had been used to find the entrance to the lesser worlds. Ah! The 2 of them roared. Their eyes were red as they turned around and pounced on the other races. They could not accept this. However, an Emperor Realm alien slapped out with 2 palms, killing the 2 burly men instantly. How dare you try to escape? Kill them. Don't let any of them go. One of the great emperors waved his hand. Immediately, the army of other races charged toward Lu Ming and the others. Charge out! One of the eminent elders roared as he charged forward. A chaotic battle broke out again. Both sides fought fiercely. However, the other races behind them charged toward them. Lu Ming and the others were no match for them at all. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's eyes were bloodshot. He wielded his long spear and slaughtered the other races. His body was bathed in blood. Some of it was his own, and some of it was the other races. He continuously circulated the indestructible ancient scripture to heal his injuries. He was like a killing machine that would never tire. Lu Ming had lost count of how many other races he had killed, but the number of people around him kept decreasing. Ren Chan was also severely injured. If not for Lu Ming's protection, he would have died. Let's block them and let them charge out. We must charge out. A senior statesman roared as his body started to burn like a raging inferno. He was burning his life origin. He was not the only one. The other eminent elders, including the great emperors, were burning their life origin as well. Burning their life source, their fighting prowess skyrocketed. Finally, they managed to tear open a gap. Charge out. Ren Chan, you must survive. A grand elder roared. Ren Chan, Lu Ming, their talents were too good. They could not die here. Only by escaping would they have a chance to rise up in the future. Young people were the only hope. Doyen, elder, Ren Chan lamented. It was the same for the others. The grand elders and elders were doing this to protect them. Otherwise, with their own battle prowess, their chances of escaping would be much higher. At this moment, Lu Ming felt a lump in his throat. In the past 2 years, he had already integrated into this small world and had developed feelings for it. But now, he was witnessing with his own eyes the people he was familiar with dying before his eyes one after another. This was a kind of sorrow. Power, power, I need supreme power. Lu Ming roared in his heart. If he didn't have the strength, he could foresee that if the Taiching sky domain was breached one day, the Yuan realm wouldn't be spared either. At that time, he wouldn't be able to protect his family, friends, and lovers. This was something he could not accept. Charge out. A grand elder roared. Kill. Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and the others also roared and charged toward the gap. Stop them. The foreign race experts attacked crazily, but they were blocked by the grand elders and the others. Lu Ming and the others charged toward the gap crazily. In front of them, there were several great emperors leading the way. Along the way, there were still people dying in battle, but they were unwavering. Finally, they rushed out of the encirclement, but the grand elders and other great emperors had already been overwhelmed by the foreign race and couldn't be seen. They knew that the grand elders and elders would most likely not survive. Kill. In the distance, the foreign race chased after them. The situation was still very dangerous. Where should we go? There are foreign races everywhere. No matter where we go, we'll die. Many people's faces were pale. So what if they rushed out? There was still no way out. Enter the land of dusk. At this moment, Lu Ming's voice spread throughout the place. Many people couldn't help but look at Lu Ming. The land of dusk was the #1 forbidden land in the myriad spirits celestial domain. It was full of danger, and those who entered had no chance of survival. Previously, a large number of foreign race experts had entered the land of dusk and suffered heavy losses. Even the heavenly emperors had fallen. Wouldn't they be courting death if they went in? If we escape in other directions, we won't be able to escape. They'll catch up sooner or later, and only death will await us. Only by entering the land of dusk will we have a chance of survival. Otherwise, we won't have a chance. Lu Ming said in a firm voice. All right, let's do that. We don't have time. Charge into the land of dusk. Ren Chan shouted. Let's go. The remaining great emperors also made up their minds and rushed into the land of dusk. Behind them, the foreign race continued to pursue and were closing in. As they fled, they chased and killed. More and more people fell. We'll bring up the rear. Several great emperors came to the rear and blocked the foreign race. The land of dusk was very dangerous. It was full of terrifying field energy that could kill people without leaving a trace. However, because of the foreign race's attack, the structure of the terrain had changed. There were traces of lava pits everywhere, and the field energy had disappeared. They were advancing along the road opened by the foreign race. Otherwise, they would have died under the field energy. They charged all the way into the land of dusk. However, after charging for a while, they encountered another group of foreign race. This road opened by the foreign race was also guarded by foreign race experts. When they saw Lu Ming and the others, they roared and charged at them. There were strong enemies in front and pursuers behind. Now they could only fight. Charge! Lu Ming took the lead. His glabella shone and the Heavenly Emperor's physical body flew out. Now he had no choice but to use the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. Fortunately, in the past few years, Lu Ming had been storing energy for the Heavenly Emperor's physical body when he was free. Lu Ming had killed many true emperors and obtained a shocking amount of those crystals. They were constantly converted into energy for the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. In more than 2 years, the energy stored in the Heavenly Emperor's physical body had reached a shocking 55%. With such a strong energy, the power was naturally shocking and terrifying. Lu Ming merged into the Heavenly Emperor's physical body. The Heavenly Emperor's physical body held a combat sword and slashed out. A large number of foreign race experts who were below the Great Emperor level died instantly. Such a powerful puppet. Ren Chan and the others were delighted. They thought that the Heavenly Emperor's physical body was a puppet. Lu Ming controlled the Heavenly Emperor's physical body and took the lead to kill. Chapter 2301. The Heaven Emperor's body contained 55% of its energy. When it exploded, it was truly shocking. A 1-star Great Emperor rushed over and was killed by Lu Ming with a single slash. 55% of its energy was enough to kill a 3-star Great Emperor. Kill! Lu Ming rampaged. With Lu Ming's display of invincibility, the foreign races in front were finally routed. They rushed forward. However, due to the obstruction in front and the foreign races chasing after them, they lost a large number of people. More and more people died. Now, there were less than 3,000 of them left. The number of people in the small world was shocking. Naturally, there were more than 3,000 of them. However, those whose cultivation were too low were kept into the small world by the true emperors. This was also very dangerous because if the true emperor was killed, everyone in the small world would die as well. Therefore, it was unknown how many people and divine beasts had died along the way. The numbers were endless. This was the war between the two worlds. It was incomparably cruel. When the foreign races attacked the heaven world, the number of people who died in the heaven world was even more innumerable. Less than 3,000 people killed their way into the depths of the land of dusk. However, after rushing for a while, they encountered another group of foreign races. There was no choice. This path was opened by the foreign races and naturally, there were foreign races guarding it. However, it was more dangerous to go to other places. The energy field of the land of dusk could kill everything. Everyone fought with everything they had, bathed in blood as they charged forward. Another few hundred people would forever remain here. Fortunately, after encountering several groups of foreign races, they did not encounter any more foreign races in front. Lu Ming killed his way to the back and fought with the foreign races that were chasing after them. Towards the end, the energy of the Heaven Emperor's body was completely exhausted and could not be controlled. Lu Ming could only keep the body. At this point, he had lost count of how many foreign races he had killed. Towards the end, they were only left with about 2,000 people. This was an incomparably heavy loss. At this time, they finally arrived at the depths of the land of dusk. In front of them, there were mountains that rose and fell one after another. At this point, the outsiders actually stopped in their tracks and retreated. In the eyes of the foreign races, everyone saw fear and panic. Lu Ming and the others braced themselves, not daring to be careless. These mountains, why do they look like tombs? Someone spoke with a hoarse voice. The others remained silent. Indeed, these tall mountains, one after another, really looked like tombs. Although there were no tombstones or anything like that, their shapes were very similar. I don't think so. These mountains are so majestic. How could they be a tomb? After a while, someone spoke in bewilderment. What should we do next? Someone asked. The outsiders have retreated. Let's take a rest and recover our strength. Part of us will rest, and the other part will patrol the area. A great emperor realm elder said. Now, there were only 3 great emperors left among them. Everyone nodded. Now, this was the only way. Just as they were about to arrange for a rest, a dull roar came from the front. It came from the mountains. Everyone was greatly alarmed. They didn't have time to rest and gathered together vigilantly. Rumble. Several majestic mountains trembled, and under everyone's shocked gazes, they actually cracked open. A roar came from the crack in the mountains, and a terrifying murderous aura burst out. It was extremely terrifying, and it made one's heart beat faster. Roars came from several mountains in a row, and in the roar, the mountains trembled non-stop. Even the ground trembled, and the clouds in the sky were directly shaken apart, and hideous cracks appeared in the space. There seemed to be a few primordial beasts hibernating in those mountains. What is this? Someone's voice trembled. They recalled the news that they had heard before. Some time ago, the outsiders had entered the depths of the Land of Dusk, but in the end, they returned in defeat. In the depths of the Land of Dusk, a terrifying creature had awakened, and the heavenly emperor of the outsiders had fallen there. Was this the creature that they were facing now? Their faces turned pale. It was really a dead end. There were outsiders behind them, and there was such a creature in front of them. However, they had no intention of blaming Lu Ming. Even if they didn't take this path and rush to other places in the myriad spirit sky domain, they would still be caught by the outsiders. If they encountered the heavenly emperors of the outsiders, they would still be unable to escape death. Since the outsiders had found the entrance to the small world, their fate seemed to have been sealed, just like the other creatures in the myriad spirit sky domain. A few more terrifying roars came from those mountains, and then a few figures walked out. Suddenly, a terrifying murderous aura burst out crazily, enveloping the world. Many of the weaker cultivators vomited mouthfuls of blood. "That's a human, no, it's a zombie, someone exclaimed in shock. The figures that walked out of the mountains weren't primordial beasts. They were human-shaped and tall, more than 2 meters tall. However, their bodies were covered with long golden hair, and their eyes were blood red. The murderous aura were so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. They were clearly zombies. These mountains were indeed tombs, and there were terrifying experts buried in the tombs, who turned into zombies after death. Lu Ming and the others had many thoughts in their minds. What kind of existence would turn into such terrifying zombies? Even the heavenly emperors of the outsiders had fallen here. A total of 5 zombies stared at Lu Ming and the others with their blood-red eyes. A terrifying murderous aura spread towards them. Oh no! The remaining great emperors rushed forward and unleashed their auras, trying to stop the murderous aura. However, when the murderous aura rushed towards them, the great emperors' bodies shook violently, and they were forced to retreat. Their eyes were filled with shock. Just the murderous aura was enough to make them unable to withstand it. The strength of these zombies was terrifying. However, although these zombies were powerful, they didn't seem to have intelligence. With a roar, the murderous aura became thicker and turned into cold, murderous intent. "Oh no, retreat, retreat," one of the great emperors shouted. The 5 zombies roared and moved like lightning, rushing towards the group at an extremely fast speed. "It's over," a thought flashed across the group's mind. These zombies were extremely powerful, and they weren't something they could resist. They would be torn apart easily. "Stop!" At this moment, a loud roar came from the depths of the Land of Dusk. Then the 5 zombies suddenly stopped and floated in the air. Whoosh! Whoosh! Chapter 2302. Human race, it's the human race. Ren Chan exclaimed, and the others became excited. The dozen or so people were definitely from the human race. They were all middle-aged men with burly physiques and strong auras. Their bodies were filled with powerful life essence. They weren't zombies, but humans. They didn't expect that there would be humans in the Land of Dusk. Moreover, it seemed like the powerful zombies were obeying their orders. If they were from the human race, they would be saved. The dozen or so burly men approached and bowed to the zombies, which surprised everyone. Afterward, more than 10 people looked at Lu Ming and the rest with unfriendly gazes. "Are you from the law system? Were you the ones who disturbed our ancestors' slumber?" The leading burly man spoke with a cold voice. "Law system? Ancestors' slumber?" Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and the rest. He was very surprised. What did this burly man mean? Why did he say they were from the law system? This statement was strange. Could it be that the other party didn't cultivate the law system? Could it be that the ancestors' slumber was referring to the zombies? Senior, it wasn't us who disturbed your ancestors' slumber, but the foreign races. Rinchan said. Foreign races? What foreign races? The leading burly man was puzzled. In my opinion, it's them. There are no good people in the law system. Let's take them all down and hand them over to the elders for interrogation. Let's see what they're up to. Another burly man yelled. That's right. The other burly men nodded. This made Lu Ming's face change. The leading burly man nodded. Suddenly, the dozen or so burly men moved as fast as lightning, appearing in all directions around Lu Ming's group. Boom, boom. More than 10 burly men erupted with shocking auras, and thunderous booms rang out. Pillars of blood chi rushed out of their bodies, like smoke signals soaring into the sky. That was pure blood chi. The dozen or so burly men were like primordial dragons. Their blood chi was so dense that it formed a terrifying pressure. Physique cultivators, primordial physique cultivators, they're primordial physique cultivators. One of the Emperor Realm experts exclaimed. The others were also shocked. Archean body cultivators? These people were actually Archean body cultivators. No wonder these people called it the law system. The primordial cultivation system and the law system were indeed two completely different cultivation systems. However, the ancient immemorial body cultivation had been lost for a long time. Only a very small amount of it was still being passed down, and the number of people who cultivated it was also extremely small. More than 10 primeval body cultivators had suddenly appeared here. Senior, you've misunderstood. This is the first time we've been here, and we were being hunted down. That's why we're here. It really is the outsiders who are disturbing you. A great emperor explained. The aura of these dozen or so burly men was too shocking. Their chi and blood were incomparably vigorous, like a barbaric dragon. Their muscles trembled slightly and actually emitted a terrifying rumbling sound that was caused by his muscles vibrating at an extremely fast speed, bombarding the air. This was a pure primordial body cultivator. According to legend, body cultivators of the primordial era purely cultivated their physical bodies. Their chi and blood were like dragons, and their physical bodies were inconceivably powerful. They did not have saint energy or world energy in their bodies, but they could still fly and even shatter the void. What he relied on was his physical body. When their muscles vibrated, they could resonate with the space around them, allowing their bodies to tear through the air. They were already using their bodies to the extreme. The dozen or so burly men in front of them were the same. Whether it's a misunderstanding or not, we'll explain it to our elders. Let's go, don't force us to fight. The leading burly man said coldly. A terrifying aura enveloped heaven and earth. His body was no different from an ordinary person, but it made people feel like they were facing a wild beast. The 5 zombies also roared, and a terrifying aura enveloped Lu Ming and the others. Everyone's expression changed. The 5 zombies were extremely tyrannical. Together with the dozen or so burly men, they could not fight at all. If they fought, only death would await them. No matter what, they're still humans. It's better than falling into the hands of the outsiders. That's right. Then let's go with them. Some people transmitted their voices. In the end, a few great emperors nodded and decided to go with them. Follow us. The leading burly man took the lead and walked towards the depths of the land of dusk. Lu Ming and the others followed. The other burly men fell behind, blocking their path of retreat. They flew towards the tomb-like mountains. When the 5 zombies reached the mountains, they entered the cracks of the mountains, and the mountains closed up. Could it be that these zombies were all immemorial body cultivators when they were alive? Lu Ming guessed in his heart. Immemorial body cultivators had incomparably strong bodies, and it was difficult for their bodies to decay after death. Since these zombies were so strong, it was very likely that they were transformed from immemorial body cultivators after death. The bodies of immemorial body cultivators were not that strong. Even if they turned into zombies after death, they would not be so strong. Moreover, these zombies did not seem to have any intelligence, but they listened to the orders of the burly men. The burly men called the zombies their ancestors, which further explained the problem. The group of people kept walking forward. After crossing the mountains, what appeared in front of them was still a huge mountain. There are so many mountains. Could it be that every mountain has a powerful zombie? Someone said in a low voice, full of shock. If that was the case, then it was terrifying. No wonder the outsiders had suffered a great loss here. They flew past at least 100 mountains, and in front of them was a valley surrounded by several mountains. There was a huge stone door in the middle of the valley. This stone door was open, and there was a pitch-black whirlpool inside. This is the entrance to a minor world. Lu Ming and the others were moved. The burly man took the lead and entered the stone door. Thereafter, Lu Ming and the rest also entered the stone door one by one. After entering the stone door, they arrived at a huge square. There were many people around the square, all of them middle-aged burly men with strong blood vitality. It was obvious at a glance that they were all immemorial body cultivators. There was actually a minor world in the depths of the Land of Dusk, the number one forbidden ground in the All-Spirit Land. It was truly shocking that there were so many immemorial body cultivators. "All of you, follow me." The burly man from before stood in front of the crowd. After he finished speaking, he led them and flew forward. This space, is it a minor world that was born naturally? Lu Ming felt more and more surprised. There were many minor worlds in this world. Most of them were cultivated by people. When one's cultivation reached the true Emperor realm, one would be able to cultivate a more stable minor world. However, there were very few minor worlds that were not cultivated by people, but were born naturally. For example, when the celestial world was born, some minor worlds would be born and attached to the celestial world. However, such small worlds were extremely few in number. Chapter 2303. After flying for a while, a huge city appeared in front of them. In the city, all kinds of stone buildings soared into the sky. They were densely packed and stretched as far as the eye could see. Looking from afar, there were many people coming and going in the city. This place was like a real world, like a huge country. According to legend, there were many cultivation systems in the primordial era. For example, primordial physical cultivation, primordial martial arts, primordial demon path, and so on. There were many cultivation paths, and it was incomparably prosperous. Later, the nomological system rose and expanded at an astonishing speed. Because the primordial cultivation system had very high requirements in all aspects, the cultivation conditions were harsh, and only a few people could cultivate it. However, the nomological system did not have such high requirements. As long as one had some talent, they could cultivate it and naturally grew very quickly. It did not take long for the nomological system to become the most powerful cultivation system. Where there were people, there was a world. Between the major cultivation systems, battles were inevitable. Later on, a shocking war broke out. The major cultivation systems of the primordial era fought against the nomological system. That battle was earth-shattering, but in the end, the nomological system won. Many of the other cultivation systems were cut off and fell apart. Slowly, they became weaker and weaker. Until now, not many people still cultivated the primordial cultivation system. However, there was such a world here. Could it be that they had stayed here since the primordial era? Everyone's imagination ran wild. After that, they flew into the city. Countless people looked at Lu Ming and the others curiously and whispered to each other. Not long after, they came to a square. There were already many people in the square. There were old men, middle-aged men, and young people. All of them had strong vitality like dragons. Even those old men had snow-white hair, but their skin was smooth and their muscles were full as if they were filled with endless strength. Elders. The leading man came to the front of a few old men with snow-white hair and bowed to report. Then, he told them in detail about meeting Lu Ming and the others. After listening, the old men nodded. One of them walked towards Lu Ming and the others. "Some time ago, were you the ones who disturbed the ancestors' sleep?" The old man asked. "Senior, it wasn't us." On Lu Ming's side, a great emperor said, "It's not you? Not too long ago, our ancestor was disturbed and came out of the great necropolis to fight with someone. This time, we sent people to investigate, and they happened to see you. How dare you say it wasn't you? The old man's face sank. Senior, it really wasn't us. It was the outsiders who attacked this place. We were also being chased by them. That's why we ran here. A great emperor explained. Alien race? What alien race? Could it be a divine beast? There are also many divine beasts among you. The old man was puzzled. His gaze swept over Lu Ming and the others. It's not a divine beast. It's a foreign race from another world. They're vicious and cruel. Most of the Heaven Realm's territory has been occupied by them. Countless creatures have died in battle. The great emperor explained. What? A race from another world? The old man's expression changed drastically. The faces of the other Archean body cultivators also changed. My body cultivator lineage has been living in seclusion here ever since the primeval war. What exactly is happening in the outside world now? The old man asked. Everyone's heart jumped. No wonder the old man didn't know about the foreign race. They had been living in seclusion here since the primeval age. The primeval age was much older than the ancient era. The foreign race hadn't invaded yet. Senior, it's like this. That martial monarch immediately explained in detail the invasion of the foreign tribes in the ancient times. Then he recounted how they were besieged, how they were defeated, and how they fled to the depths of the land of dusk helplessly. The old man and the other Archean body cultivators listened attentively. After listening to the story, their faces became extremely heavy. Senior, 8 of the Heaven Realm's 9 heavens have been occupied by the foreign race. The 10,000 spirit heaven was occupied countless years ago. Now, the countless small worlds and forbidden lands in the 10,000 spirit heaven have all been occupied by the foreign race. Only the land of dusk hasn't been occupied. I'm guessing that the foreign race won't let this place go. They'll gather a large number of experts to attack this place. The great emperor said. The old man's expression changed. After a while, he said, Is what you said true? It was obvious that they were still skeptical. In the battle back then, the Archean body cultivators were defeated by those who practiced the laws. They didn't have a good impression of those who practiced the laws. Every word is true, the great emperor said. The others nodded. Bush. Just at this moment, a few burly men flew over at top speed. Their faces were filled with panic. Elder, a large number of experts have appeared in the resting place of our ancestor. I don't know which race they are from, but they're attacking the resting place of our ancestor. A burly man reported. What? Gather the experts and face the enemy. The elder roared. Soon, the sound of a bell could be heard in the huge city. Bush. In the city, numerous figures flew out from various buildings. Countless figures flew towards the exit of the world. So many experts. Lu Ming and the others were shocked. Among them, some of their auras were terrifyingly strong. They were definitely great emperors. There were even some heavenly emperors. Watch them. Don't let them wander around. The elder instructed the people around him. Then he rose into the air and flew towards the exit of the world. Around them, there were more than 10 burly men staring at Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming and the others waited quietly. After 2 days, they saw a large number of figures flying back to the city. Looks like they won. Archean body cultivators are indeed powerful. Ren Chan's beautiful eyes flashed. The others also revealed a look of joy. No matter what, the Archean body cultivators were also humans. It was better than the foreign races. At this moment, a few figures flew over. In the middle was a young man. The young man looked to be in his 20s. He was burly and muscular. He seemed to be filled with endless strength. He flew towards Lu Ming and the others. He looked at Lu Ming and the others curiously and said, "The elder asked me to pass a message. He believes that what you said is true. With the current situation, the various races of the Heaven Realm should be united. So, you can move freely here in the future. I will arrange accommodation for you." Ren Chan and the others were overjoyed. They were saved. Obviously, the Archean body cultivators had gone out to fight with the foreign races. They finally believed their words and agreed to accept them. "Brother, how is the battle outside?" Lu Ming stepped out and asked with a fist salute. "The foreign races outside have been defeated by the experts and the ancestral sacred body." The young man said, "I'm guessing that the foreign races will send more experts." Chapter 2304. The youth nodded and said, "The elders have already thought of this. Next, they will send a large number of experts to guard the ancestral resting place. At the same time, the elders are also thinking of other countermeasures. All right, I'll take you to your residence first." Then, the youth turned and flew in a certain direction. Lu Ming and the others followed. On the way, they learned the youth's name. He was called Hong Lu. Soon, they arrived at a spacious area. There were large stone houses here, but no one lived in them. Lu Ming and the others stayed here for the time being. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed since Lu Ming and the others arrived. Hong Lu was very curious about Lu Ming and the others, mainly about the outside world, so he often came to Lu Ming and the others. Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and Hong Lu were all young people, so they naturally got along well. After a few exchanges, they became familiar with each other. Lu Ming and the others also learned a lot about this world. Their lineage had been living in seclusion in the depths of the Land of Dusk ever since their defeat in the Primeval War. The Land of Dusk was the most dangerous forbidden area in the land of myriad spirits. There was terrifying field energy everywhere. For so many years, no one had discovered that there were large numbers of primeval physique cultivators living in seclusion here. The exit of this world, which was also the ancestral resting place, was indeed the place where the primeval physique cultivators' ancestors were buried. Many primeval physique cultivators would die and be buried there. Under the effects of the wondrous field energy, their bodies would turn into zombies. Although those zombies did not have intelligence, the Archean body cultivator lineage had a special technique that allowed them to communicate with the zombies and control them to form a powerful fighting force. Back then, when the outsiders attacked the depths of the Land of Dusk, they alarmed the zombies. The zombies awakened and repelled the outsiders. The awakening of the zombies also alarmed the primeval physique cultivators, so they sent people out to investigate. They just happened to run into Lu Ming and the others and mistakenly thought that Lu Ming and the others had attacked that area. During this time, Hong Lu had been inquiring about the outside world. Lu Ming told him what he knew. "The outsiders are so vicious. They deserve to be killed." Hong Lu roared, filled with righteous indignation. "Brother Lu, Miss Ren Chan, shall I show you around? Have a taste of our scenery and customs." Hong Lu invited. "Sure," Ren Chan said. She was also very curious about this place. However, as she had just arrived, she did not dare to walk around recklessly. Lu Ming also nodded. Immediately, Hong Lu led the way, and everyone walked around. Most ancient body cultivators were simple and honest people. When they saw Lu Ming and the others, they curiously sized them up and nodded. They circled around the city and came to a spacious area. This was a training ground for the primordial system. The training field was very spacious. There were many people cultivating, but most of them were quite young. There were 2 or 3 years old kids, 5 or 6 years old, 7 or 8 years old, and the oldest was a teenager. What surprised Lu Ming and the others was that the strength of these little brats was shockingly great. Lu Ming saw a 4 or 5-year-old kid running around with a naked but holding a cauldron that weighed more than 5,000 kilograms. A 7 or 8-year-old kid carried a small mountain and ran as if he was flying. All of them were shockingly strong. Lu Ming and Ren Chan were dumbfounded. We primordial body cultivators have to build our foundation from the age of 1. We soak in spiritual liquid and temper our bodies. From the age of 3, we have to cultivate body tempering techniques. Our cultivation is all on the physical body, so we are relatively strong. Hong Lu explained with a smile, feeling rather proud. "Amazing, indeed amazing," Lu Ming exclaimed. Primordial body cultivators had unparalleled physical bodies. They were indeed incomparably powerful. For those who cultivated the laws, as their cultivation increased, their physical bodies would also be tempered and slowly become stronger. After reaching the martial monarch realm, cultivating the spiritual body would have all sorts of wondrous uses and strong vitality. However, in terms of physical bodies, Lu Ming discovered that the physical bodies of many martial sages were not as strong as those of the 7 or 8-year-old children here, let alone martial monarchs. As for those teenagers, their physical bodies were even more astonishing. Bang! Bang! Two figures were fighting fiercely in the sky. The two teenagers, who were 15 or 16 years old, kept colliding in the sky. They were like two streaks of light, moving at an astonishing speed. Their combat strength is equivalent to the bright sage realm. Also, the use of their physical bodies is amazing. Lu Ming observed carefully and was amazed. These two teenagers, who were only 15 or 16 years old, already had the combat strength of the bright sage realm. It was already very good. Moreover, their use of their physical bodies was superb. Their muscles were rapidly vibrating, resonating with the air and space, allowing their bodies to fly. Furthermore, their speed was astonishing. The vibrations were very subtle. If not for Lu Ming's amazing eyesight, he would not have noticed it. The way the two of them attacked was very simple. It was a collision of strength, punches hitting flesh. Bang, bang, bang. The two of them exchanged a few hundred blows before stopping. They each found a place to recover and cultivate. Brother Lu, I can feel that your blood qi is extremely strong and your physical body is strong. It far surpasses those who cultivate the laws. I'm very curious. Have you also cultivated the body tempering technique? Hong Lu sized up Lu Ming and asked curiously. Hong Lu was an expert of the body tempering technique and was very sensitive to people with strong physical bodies. He could naturally feel that Lu Ming's physical body was also extremely strong. I've never cultivated the body tempering technique before. It's just that my physical body is stronger by chance. Lu Ming said with a smile. His spiritual body was a high-class heaven spiritual body back then, and he had refined the chaos qi in it, so it was exceptionally strong. Later, after being tempered by the 9 types of laws and refining a portion of the ancestral dragon's blood, Lu Ming's physical body was astonishingly strong. In the body tempering technique, no martial artist of the same level could compare to Lu Ming's physical body. Brother Lu, why don't we have a spar? Hong Lu said expectantly. He had never sparred with experts of other cultivation systems. He had always been very curious about how strong the body tempering technique was. In the primordial era, it could actually defeat other cultivation systems. All right. Lu Ming nodded. He was also very curious about how strong the pure body tempering technique of the primordial era was. Baoda was also a body tempering technique of the primordial era and was very strong. Back in the primordial realm's 10 lands battle, Lu Ming had fought with Baoda and had a deep impression of him. The two of them moved and arrived high in the sky. In the cultivation field, the youths and children were all attracted. Brother Hong Lu is going to fight. Brother Hong Lu is invincible among the younger generation. It's been a long time since he fought. This time, he can learn from him. Those youths and children cried out one after another, extremely excited. Even some of the older ones were attracted. Chapter 2305. Brother Hong Lu, please. Lu Ming waved his hand. Brother Lu, be careful. Hong Lu said. The muscles on his body bulged slightly, and a terrifying whistling sound came from his body. That was because his vitality was too rich, and the fluctuations produced when he circulated it were like the roar of a true dragon. When one's vitality reached such a level, it was absolutely terrifying. Even without the law of life and the indestructible ancient scripture, his vitality was shockingly strong, and ordinary injuries could be healed quickly. Boom! Hong Lu's muscles trembled, and his body rushed toward Lu Ming, throwing a punch at Lu Ming. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed slightly, and the power of the world in his body circulated to the extreme. All the power of his physical body was also mobilized by Lu Ming. In addition, Lu Ming used a law, which was the law of primal chaos. Boom! Lu Ming also threw a punch. This punch was the combination of Lu Ming's physical strength, the power of the world, and the law of primal chaos. With Lu Ming's current cultivation and the 3rd level of the law of primal chaos, The power of this punch was extremely shocking. Bang! Their fists collided. At this moment, Lu Ming's expression changed slightly. He felt that Hong Lu's fist was like hundreds of mountains, and waves of terrifying power rushed toward Lu Ming. Even the third level of the law of primal chaos trembled and was almost penetrated. Lu Ming's body could not help but retreat. Hong Lu's body only swayed slightly, and then he stabilized himself. What powerful strength, what powerful combat strength! Lu Ming was a little shocked. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, even if he only used the law of primal chaos, his combat strength was extremely shocking. Few people of the same level in the Taiching Sky domain could stop him, but Hong Lu was able to push him back with a punch. Hong Lu's combat strength was top-notch even in the Taiching Sky domain. "Brother Hong Lu, you're amazing!" The children and youths cried out excitedly. But Hong Lu himself had a very grave expression. Although he had forced Lu Ming back with one punch, he felt that Lu Ming had not used his full strength at all. His body contained a terrifying amount of power. "Brother Lu, you haven't used your full strength yet, have you? Use your full strength." Hong Lu said. "Come." Lu Ming only said one word. At the same time, his body lit up continuously. Array Dao Law, Tools Dao Law, Penetration Dao Law, and Force Dao Law. Lu Ming had successively used 4 types of laws. Among them, the laws of Array Dao and the laws of Tools Dao were at the 3rd level, while the laws of penetration and the laws of force were at the 2nd level. Lu Ming's aura became even stronger. Boom! 5 types of laws fused together, augmenting Lu Ming's fist. Lu Ming punched out again. Hong Lu also charged towards Lu Ming, throwing out a punch. Bang! The two of them clashed for the 2nd time, and the space where their fists collided constantly exploded, revealing spiderweb-like cracks. This time, the two of them swayed at the same time and retreated a few steps. Then, the two of them fought again. Bang! 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 The collision of fists was very direct, and they continued to bombard each other. Lu Ming did not use his mystique, the laws of life and death, and neither did Lu Ming. The two of them exchanged more than 100 moves and ended in a draw. After another move, the two of them retreated, and Hong Lu panted heavily. "Awesome, awesome, the system of laws is indeed amazing. Brother Lu, did you use your full strength? Tell me." Hong Lu stared at Lu Ming. More or less. Almost ha. Lu Ming smiled. He did not use his full strength mainly to save Hong Lu some face in front of the children. After all, Hong Lu was the strongest prodigy of the archaic body cultivator generation and was the idol of these children. If he defeated Hong Lu, it would inevitably affect the children's confidence. "You rascal, I knew it. We'll fight again next time." Hong Lu was forthright. He chuckled and did not take it to heart. He stared at Lu Ming and said, "Your physical body is really strong. It is not weaker than some body cultivators. Why don't you try to cultivate the techniques of body cultivators? What do you think?" "A body cultivator's dermic formulation?" Lu Ming was stunned. "Look over there." Hong Lu pointed to the north. That was the edge of the training ground. There was a huge cliff, and from afar, one could see that the cliff was densely written with words. "What's recorded is a body cultivator's dermic formulation. Let's go and take a look." Hong Lu said. "Brother Hong, that's a body cultivator's dermic formulation. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for us to take a look." Lu Ming said. Every system had its own dermic formulation, and many of them were not taught to outsiders. They were not body cultivators, and it would be bad if they violated the taboo. "It's fine. That body cultivator's dermic formulation is only used to strengthen one's foundation. Anyone can cultivate it, and it's not a core dermic formulation," Hong Lu said, taking the lead and walking toward the cliff. Lu Ming and Ren Chan were curious, and they followed behind Hong Lu, arriving at the bottom of the cliff. Minor Heavenly Mystery Technique. Lu Ming looked carefully and found that what was recorded on the cliff was a body cultivator's dermic formulation called Minor Heavenly Mystery Technique. This Minor Heavenly Mystery Technique is the most widespread body cultivator's dermic formulation in the primordial era. It's also the most suitable body cultivator's dermic formulation for building one's foundation. Anyone can cultivate it, and it's divided into 12 levels. If the two of you are interested, you can take a look at it. It's very helpful to improve one's physique. Hong Lu said. Many thanks. Lu Ming and Ren Chan expressed their gratitude and looked at the dermic formulation in detail. It's really amazing. So there are so many things to pay attention to, Lu Ming sighed while looking at the dermic formulation. Soon he memorized all the contents and sat down cross-legged to comprehend them. 2 days later, Lu Ming began to cultivate. First, he circulated the first level of the minor heavenly mystery technique. Buzz. A buzzing sound came from his muscles, bones, and even his internal organs. This buzzing sound turned into a mysterious force, like a sound wave, permeating into every part of Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt his entire body go numb, as if he had been electrocuted. His body trembled slightly according to a mysterious pattern. Lu Ming found that his body was slowly becoming stronger. Some parts that were difficult to temper before were also becoming stronger. Although the degree of strengthening was very weak, it was indeed becoming stronger. It was as if his body was being thoroughly baptized and polished. Not long after, Lu Ming felt that he had successfully cultivated the first level of the minor heavenly mystery technique. Next, the second level. Lu Ming continued to cultivate the second level. In the second level, Lu Ming found that the refinement of his body was more thorough. His muscles and bones were trembling at a mysterious frequency. His entire body was numb and itchy, and his muscles and bones were slowly transforming. One should know that Lu Ming's body was already very strong, but now, it could still transform. This was very shocking. Chapter 2306. From start to finish, Lu Ming spent 3 days to successfully cultivate the first 3 levels of the minor Tianxian skill. Beside him, Hong Lu was secretly shocked when he felt the fluctuations coming from Lu Ming's body. In just 3 days he had successfully cultivated the first 3 levels of the minor Tianxian skill. Even though he knew that Lu Ming's physical strength was already very strong, Hong Lu was still shocked. This speed was too fast. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He was completely captivated. Every moment, he could feel his physical body getting stronger and stronger. His muscles and bones were itching, and there was a wonderful fluctuation coming from them. This feeling was too good, too wonderful. Lu Ming was completely immersed in his cultivation, forgetting himself and the time. After finishing the 3rd level, Lu Ming began to cultivate the 4th level, then the 5th, the 6th. The higher the cultivation level, the greater the improvement it would bring to him. The minor Tianxian skill was originally used by body cultivators to build their foundation and strengthen their foundation. As for Lu Ming, he had never cultivated a body cultivator's technique before. His physical body had been strengthened by external objects and external forces. This kind of improvement would inevitably lead to an unstable foundation. For example, there were some blind spots in the body, some extremely secretive places that were not tempered, and thus there would be flaws. Now, Lu Ming had reorganized his physical body. Although his physical strength did not increase by much, the strength and quality of his physical body were qualitatively different from before. Moreover, after cultivating the minor Tianxian skill to the 6th level, his foundation was very solid. The strength of his physical body had also begun to increase. 7th level, 8th level, 9th level. Lu Ming used half a month to cultivate the minor Tianxian skill to the 9th level. Moreover, Lu Ming had no intention of stopping. He was already attacking the 10th level. This shocked Hong Lu. How is this possible? In just half a month, he has cultivated the minor Tianxian skill to the 9th level and is still continuing. This is a peerless genius, a body cultivator's peerless genius. This matter must be reported to the elders. Hong Lu muttered to himself. Then, he quickly left the place and reported this matter to his superiors. Not long after, beams of prismatic light appeared. There were more than a dozen old men, all of whom were elders of the Archean body cultivator lineage. When these people saw Lu Ming, their eyes widened. He's already reached the 10th level. Unbelievable! For someone who cultivates in the nomological system to be able to reach the 10th level of the minor heaven mystery art in such a short period of time, he is definitely a peerless genius. I wonder if he can successfully cultivate all 12 layers of the minor sky mystery art. The dozen or so old men discussed excitedly and shockingly. Although the minor heaven mystery technique was the foundation technique of the body cultivator lineage, it was also the most important technique. Only by cultivating the minor heaven mystery technique to a high enough level could one cultivate the core techniques of the body cultivator lineage. However, not everyone could cultivate the minor heaven mystery technique to perfection. In fact, it was already very good to be able to cultivate to the 9th level and be considered a genius of the body cultivator lineage. In the future, their achievements would definitely be extraordinary. As for the highest level, the 12th level, there were not many people in the body cultivator lineage since ancient times. Each and every one of them was a rare genius. Ru Honglu was such a prodigy. However, he took a much longer time than Lu Ming. To be able to cultivate the minor heaven mystery technique to such a level in such a short period of time was definitely one of a kind. Everyone waited quietly. Later, Ren Chan also ended her cultivation. Up until now, she had only cultivated to the 3rd level. If she continued, she felt that her strength was not enough and needed time to slowly polish it. When she saw the dozen or so old men staring at Lu Ming without blinking, she was shocked. After asking Hong Lu about it, she understood the whole story. Rin Chan sighed. The body cultivator lineage did not know how freakish Lu Ming was, but she knew that Lu Ming had mastered 3 types of supreme laws. In the system of laws, he was also an unprecedented figure. Now, Lu Ming was actually so freakish when cultivating the body cultivation technique. She could not help but sigh. Lu Ming was unaware of everything that was happening outside. He was immersed in his cultivation. Soon, he completed the cultivation of the 10th level and broke through to the 11th level. He could feel that his physical body was constantly growing stronger and tougher. His strength was also increasing. In particular, there was a drop of ancestral dragon blood in his heart. As Lu Ming cultivated the minor heaven mystery technique, that drop of ancestral dragon blood also had traces of energy that poured into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming refined it, increasing the strength of his physical body. The 11th level was not difficult for Lu Ming and he was quickly cultivated to success. Next, it was the 12th level. Buzz. Buzz. This was also the last level of the minor heaven mystery technique. At this point, Lu Ming's physical body was constantly trembling and emitting a buzzing sound. He felt that his physical strength was extremely powerful. After Lu Ming cultivated the minor heaven mystery technique for a month, Lu Ming finally cultivated the minor heaven mystery technique to perfection. He succeeded. Oh my God, he managed to cultivate the minor heaven mystery skill to the perfection stage in just 1 month. His talent is too amazing. This kind of body cultivation talent cannot be wasted. I think we should impart the 7 divine mystic technique to him. I agree. More than a dozen old men spoke excitedly, their eyes shining. When they looked at Lu Ming, it was as if they were looking at a peerless treasure. Even Hong Lu was shocked. The elders actually wanted to impart the 7 divine mystic technique to Lu Ming. The 7 divine mystic technique was completely different from the minor heaven mystery technique. The minor heaven mystery technique was only a basic cultivation technique of the body cultivation lineage. It was very widespread and could be cultivated by anyone. However, the 7 divine mystic technique was the core cultivation technique of the body cultivation lineage. It was one of the top secret cultivation techniques. Generally, only the geniuses of the body cultivation lineage could cultivate it. Hong Lu himself cultivated this cultivation technique. This showed how much the elders appreciated Lu Ming. To be able to cultivate the minor heaven mystery technique to perfection in just a month was unprecedented in the history of body cultivation. This kind of talent was too amazing. If he did not cultivate the cultivation technique of the body cultivation lineage, it would be a waste. Phew. At this moment, Lu Ming let out a long breath and opened his eyes. My strength has doubled. Lu Ming felt his strength and revealed a look of excitement. his physical body had become much stronger and his strength had doubled. With the help of the Supreme Force and the various laws, Lu Ming's combat strength had undoubtedly increased by another level. Lu Ming felt that if he unleashed his full strength, his combat strength would reach the 18th level True Emperor. Afterward, Lu Ming swept his gaze around and got a shock. This was because more than 10 pairs of sparkling eyes were staring intently at him. Little guy, how do you feel? Is your physical body much stronger? You're a peerless genius of the body cultivation world. How about this? Don't cultivate the law system in the future. Cultivate the body cultivation lineage instead. I'll take you as my disciple. Get lost, he's my disciple. The dozen old men glared at each other and began to fight over Lu Ming. They all wanted to take him as their disciple. Chapter 2307. More than a dozen white-haired old men glared at each other, looking like they were about to draw their swords, but when they looked at Lu Ming, their eyes were burning. After a long while, Lu Ming reacted. That, seniors, this junior cultivates the nomological system. I have no intention of abandoning the nomological system and focusing on cultivating the physical body. Lu Ming said honestly. It was not easy for him to achieve his current achievements in various nomological systems. He had sacrificed too much. Moreover, his nomological system was unprecedented. In the future, he would master more strongest nomological systems. How could he give it up just like that? You still want to cultivate the nomological system? Kid, let me tell you, your talent in physical cultivation is definitely stronger than the nomological system. Do you understand? It's a waste if you don't cultivate the physical body. Don't ruin your future. The dozen or so old men panicked and tried to persuade Lu Ming. Seniors, I've made up my mind. I won't change it, but Lu Ming rolled his eyes and revealed a smile. However, I can do dual cultivation. I can cultivate the nomological system and physical body together. Seniors, what do you think? Practice together? The dozen or so old men quieted down and looked at each other. Kid, the path of cultivation is very difficult. Who knows how much effort it takes to cultivate one of them? Many people spend their entire lives and still can't cultivate one of them to the peak. If you want to cultivate both, I'm afraid you're biting off more than you can chew. That's right. You won't be able to cultivate both. The dozen or so old men criticized Lu Ming sternly. Seniors, I understand this logic, but others are others. I'm different from others. With my unparalleled talent, it's definitely not a problem to cultivate the nomological system and the physical body together. Lu Ming said shamelessly. His face was not red and his heart was not beating fast. This kid is simply shameless. But what he said makes sense. With his talent, it's indeed difficult for others to compare to him. Are we going to pass the 7 gods' mysterious art to him? He doesn't specialize in body cultivation. It's not good to pass it on to him like this. The 7 gods' mysterious art is the highest secret of body cultivation. It can be practiced to the legendary supreme realm. In my opinion, it's better to ask the Taishang elder. Yes, I think so too. The dozen or so old men gathered together to discuss. After a while, one of the old men said to Lu Ming, Brat, you wait here. We'll go ask the Grand Elder for instructions. After saying that, the dozen or so old men all left. Lu Ming, you actually managed to cultivate the minor heaven mystery art to perfection in just 1 month. How did you do it? Hong Lu walked over in amazement. Ren Chan also curiously sized up Lu Ming. She had also cultivated before, but she could only cultivate to the 3rd level. If she wanted to continue to improve, she didn't know how much effort it would take. She knew how difficult it was. However, Lu Ming was able to cultivate it to the peak in one go. This was simply a miracle. I don't know. I just casually cultivated it to perfection. Is it that difficult? Lu Ming asked in surprise. Ren Chan and Hong Lu's eyelids twitched. They were tongue-tied and couldn't speak at all. They were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. It was a complete blow. It's not difficult. After holding it in for a long time, Hong Lu squeezed out such a sentence. It should have something to do with the ancestral dragon blood, Lu Ming pondered. He felt that the reason why he could cultivate the minor heaven mystery art to perfection in one go was largely related to the drop of ancestral dragon blood. This was because when he cultivated to the end, the energy in the ancestral dragon blood was constantly being refined. That was why Lu Ming was able to cultivate the minor heaven mystery art to perfection in one go. Then, Ren Chan asked Lu Ming about the cultivation method of the minor heaven mystery art. They chatted while waiting. They didn't have to wait for too long. The dozen or so old men returned. "Kid, we have already asked the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder thinks that your talent is really rare. It would be a pity if you don't cultivate your physical body. Therefore, the Grand Elder has agreed to pass the 7 gods mystic art to you. Take it." An old man said. Then he took out a roll of animal skin and handed it to Lu Ming. "The cultivation method of the 7 gods mystic art is recorded on it. Memorize it and return this roll of animal skin to us." The old man said, "Thank you, Senior." Lu Ming thanked him. He was overjoyed. Then he took the animal skin and carefully looked at it. Soon he memorized all the contents on the animal skin and returned it to the old men. Lu Ming closed his eyes and carefully comprehended the contents. The 7 gods mystic art was a supreme physique cultivation method. It was many times more exquisite than the minor heaven mystery art. The 7 gods mystic art was divided into 7 levels. Each level was divided into early, middle, and late stages. Lu Ming used a full 7 days to roughly understand the contents of the first few levels. Then he began to cultivate. Buzz, buzz. His muscles, bones, organs, and even every drop of blood in his body emitted a mysterious vibration. Waves of mysterious power seeped into every corner of Lu Ming's body and into every cell. Lu Ming's physical body was undergoing a transformation. The first 2 levels of the 7 divine mystic art were also a way to build a solid foundation. It was very similar to the later levels of the Xiaoxiangshuan skill. Lu Ming was able to cultivate it with ease. Very soon he had mastered the first 2 levels. 7 days later, Lu Ming reached the 3rd level of the 7 gods mystic art. At the 3rd level of the 7 gods mystic art, one could fight against Void Emperor with just the strength of their physical body. At the 4th level, one could fight against a true emperor with just the strength of their physical body. The 5th level corresponded to a grand emperor. The 6th level corresponded to a heavenly emperor. And the highest level, the 7th level, corresponded to a supreme realm. After reaching the 3rd level, Lu Ming's cultivation speed slowed down. He continued to circulate the 7 gods mystic art. The drop of ancestral dragon blood in his heart also continuously circulated energy throughout Lu Ming's body. Following the circulation of the 7 gods mystic art, the energy seeped into every cell of Lu Ming's body and continuously strengthened Lu Ming's physical body. Time passed day by day. Lu Ming continued to break through. Early 3rd level, middle 3rd level, late 3rd level. After a full 2 months, Lu Ming finally reached the late 3rd level of the 7 gods mystic art. However, Lu Ming did not stop. He felt that he could continue to break through. During these 2 months, Ren Chan, Hong Lu, and a dozen old men had been watching nearby. A genius, a genius. He reached the late 3rd level of the 7 gods mystic art in one go and has no intention of stopping. This has never happened before. A dozen old men exclaimed. At this time, a few burly men flew over, their faces grave as they reported, "Elders, something bad has happened. Outside the exit, where our ancestors are sleeping, a large number of strange races have gathered. They have already launched an attack, and their strength is extremely strong. They're here. Let's go and gather all the experts." Chapter 2308. The elders all left and headed towards the exit of the small world. At the same time, a large number of archaic body cultivators rushed towards the exit. At the exit of the small world, where the archaic body cultivator ancestors were sleeping, a terrifying battle broke out. Countless foreign race powerhouses bombarded the tombs like a gust of wind. The tombs split open and zombies walked out one after another. These zombies were very terrifying. Many of them had the combat strength of a great emperor. Some even had the combat strength of a heavenly emperor. These zombies were all top body cultivators when they were alive. In addition, there were also archaic body cultivators fighting with the endless foreign races. More than a dozen elders and a large number of body cultivators rushed out and charged towards the foreign races. Kill! Those old men looked to be gray-haired. At this moment, they shouted loudly. Their blood chi soared into the sky like smoke signals. Their bodies erupted with terrifying power as if ancient dragons were awakening. Boom! Boom! Their attack method was very simple. With a simple punch, the fist force shattered the void and a large number of foreign races were killed. The zombies were even more direct. They were not afraid of death. They ignored defense and attacked crazily. For a time, the archaic body cultivators gained the advantage. The foreign races attacked for a while and were beaten back. They retreated to the depths of the land of dusk. However, the archaic body cultivators did not dare to slack off. They sent people to guard them strictly. Sure enough, every few days, the foreign races attacked again. Moreover, their overall strength was stronger than before. Both sides fell into a fierce battle. After a period of fighting, the foreign races retreated. However, after a while, they would attack again. Lu Ming had been cultivating all this time. Previously, he used 2 months to successfully cultivate the first 3 levels of the 7 Gods' arcane art. Then he used another month to successfully break through to the early 4th level. Then he used another month to cultivate the 7 Gods' arcane art to the middle 4th level. At this point, Lu Ming had to stop cultivating. This was because he felt that his original accumulation had been used up. He had encountered a bottleneck and could not break through for the time being. He needed to polish for a period of time. Moreover, the energy of the drop of ancestral dragon blood had been refined by half. At this moment, Lu Ming opened his eyes and let out a long breath. My strength is so strong. Lu Ming felt the power in his body and was extremely excited. This was the power of his physical body, pure physical strength. Lu Ming felt that his current physical strength was dozens of times stronger than before. Intermediate 4th level. My physical strength alone should be enough to fight against a 13th level true emperor. Lu Ming speculated. Don't look down on this kind of power. It was extremely terrifying because this was purely the power of the physical body and nothing else was added. In the past, although Lu Ming's physical strength was strong, it was still far from what it was now. At that time, Lu Ming's physical strength, world strength, and laws would be able to increase Lu Ming's strength. However, if he were to rely on the strength of his physical body alone, it would be impossible. At most, he would be on par with a low-level ethereal emperor. But now, Lu Ming was able to fight against a 13th level true emperor with just his physical strength alone. With the addition of the world strength and laws, Lu Ming's strength would reach an astonishing level, far surpassing the strength of an 18th level true emperor. Now that Lu Ming was facing an expert with the combat strength of a level 18 true emperor, he could completely crush the other party. Body cultivation, when combined with the law system, would burst forth with astonishing power. My defense and recovery ability has been greatly enhanced. Coupled with the indestructible ancient scripture, I wonder what kind of level it will reach. Lu Ming found it hard to imagine how powerful he would be if he were to go all out. Lu Ming, which realm have you cultivated the 7 divine mystic arts to? Hong Lu came over and asked. Intermediate 4th level. Lu Ming said. Heavens, intermediate 4th level so quickly. You're sick? I've been cultivating for dozens of years and I'm only at the intermediate 4th level. You're sick? Hong Lu wailed as if he had suffered a blow. Lu Ming rubbed his nose, speechless. His rapid improvement was mainly due to his previous accumulation. His body had been tempered many times in the past and was already very strong. With the help of the lesser heaven mysterious arts and a drop of ancestral dragon blood, he was able to improve so quickly. His speed would slow down in the future. Moreover, cultivating the physical body required a large amount of natural resources, such as spiritual herbs, saint herbs, and emperor herbs. This time, he relied entirely on the energy of the ancestral dragon blood. He didn't need any herbs. By the way, where are the other seniors? Lu Ming looked around and asked. They've gone to war with the foreign races. Their attacks have become more frequent in the past 2 months. Many of our people have died in battle. Speaking up to this point, Hong Lu's complexion turned awful. The foreign races have already attacked? Lu Ming's expression turned grave. We can't go on like this. The foreign races are too strong, and their numbers are endless. It's not that I'm underestimating the strength of the primordial body cultivator lineage, but if this continues, we won't be able to hold on. Ren Chan said. Then what should we do? Hong Lu was also a little anxious. Let's go to the front line. I want to talk to the seniors. Lu Ming said. All right, let's go. Hong Lu nodded. Immediately, the three of them headed for the exit of the pocket dimension. With their speed, it didn't take long for them to arrive near the exit of the pocket dimension. There were many temporary buildings near the exit of the pocket dimension. A large number of primordial body cultivator experts were stationed there. When Lu Ming and the others arrived, it was obvious that there had just been a huge battle outside. Many people had just retreated from outside. In a huge stone hall, a few supreme elders and more than 20 elders of the primordial body cultivator lineage were discussing something. However, their expressions were grave, and their brows were tightly furrowed. The atmosphere in the stone hall was very oppressive. At this moment, someone reported that Hong Lu and Lu Ming were requesting an audience. Let them in. At the very top, a supreme elder spoke. The supreme elders of the primordial body cultivator lineage were all heavenly emperor realm powerhouses. A while later, Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and Hong Lu walked in. Numerous gazes fell on Lu Ming in unison. Kid, what realm did you cultivate the seven gods' profound art to? An old man asked curiously. Middle stage fourth layer. Lu Ming answered truthfully. Middle stage fourth layer. These old men in the stone hall, and some middle-aged men, each and every one of them opened their eyes wide. They knew when Lu Ming started cultivating. In just a few months' time, Lu Ming actually cultivated the seven gods' profound art to the mid-stage fourth layer. Chapter 2309. Hong Lu was the most outstanding prodigy of the Archean body cultivators, but he had only reached the mid-fourth level after a few decades. Lu Ming, on the other hand, had only taken him a few months. Good, a peerless genius, a peerless genius. The elders sighed. After a while, they calmed down. Why did you come to us? One of the supreme elders asked with a smile. Seniors, now that the foreign races have set their eyes on this place, they will definitely not let this place go. If this continues, the war will be very disadvantageous. Lu Ming said. We know that too. What do you think? One of the supreme elders asked. Let's rush out and leave this place. Otherwise, this place will be breached sooner or later. At that time, no one will be spared. Lu Ming said and directly expressed his thoughts. Leave this place. In the stone hall, everyone's expression changed. Our Archean body cultivator lineage has been living in seclusion since the ancient times after our defeat. We have lived here for countless years and have already taken root here. You want us to abandon this place? A burly man said. The others fell silent. Indeed, their lineage had lived here for countless years. Who would be willing to abandon it just like that? Seniors, it's not that I look down on the strength of the body cultivator lineage, but the foreign races are too strong. The ones outside are only a small part of them. In the ancient times, the celestial realm was incomparably prosperous. Experts gathered and invincible experts roamed the world, but in the end, it was still breached. Countless experts died in battle. Only the Taiching celestial realm was left in the nine heavens realm, barely holding on. If the foreign races transferred some of their experts from the battlefield in the Taiching celestial realm, they definitely won't be able to hold on. Lu Ming advised. The people of the Archean body cultivator lineage had solemn expressions as they pondered seriously. They also understood that Lu Ming was right. Their lineage was only one of the Archean body cultivator lineages. Their strength was far from being comparable to the Archean body cultivator lineage in the prime of the ancient times. However, the body cultivator lineage in the prime of the Archean era was still defeated by the law system. Later on, after many years of development, The system of laws flourished to the extreme, but it was still broken through by the other races. It was clear how powerful the other races were, and how they could not withstand them. There's actually another exit in this small world. If you want to retreat, you can retreat from the other exit. After a long time, a supreme elder spoke with a voice filled with helplessness. There is another exit? Lu Ming's eyes lit up. In that case, it would be much better than rushing out. Everyone, tell me, are we going to retreat or not? The supreme elder who had spoken earlier turned to look at the others. I agree to retreat. I agree to. Our lineage can't end here. I agree. The remaining elders and grand elders all expressed their willingness to retreat. Only a few people remained silent, unwilling to accept this. I have a question. With such a large population in our small world, how are we going to bring them out when we retreat? One of them asked. That's easy. True emperors of our law system can create small worlds. Even a one-star true emperor can create a small world with a circumference of 100,000 miles. It's enough to bring everyone out. Ren Chan said. Then where should we go after we retreat? A burly man asked. To the Grand Pure Heaven Domain. A supreme elder answered. The Grand Pure Heaven Domain? This time, not only were many Archean body cultivator elders stunned, but even Lu Ming and Ren Chan were stunned. Could there be a way to reach the Grand Pure Heaven Domain from the Myriad Spirit Heaven Domain? If there was, why hadn't the other races discovered it after so many years? How can we go to the Grand Pure Heaven Domain? The eyes of many elders lit up. It would be best if they could go to the Grand Pure Heaven Domain. There's an ancient book in our body cultivator lineage that says that we can reach the passage between the Grand Pure Heaven Domain and the Hunyuan Heaven Domain from the yellow springs of the 9 Nether Heaven Domain. According to little brother Lu Ming, the passage between the Grand Pure Heaven Domain and the Hunyuan Heaven Domain has become a battlefield. As long as we reach there, we can enter the Two-World City and the Grand Pure Heaven Domain. Another Supreme Elder also spoke. Doesn't that mean we have to go to the 9 Nether Heaven Domain first? Someone asked. That's the only way now. A Supreme Elder said. Seniors, it's completely feasible. The 9 Nether Heaven Domain and the Wanling Heaven Domain are connected by a passage. As long as we charge through the passage and enter the 9 Nether Heaven Domain, we can reach the Yellow Springs and then the Grand Pure Heaven Domain. Moreover, the energy that the other races cultivate is different from ours. Although they can absorb origin chi to cultivate in the heavenly domain, it's very slow and inefficient. Therefore, other than the battlefield in the Grand Pure Heaven Domain, although the other heavens have been occupied by the other races, there aren't many of them. Seniors, with your strength, you can definitely kill your way to the Yellow Springs. Ren Chan said. His words made everyone's eyes light up. All right, let's do that. First, I'll have to trouble you to put everyone below the Martial Emperor realm into the small world and then retreat. A supreme elder announced and gave the order. Immediately, everyone got to work. Those who cultivated the law system began to move. They put everyone in the small world into the small world, leaving those above the Martial Emperor realm outside. After so many years of development, the population of the primordial body cultivator lineage had already reached tens of billions of people. However, this was not a problem at all. A small world of a one-star true emperor was 100,000 miles wide. A martial emperor's small world was 1,000,000 miles wide. It was a piece of cake to take in tens of billions of people. After a few days, all the people and resources in the small world were put away. At this time, they began to retreat. However, they still left some people behind to guard the exit and control the zombies to fight against the other races. There was no other way. Someone had to stay behind or the other races would discover them. Those who stayed behind would die without a doubt. Those above the Martial Emperor realm led a group of powerful zombies to the other side of the small world. There was another exit there. They went through this exit and came out of the Land of Dusk. Then, they quickly flew toward the passage to the 9 Nether Heaven Domain. However, they still encountered the other races along the way. Even though they were easily killed by the body cultivators of the Archean era, they weren't strong enough. However, some of them still managed to spread the news before they died. When the other races in the Land of Dusk received the news, they were immediately enraged and launched a fierce attack toward the depths of the Land of Dusk. The immemorial physique cultivators who stayed behind were naturally no match for them and were all killed in the end. When the other races rushed into the small world of the immemorial physique cultivators and found that it was empty, they were furious and ordered all the other races in myriad spirit heaven to encircle the immemorial physique cultivators. Chapter 23:10. Lu Ming and the others were very fast. Coupled with some powerful archaic body cultivators, they were very powerful. Although they encountered obstructions from other races, the hastily gathered outsiders were no match for them and were easily killed. A few days later, they arrived at the passage between the myriad spirit heaven and 9 netherworld heaven. The passage here was very similar to the one between the grand pure heaven and Hunyuan heaven. It was very wide. However, there weren't many outsiders guarding it. Apart from the grand pure heaven, the other 8 heavens were under the control of the outsiders. They naturally didn't need to leave too many people to guard the passages. They didn't encounter any obstructions. They broke through the passage and rushed towards 9 netherworld heaven. 9 netherworld heaven was the legendary nether underworld kingdom. It was filled with nether chi and was an extremely powerful heaven in the ancient era. The nether underworld kingdom was famous in the heaven domain and had countless experts. Later, it was invaded by the outsiders and suffered heavy casualties. The legendary Yellow Springs and Bridge of Helplessness were both in 9 netherworld heaven. Lu Ming had seen the Yellow Springs Bridge of Helplessness when he entered the Reincarnation Emperor's tomb. It was built by the 9 Lives demonic silkworm based on the Yellow Springs Bridge of Helplessness in 9 netherworld heaven. There were many ancient books among the archaic body cultivators that recorded many secrets. There were also records of 9 netherworld heaven's territories. After entering 9 netherworld heaven, they rushed towards the Yellow Springs. Along the way, they encountered some outsiders, but they were easily defeated. 9 netherworld heaven was very wide. Although it wasn't as large as the grand pure heaven domain, it wasn't much different. After flying for several days, they saw a large river running across the land. The river was so wide that they couldn't see the other side. The water in the river was yellow and sticky, and filled with a disgusting stench. This was the Yellow Springs. Legend had it that the water of the Yellow Springs had terrifying corrosive, devouring, and cursing powers. Once one fell into the Yellow Springs, only death would await. It was said that even heavenly emperors would be in danger if they fell into the Yellow Springs. No one knew how long the Yellow Springs were. It was true that no one knew. No one knew where the source was, and no one knew where it flowed to. This was because someone had followed the Yellow Spring all the way and eventually discovered that it flowed into the eternal void. Following the void, it would pass through the passage between the Taiching heaven domain and the Hunyuan heaven domain, which was the current battlefield. This was their hope. They wanted to follow the Yellow Springs and move forward. Kill. Beside the Yellow Springs, there was actually a dense crowd of outsiders gathered. At this moment, they were charging towards them. Not good. It seems like the outsiders have guessed that we're coming to the Yellow Springs and have gathered a large number of experts here. Someone's expression changed. Attack from the other side. A grand elder of the primordial body cultivators shouted, and everyone rushed in another direction. However, not long after, a large number of outsiders also charged over from that direction. Charge! A grand elder roared, and everyone rushed over. They were already at the edge of the Yellow Springs. Only by rushing over would they have hope. The experts from both sides clashed fiercely. On Lu Ming's side, those who were below the martial emperor level were all kept in the small world. Those who remained outside were all martial emperors and above. With some of the strongest body cultivator prime elders as the vanguard, they charged into the outsider army like a sharp blade. Countless non-humankind beings were killed and blasted apart. However, there were also experts among the outsiders. There were even heavenly emperors among them. Heavenly emperors were too terrifying. One attack from them was enough to destroy heaven and earth. Lu Ming's vanguard was immediately hindered, and their speed slowed down. Behind them, a large number of outsiders rushed over. Both sides were engaged in a bloody battle. Lu Ming roared, and he went into a frenzy. 9 types of laws covered Lu Ming's body. At the same time, Lu Ming activated his indestructible golden body. The indestructible golden body combined with Lu Ming's current physical strength to unleash boundless power. Lu Ming did not care about defense at all. Like a beast of war, he rushed into the crowd of outsiders and continuously punched with both fists. Every time he punched, at least a few members of the alien race would explode. As long as they were not martial emperors, regardless of their combat strength, they would be instantly killed by Lu Ming. This was the case even for 18th level true emperors. Right now, Lu Ming was truly invincible among true emperors. Bam, bam. Lu Ming had lost count of the number of outsiders he had killed. His body was bathed in their blood. Slowly, they broke through the defenses of the outsiders and reached the shore of Yellow Spring. "Bring out the heaven-piercing warship," a supreme elder shouted. At the same time, he waved his hand and a warship flew out, floating above Yellow Spring. "You guys control the ancestral battle physiques to defend against the outsiders. We will activate the heaven-piercing warship." A voice reverberated in all directions. Boom. Next, the Supreme Elder's body rumbled. A stream of blood rushed out and entered the heaven-piercing warship. Buzz. The heaven-piercing warship trembled and emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, it rapidly grew in size. Without a powerful treasure, it was impossible to escape from the Yellow Springs. Once a person touched the water of Yellow Spring, only death awaited. Even a heavenly emperor would be in danger. Only by relying on the ancestral treasure of the primordial physique cultivators, the heaven-piercing warship, could one enter Yellow Spring and travel to the eternal void. Boom, boom. Following that, a few more supreme elders of the primordial physique cultivators activated their blood chi and poured it into the heaven-piercing warship. The heaven-piercing warship trembled more and more violently. Its entire body glowed and rapidly grew in size. "Stop them! Kill! Kill!" The outsiders roared. More outsiders rushed over from all directions. In particular, there were 5 or 6 outsiders who were shockingly powerful. They were all heavenly emperors. They walked through the air, releasing terrifying fluctuations. A single move blasted out, causing heaven and earth to collapse. They were powerful to an unimaginable degree. "Stop them!" Some of the elders of the primordial physique cultivators roared. They were no match for them, so they could only rely on the zombies. They controlled the zombies to charge forward. Some of the zombies had the combat power of a heavenly emperor. They resisted the heavenly emperors of the outsiders. However, they were outnumbered. They were suppressed as soon as they clashed. Bang, bang. Some of the heavenly emperor zombies were hit by the heavenly emperors and exploded in the air. However, they had no choice but to sacrifice the zombies to buy time for the supreme elders. Buzz. After a while, the heaven-piercing warship expanded to tens of thousands of meters in size and landed on the Yellow Spring River. "Hurry up and board the heaven-piercing warship. We'll cover you." A supreme elder roared and rushed over to fight the heavenly emperors of the outsiders. The other supreme elders also rushed over. As for the weaker ones, they rushed toward the heaven-piercing warship, especially those of the law system. Because there was a large population in their small worlds, the primordial physique cultivators protected them and let them board the heaven-piercing warship first. Lu Ming, Ren Chan, and the others also boarded the warship. Chapter 23:11. Retreat. The primordial body cultivator grand elders retreated as they fought. "Don't let them go, stop them." A foreign race heavenly emperor roared, his eyes emitting beams of destructive light, incomparably terrifying, blasting towards the body cultivator grand elders. The other foreign race heavenly emperors also launched fierce attacks. For a time, the body cultivator grand elders could not retreat to the ancient battleship. Among the primordial body cultivators, there was an old man, a peerless powerhouse, his combat power frighteningly high. Unfortunately, there was also such a powerhouse among the foreign races, stopping him. In the end, they had no choice but to let several powerful zombies launch suicidal attacks. Only then did they temporarily delay the other party. several Grand Elders seized the opportunity and rushed onto the heaven-piercing battleship. However, several powerful zombies were stopped by the other party. Being besieged, their indestructible physical bodies were torn apart by the other party. Go! The heaven-piercing battleship rumbled, speeding towards the depths of the Yellow Spring. Stay! A total of 6 or 7 foreign races chased over, all of them Heavenly Emperor realm existences. They did not give up, erupting with terrifying attacks, wanting to destroy the heaven-piercing battleship and bury all of them in the Yellow Spring. However, the Body Cultivator Grand Elders joined forces and blocked the other party's attacks. Moreover, one of the strongest Grand Elders punched through space, blasting a Heavenly Emperor realm foreign race until he vomited large mouthfuls of blood, his body retreating wildly, falling towards the Yellow Spring River. But the Yellow Spring River's waves rolled up, and a wave just happened to hit the foreign race Heavenly Emperor's body. That Heavenly Emperor screamed miserably, his body scurrying about in the sky, his originally burly body shriveled up rapidly. In the end, that Heavenly Emperor blocked the corrosion of the Yellow Spring water, but his aura withered, almost dying. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. The Yellow Spring water was indeed terrifying. Even a Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse would be severely injured when hit by the Yellow Spring water waves. Just what was the origin of this Yellow Spring water? How was it formed? It was also too terrifying, right? Heavenly Emperors were standing at the pinnacle of this world. Although that foreign race Heavenly Emperor might just be an ordinary Heavenly Emperor, but some Yellow Spring water could seriously injure him, it was too shocking. The other foreign race Heavenly Emperors all revealed a look of dread, not daring to pursue. If he was blasted into the Yellow Springs River, the consequences would be unpredictable. Just being hit by the waves, a Heavenly Emperor was severely injured. If he directly fell into the Yellow Springs River, wouldn't it be a dead end? The outsiders could only watch as the Heavenspan battleship sailed into the depths of the Yellow Springs. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, they got rid of the non-humankind beings. At the same time, they were secretly surprised. They didn't know what material the heaven-piercing battleship was made of, but it could sail on the Yellow Springs River without being damaged by the water. A Grand Elder of the archaic body cultivators had told him that the heaven-piercing battleship had been found by the ancestors of the archaic body cultivators in an ancient ruin. Everyone could only let their imaginations run wild. Just what kind of ruins could lead to a treasure like the heaven-piercing battleship? The heaven-connecting battleship was huge. It sailed in the Yellow Springs River, following the flow of the river. It was unknown where it would end up. Everyone could only wait patiently. A month later, the heaven-piercing battleship had traveled a long distance. Up ahead, there was nothing but emptiness. They had already reached the border of the 9 nether heaven. However, the Yellow Springs River didn't end. Instead, it flowed directly into the emptiness. A river that wasn't on the ground, but instead flowed into the emptiness. It was truly shocking. Everyone stared blankly at the river, somewhat dazed. They couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the world. The heaven-piercing battleship sailed along the Yellow Springs River into the emptiness. They looked around and found that they were surrounded by a dark void. The Yellow Springs River was like a passageway that led to an unknown destination. At this point, all the Grand Elders were in high spirits. According to the ancient records, the Yellow Springs River would pass through the battlefield between the Taiching Heaven Domain and the Hunyuan Heaven Domain. They had to concentrate and seize a fleeting opportunity to rush out. Time passed day by day. They didn't know how far they had traveled in the dark. It was silent, as if it was eternal. "Look, what's that?" Someone suddenly exclaimed and looked ahead in surprise. The others also looked over. "That's..." At one glance, Lu Ming was taken aback. His eyes widened involuntarily. In front of the Yellow Springs River, an unknown distance away, was a huge mountain. The mountain loomed in front of them, but no one could be mistaken. It was really a huge mountain. A huge mountain actually appeared on the Yellow Springs River. "I've never heard of it before," an elder exclaimed. He was a Grand Elder of the Body Cultivation sect, but he had never heard of such a thing. There was no such thing in the rumors about the Yellow Springs River in the past. There was a huge mountain on the Yellow Springs River. The heaven-piercing battleship kept moving forward, but the huge mountain still hovered in front of them. It didn't seem to be closing the distance at all. Could that be the end of the Yellow Springs? Someone muttered to himself. The others were shocked. The end of the Yellow Springs was a huge mountain? This sounded really inconceivable. We're here. A grand elder roared. His blood surged as he threw a punch at the space to his right. The power of this punch was shockingly strong. When the punch was thrown out, the space exploded continuously as if it was made of paper. At the same time, the other supreme elders also made their moves, continuously blasting in that direction. With so many experts attacking at the same time, the power was terrifying. The space was completely torn apart, allowing them to see the situation outside. Outside was a land of deathly stillness. Battlefield, it's that battlefield. Lu Ming was overjoyed. He could tell that it was the battlefield between the Taiching Heavenly Domain and the Hunyuan Heavenly Domain. The Yellow Springs River would indeed pass by the battlefield between the Taiching and Hunyuan Heavenly Domains. The space between here and the battlefield was very thin, and several Grand Elders had forcibly blasted it apart. Let's go! A Grand Elder piloted the heaven-piercing battleship towards the spatial gap. The spatial gap was closing on its own. The other Grand Elders continued to bombard the battleship to open the spatial gap. Rumble! The heaven-piercing battleship successfully left the Yellow Springs River and charged towards the spatial gap. Soon after, the heaven-piercing battleship rushed out of the spatial gap with a rumble and landed on a piece of land, kicking up a cloud of dust. We're back! Lu Ming carefully sensed his surroundings, and his face lit up with joy. This was definitely the battlefield. After taking a big detour, Lu Ming had returned to the battlefield again, and he had brought back a large group of experts. With the addition of this group of body cultivators, 2 world cities' strength would increase significantly. Little brother Lu Ming will follow you from now on. Chapter 23:12. Everyone's gaze was on Lu Ming. None of them had been to the Grand Pure Sky Domain or the battlefield before. Naturally, they had to rely on Lu Ming. Seniors, please follow me. Lu Ming identified the direction and headed toward the 2-world city. The others followed Lu Ming. The battlefield they were in was not the Void Emperor battlefield, the True Emperor battlefield, or the Great Emperor battlefield. It was just an ordinary battlefield. The auras of the large group were too powerful. They charged through the void with shocking power. Along the way, when the foreign races encountered them, their expressions changed drastically. They turned around and ran, but they were killed by the archaic physique cultivators with a single punch. They encountered several waves of foreign races, but they were all killed by the archaic physique cultivators. Now, the archaic physique cultivators were furious. They had lost their homes and ancestral lands because of the foreign races. Naturally, they were furious. Not long after, the 2-world city finally appeared in front of them. When Lu Ming and the others approached the 2-world city, the deafening sound of war drums could be heard. On the city walls, light shone and figures appeared one after another. Obviously, the experts on the 2-world city had noticed them. However, there were too many of them and many of their auras were too strong. Naturally, the 2-world city was alerted. Everyone, we're on the same side. We're from the heavenly realm. Someone shouted. Who are you? A voice came from the 2-world city. At that moment, the people on the 2-world city were also very surprised. Although there were many heavenly realm beings on the battlefield outside the 2-world city, there were not so many of them. Moreover, some of their auras were shockingly strong. Moreover, they were unfamiliar and had never seen them before. That was shocking. Everyone, I'm Lu Ming. At that moment, Lu Ming walked out and said loudly, What? Lu Ming? The people on the 2-world city were obviously shocked. Isn't Lu Ming dead? He's here again. Could it be that he's not dead and the rumors are wrong? Then who are those people beside him? For a moment, there was a lot of discussion on the 2-world city. Everyone, these are our people. Open the formation and let us in. Lu Ming shouted. Lu Ming, it's fine for you to come in, but we need to report the others. We can't afford to let so many experts into the city rashly. If something happens, we won't be able to bear the consequences. A tall and sturdy man spoke. I'll take responsibility. At this moment, a voice came from Two World City. As soon as the voice was heard, a few figures appeared on top of Two World City. The one in the lead was precisely Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu looked at Lu Ming with a look of great joy on his face. They are all humans or divine beasts from the heaven realm. They are definitely not from a foreign race. Open the formation and let them in. Celestial the Archhengyu said. The others obeyed. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu was a heavenly emperor. Moreover, he was not an ordinary heavenly emperor. His battle prowess was extremely strong, second only to heavenly venerables. When he spoke, no one dared to disobey. Not long after, the light barrier outside Two Realm City rippled, and a huge gap appeared. Go in. Lu Ming took the lead and rushed in. The others followed and rushed in one after another. Not long after, everyone entered Two World City. The light barrier outside Two World City closed up again. Ah, Lu Ming, I knew that you were fine. Back then, there were rumors that you died, but I didn't believe it at all. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu walked over and laughed loudly, very happy. Following that, his gaze looked at the primordial body cultivators, Ren Chan, and the rest, and asked, Lu Ming, who are they? Heavenly Emperor Hengyu was very shocked in his heart, because some of them made his heart palpitate, having a powerful pressure. And these people, he had never seen them before at all. This made him rather shocked and curious. They are from the Myriad Spirit Sky region. These are the primordial body cultivator lineage. Lu Ming gave a simple introduction. At the same time, he briefly recounted his experience. Primordial body cultivator lineage. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu's pupils constricted sharply a few times. Then he cupped his fists at the primordial body cultivator grand elders and said, I'm Hengyu. Greetings, fellow Taoists. You're too polite. The old man of the primordial body cultivator also nodded politely. Lu Ming, I really didn't expect that. Back then, there were rumors that you had fallen. I didn't expect that you actually ran to the Myriad Spirit Sky region. It's really strange. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu sighed. Senior Hengyu, were the people who said that I had fallen from the Lan and Yen family? Lu Ming asked, a trace of cold light flashing in his eyes. That's right. They also said that you were the one who killed the fellow Taoists of the heavenly realm to seek treasures. They bumped into you and wanted to take you down, but accidentally rushed into a broken small world. In the end, that small world collapsed. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said, the Lan and Yen families are really shameless. They clearly wanted to kill me and seize my indestructible ancient scripture. The people of the heavenly realm were also killed by them and they framed it on me. Lu Ming's voice was very cold. When he thought of Bai Tai dying because of him, Lu Ming was filled with murderous intent. I knew it. As expected, the Lan and Yen families are very good. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu was furious after hearing that. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Since I've returned this time, I must take revenge. I'll go to the Lan and Yen families now. Lu Ming said coldly. Even if it was not for other reasons, he must avenge Bai Tai. He would not let any of those who killed him go. Lu Ming, the Lan and Yen families are not in the Two World City now. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. Not in the Two World City? Lu Ming was puzzled. That's right. The Lan and Yen families' headquarters are not in the Two World City, but in the central region of the Grand Pure Sky domain. The Two World City is only their base. In the past 2 years, the foreign races have stopped attacking, so there are fewer battles. Therefore, some of the experts of the Lan and Yen families are not there. In addition, the Lan family's genius, Lan Xia, is about to marry Xin Yuan Yi and hold a big banquet. Countless experts are gathered in the central region of the Grand Pure Sky domain. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu explained. Lan Xia and Xin Yuan Yi are 2 of the 9 absolutes. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. He had heard of these 2 names before. They were 2 of the 9 absolutes of the younger generation in the heaven domain. They were peerless geniuses. Especially Xin Yuan Yi, who was ranked 2nd among the 9 absolutes. Many people said that he had the chance to become the first of the 9 absolutes and stand at the peak of the younger generation in the Tianyuan domain. Lan Xia is the genius of the Lan family. She's Blue Cloud's sister. This time, her marriage with Xinyuan Yi is a strong alliance and has attracted everyone's attention. I heard that the Lan family has invited most of the Heaven Domain's geniuses. There will be a grand banquet. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said. When is their wedding day? Lu Ming asked. Chapter 23:13. Half a month later? Just nice, I'll make a trip. The price that the Lan family and the Yen family have to pay will eventually have to be paid. Lu Ming muttered, his voice getting colder and colder. Lu Ming, don't act rashly. The Lan family is definitely not something ordinary factions can compare to. The Lan family is an extremely ancient family with deep foundations and experts as common as clouds. Not only is there only one heavenly emperor in Lan City, it is said that the Lan family also has an old ancestor who is a peerless 4-star heavenly emperor realm powerhouse. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said with a somewhat solemn expression. But Lu Ming's eyes were firm, unmoved. In addition, the Lan family has existed for countless years and is on good terms with many major factions. For example, the Yen family. The Yen family is just an ordinary powerful faction with a heavenly emperor holding down the fort. They have a marriage alliance with the Lan family. The two families are very close. In addition, there are also many factions similar to the Yen family who are on good terms with the Lan family. This time, they will all rush over. If you go over rashly, I'm afraid you will suffer a great loss. Therefore, if you want to go, you must be careful. If you really want to go, I'll accompany you. However, the other heavenly emperors of the primordial realm have to guard 2 World City. I'm afraid they can't leave. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu explained the Lan family's power structure and general strength to Lu Ming. However, seeing Lu Ming's firm gaze, he knew that Lu Ming had already made up his mind, so he agreed to accompany Lu Ming. Many thanks, Senior Hengyu. Lu Ming thanked him and said, if I want to go, I naturally have to be confident. Finished speaking, he walked towards the primordial body cultivator grand elders and said with cupped fists, Seniors, this junior has something that I would like to ask the seniors for help with. If there's anything that you need us old bones for, just say the word. An old man laughed, very forthright. I would like to invite the seniors to follow me to a place. Lu Ming told them about going to the Lan family. No problem. The grand elders of the Archean body cultivators all agreed. Ever since Lu Ming had displayed his exceptional talent in body cultivation, they had regarded Lu Ming with great importance. Moreover, it was all thanks to Lu Ming that they were able to enter the 2-realm city. Since Lu Ming was in trouble, they naturally had to help. Heavenly Ruler Hengyu also smiled. He knew very well that these old men were very scary. With their help, their chances of success would be much higher. Lu Ming, let me arrange a place for them to stay first. Celestial Emperor Hengyu said. Senior Hengyu, is there a spacious place with no one around? This time, quite a number of body cultivators have come. They are all in our small world. Lu Ming said. Oh, how many people? Celestial Emperor Hengyu asked. About 30 billion people. Lu Ming said. Oh, only 30 billion? That's easy. Not far from 2-realm city, there's a vast and uninhabited mountain range. It's enough for them to live there. Heavenly Ruler Hengyu thought for a moment and thought of a place. 30 billion people seemed to be a lot, but it was just a drop in the ocean compared to the vast and boundless territory of the Grand Pure Sky Domain. The population of the Grand Pure Sky Domain was simply uncountable. Any small territory had more than tens of billions of people. Not long after, they set off and arrived at a vast and boundless mountain range. This mountain range spanned millions of miles. It could easily accommodate 30 billion people. Immediately, Lu Ming and the rest had people from small worlds. With a thought, a large number of people appeared in this mountain range. Following that, some primordial body cultivator powerhouses went up to make arrangements. Everyone chopped wood, moved stone, and repaired houses. Most primordial body cultivators were incomparably strong. Doing these things was simply too easy. They believed that in less than a few days, they would be able to completely settle down here. Ren-chan and the rest also chose a place and settled down. Their eyes were filled with sadness. Their small world had a large population to begin with, but now, not many of them had come together. Many of them had died in battle. Especially some of the top experts, they did not come here. Lu Ming discussed with Heavenly Ruler Heng Yu they all, planning to go to the Lan family after a few more days. It would not be too late. Lu Ming returned to Two World City and met with Mulins. Seeing Lu Ming, Mulins was naturally overjoyed. The two people caught up for a while. Lu Ming returned to his residence, planning on having a good rest. I wonder if I can contact the Chaos Hall now? Lu Ming thought of the Chaos Hall again. Thinking up to here, Lu Ming took out the Chaos Essence token. He did not expect that the moment he tried this time, the Chaos Essence token actually had activity. Lu Ming was overjoyed and poured world power into it. Buzz. The Chaos Essence token started vibrating. Then, a light pillar appeared, enveloping Lu Ming inside. Following that, Lu Ming's figure disappeared from where he was. Lu Ming seemed to be traveling through the void. That feeling was like taking a super long-distance teleportation formation. Not long after, Lu Ming came to a large hall. It was the Chaos Hall. The moment Lu Ming appeared, light flashed in the Chaos Hall. There were a total of 9 figures, emitting different colors from their bodies. 2E Gold E. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. Greetings, young master. 2E Gold E, and the rest bowed to Lu Ming. Seniors, there's no need to be so polite. Lu Ming hurriedly waved his hand. Young master has already defeated the son of primal chaos, Yuan Exint. Moreover, you have broken through to the Emperor realm using many different types of laws, and have even mastered many different types of supreme laws. Such talent is unprecedented. From now on, you will be the master of Primal Chaos Palace, and also our young master. 2E said with a serious face. You have heard of me? Lu Ming asked curiously. Of course, the Chaos Hall is in the Taiching Celestial Domain. Young master's name has spread throughout the Taiching Celestial Domain. Of course we have heard of you. 2E said with a smile. The Chaos Hall is in the Taiching Celestial Domain? Then why couldn't I contact you before? Lu Ming asked curiously. It was not difficult to guess that the Chaos Hall was in the Taiching Celestial Domain. Back then, he could directly enter the Chaos Hall from Yunlu. It was not difficult to guess that the Chaos Hall was in the Taiching Celestial Domain. That was because the Taiching Celestial Domain was connected to Yunlu. The Hunyuan sect was probably in the Taiching Celestial Domain too. Lu Ming was curious why he could not contact 2E and the rest before, but now he could. Young master, there are 2 battlefields in the Taiching Celestial Domain. The Chaos Hall is near one of the battlefields. More than 10 years ago, the foreign tribes suddenly invaded and a fierce battle broke out in that battlefield. We brought the Chaos Hall to join the battle and cut off the outside world. That's why you could not contact us. 2E explained. The other 8 nodded their heads in agreement. Lu Ming was enlightened. So that was the reason. Recently, the foreign tribes did not invade. Therefore, Lu Ming could contact 2E and the rest again. Seniors, I would like to ask about the Chaos Scripture, Lu Ming asked. The Chaos Scripture in his hand seemed to be incomplete. Young master, the Chaos Scripture in your hand is indeed incomplete. It only has the part before you became a martial emperor. The part after you became a martial emperor was supposed to be given to you after you became a martial emperor. Now that you have become a martial emperor and reached the true martial emperor level, it is natural that you have it. Young master, please follow me. Chapter 23:14. In the secret chamber, there was a figure sitting cross-legged in the air. It was the figure of the Chaos Emperor. As soon as Lu Ming entered, the figure turned into a ray of light and rushed into Lu Ming's glabella. Suddenly, a piece of information appeared in Lu Ming's mind. Chaos Scripture. Lu Ming whispered. This piece of information was the latter part of the Chaos Scripture. It recorded the deduction laws of the Chaos Scripture, a series of divine abilities, and the combination of various laws. Among them, the law of chaos was the main one. Lu Ming sat cross-legged and carefully comprehended it. The Chaos Scripture contains 18 types of laws, similar to the indestructible ancient scripture. Unfortunately, it's only based on one type of law of chaos, so it's not suitable for me. However, there are many things in it that I can learn from. Lu Ming pondered. The Chaos Scripture contained 18 types of laws. Among these 18 types of laws, Lu Ming only had 4 of them. In the future, if Lu Ming wanted to master more laws, he could use the Chaos Scripture to deduce other laws. That way, it would be faster than comprehending them alone. In addition, Lu Ming could also try to cultivate some of the divine abilities to increase Lu Ming's means of fighting against enemies. Of course, Lu Ming's main cultivation direction still depended on himself to comprehend and explore. After all, he had mastered many types of supreme laws. If he wanted to unleash the strongest power of these laws, he had to rely on himself to explore. After all, since ancient times, no one had mastered many types of supreme laws at the same time. A day later, Lu Ming stopped comprehending. He was not in a hurry now. When he had time in the future, he would choose a few divine abilities to cultivate. Lu Ming returned to the main hall. 2E and the other 8 were waiting there. 2E, what are your cultivation bases? Lu Ming asked curiously. The 9 of us belong to 9 different elements and are all in the Heavenly Emperor realm. 2E replied. Heavenly Emperor? Lu Ming began to nod subconsciously, but he immediately reacted and his mouth opened wide. He was dumbfounded. Earth 1, Gold 1, Wood 1, there was a total of 9 people and all of them were puppets. In the past, Lu Ming thought that 2E and the rest might be at the Heavenly Emperor realm or even peak Heavenly Emperors. However, he did not expect them to be at the Heavenly Emperor realm. 9 Heavenly Emperors, what kind of terrifying power was this? The Primal Chaos Palace was only one of the 9 great palaces of the Primal Chaos sect. Even if the Primal Chaos Emperor's strength was exceedingly high, the fact that there were 9 Heavenly Emperor realm puppets under him was enough to shock people. From this, it could be seen how amazing the strength of the Hunyuan sect was at its peak. Good, very good. Lu Ming was delighted. With the help of 2E and the others, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. Primal Chaos Palace, is there anyone else other than you? Lu Ming asked again. Yes, but they are all puppets. There are 1,000 of our 9 elements. Their names are from 1 to 1,000, from the Martial Emperor realm to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Didao. Lu Ming nodded. Previously, 2E had sent Tu Qian to follow him to the Divine Wilderness Continent. Until now, Tu Qian was still guarding the Divine Wilderness Continent. Seniors, I'll go back first. I have something that I need your help with. In a few days, I'll be going to the Lan family in the central region of the Taiching Sky Domain. Lu Ming told them about the Lan family and asked 2E and the others to help him. 2E and the others naturally agreed. Lu Ming was overjoyed. With 2E and the others' help, this time, he would definitely make the Lan family pay the price. Then, a force enveloped him. Not long after, Lu Ming returned to his original place. It seems like there's a formation similar to a teleportation formation on the Primal Chaos token. As long as it's activated, the teleportation formation on it will be activated. Lu Ming thought. In the next few days, Lu Ming did not cultivate and had a good rest. A few days later, Lu Ming, Heavenly the Archheng and the 4 supreme elders of the primordial physique cultivators headed to the central region of the Taiching Sky Domain with Lu Ming. The Taiching Sky Domain was vast and boundless. It was not smaller than the entire Yuan continent and was roughly divided into 5 regions: East, South, West, North, and Central. The Lan family was in the central region. Heavenly the Archheng led Lu Ming. With the speed of a Heavenly the Arch, they arrived at Blue Moon City where the Lan family was located in a few hours. Blue Moon City was an ancient giant city that completely belonged to the Lan family. This was the headquarters of the Lan family. The Lan family had been here for countless years. During this period, Blue Moon City was unusually lively. It was simply a sea of people. The marriage of the Lan family's genius daughter to the second-ranked genius of the 9 absolutes was a big event. Moreover, it was said that the Lan family had invited a large number of geniuses. Many people guessed that there would be a grand event and naturally came to watch the fun. Heavenly the Archheng and the others concealed their auras and walked into Blue Moon City like a few ordinary people. They found an inn and inquired about the news. This time, there are so many geniuses here. Most of the famous geniuses from the Heaven Domain and the Yuan realm are here. The Lan family actually has such great influence to be able to invite so many geniuses here? Someone raised a question. What do you know? There hasn't been a grand event in the Heaven Domain for a long time. Ever since the selection of the 9 absolutes more than 10 years ago, some of the top geniuses haven't clashed with each other. This time, they can take advantage of this opportunity to compete with each other. Moreover, I heard that the Lan family has paid a huge price this time. If anyone can get first place this time, the Lan family will take out 100 Chaos Stones as a reward. What? 100 Chaos Stones? What a huge sum. Many people were shocked. The Lan family actually wanted to take out 100 Chaos Stones as a reward for the first place. This was definitely a huge sum. Back then, outside Two World City, Lu Ming had taken down the other party's prince in exchange for 100 Chaos Stones. The Lan family has really put in a lot of effort. Could it be that the Lan family wants to push Xianyuan Yi to the throne of first place? That's right. Xianyuan Yi is ambitious and has long wanted to challenge Lin Xiaofeng and take the throne of first place. This time, Xianyuan Yi most likely wants to take advantage of this opportunity to defeat Lin Xiaofeng. This way, the 100 Chaos Stones won't be wasted, and Xianyuan Yi's reputation will be pushed to the peak. The Lan family has a good plan, but aren't they afraid that Xianyuan Yi won't be able to defeat Lin Xiaofeng and will be defeated by him? If that's the case, they'll suffer a double loss. Therefore, this time, there will most likely be a showdown between the top geniuses. That's why so many people have rushed over and attracted a large number of geniuses here. In the restaurant, many people were drinking and chatting loudly. Lu Ming and the others had received a lot of news. 100 Chaos Stones, we can't miss it. There was a glint in Lu Ming's eyes and he revealed a smile. It seemed that there would be additional rewards this time. Seniors, it seems that we don't have to rush to their door. Let's get the 100 Chaos Stones first. Lu Ming said with a smile. They drank for a while, then left the place and found a restaurant to stay. Time passed day by day. Soon, it was the day of Lan Xia and Xianyuan Yi's wedding. Chapter 23:15. With Lu Ming's current cultivation, when he used the divine breath technique, great emperors couldn't see through him at all. Even heavenly emperors could only see through Lu Ming's disguise, but they couldn't see through Lu Ming's true appearance. Lu Ming didn't plan to reveal his true body from the start. If Lu Ming revealed his true body from the start, the Lan family definitely wouldn't let him get the 100 Chaos Stones. He would change his identity first and get the Chaos Stones first. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu went first, followed by him and a few body cultivator grand elders. Not long after, Lu Ming and the others came to a square. This square was hundreds of miles long and wide, but at this time, the square was already filled with banquets. Many people were sitting casually at the banquets. Look, that's the prodigy area. There were people chatting on the side. Lu Ming looked over and found that there was an area north of the square where many young prodigies were sitting. Long Chen, Huang Ling, Desolate Force, and Bubbles. Lu Ming looked around and saw many familiar faces. Lu Ming was overjoyed. Other than Bubbles, he hadn't seen anyone else for many years. However, now wasn't the time to reminisce. It wouldn't be too late to reminisce after this matter. At the same time, Lu Ming also saw others. For example, Heng Xinghe, Yuanxin, Bao De, Xie Tianming. Most of the top prodigies of the primordial realm were here. The others were all prodigies from the heaven realm. For example, those prodigies who followed Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin to the primordial realm during the Battle of the 10 Earths were also among them. At this time, Lu Ming realized that there were countless banquets in this square, and they were also divided into many different areas. The area where they were sitting was just an ordinary area. Lu Ming didn't care and waited quietly. Look, it's Xian Wu Lin of the 9 Absolutes. And Fu Lu. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Lu Ming looked towards the sky. A few figures walked over in the air. full of arrogance. They looked down from above and glanced at the crowd, then landed in the area of the young prodigies. Among them, Lu Ming had seen a few before. Xian Wu Lin, the bald youth, Fu Lu, they were all prodigies of the 9 absolutes. Their talents were amazing, and their future achievements were unimaginable. It's Lin Xiaofeng is really here. Immediately after, there was an even louder uproar. The whole place was in an uproar. Almost everyone's eyes were looking at a young man in the sky. Lin Xiaofeng was ranked first among the 9 absolutes. In the past, he was the strongest genius in the heaven realm. He stood at the peak of countless geniuses and was invincible. He was also the opponent's. Lin Xiaofeng, dressed in black and carrying a long saber on his back, landed in the area of the younger generation with a cold expression. Lin's brother. Many prodigies. Lin's. T-test battle determine. More than a decade ago, the two had clashed and launched a peak battle. In the end, Lin defeated Shen Yuanyi. Shen Yuanyi had always wanted to defeat Lin to prove that he was the best in the world. This time, the Lan family had mobilized so many people and really took out 100 chaos stones to push Shen Yuanyi to the top. They were very confident. Therefore, many people wanted to know who would emerge victorious in this confrontation. The Yan family's celestial emperor has arrived. The Luo family's celestial emperor has arrived. The Boundless Palace's palace master has arrived. At this moment, voices spread throughout the place. Everyone quieted down. The celestial emperors. In the sky, one figure after another came. In the east, the Yan family's celestial emperor led the Yan family's experts here. In the west, the Luo family's celestial emperor led the Luo family's experts here. These celestial emperors and the experts who followed them descended in the northernmost area. That was the VIP area. Only those with noble status could sit there. These forces were all on good terms with the Lan family. For example, the Yan family and the Luo family were all related to the Lan family by marriage. After that, powerful forces continued to descend. Some forces even had celestial emperors descend. During this period of time, the foreign races retreated and did not attack. That was why these celestial emperors had time to come here. Thank you for coming. I'm sorry for not coming out to meet you. At this moment, a loud laugh was heard. Then, a group of people flew over from the depths of Blue Moon City. The person in the lead was the Lan family's head, the celestial emperor powerhouse, Lan Cheng. Behind Lan Cheng followed a large number of Lan family powerhouses. Among them, Blue Cloud was among them. And beside Lan Cheng, a young man and woman followed, attracting the attention of many people. Because these two people were today's protagonists, 2 of the 9 absolutes, Lan Xia and Shen Yuanyi. Brother Lan, congratulations. Congratulations to the Lan family for getting a son-in-law. The Yan family's celestial emperor and the others got up to congratulate, their faces full of smiles. Thank you. Everyone, please take a seat. Lan Cheng waved his hand. Today, my Lan family's prodigy, Lan Xia, is getting married to Shen Yuanyi. You don't have to be polite, eat and drink to your heart's content. Lan Cheng said with a smile. Immediately, countless people flew out and placed wine and dishes on all the tables. Then, it was time for the wedding ceremony. Everyone waited patiently. They all knew that after the ceremony, it would be the main event. Soon, the ceremony was over. Lan Cheng got up, faced everyone and said, "This time, thank you for coming, especially the prodigies of the younger generation. Most of them are here. Why don't we take this opportunity to exchange pointers with everyone, and let us old guys also see the glory of the younger generation? How about it?" That's great. Since the battle more than 10 years ago, many prodigies have rarely fought, and have been cultivating hard. Today is a good time to see the results of their cultivation. Now is the golden age, prodigies have gathered, and now with the addition of the prodigies from the Yuan realm, the real stars are shining brightly. Many people nodded, revealing a look of anticipation. Those young prodigies also sized each other up, and a faint fighting spirit spread out. For example, Xianyuan Yi's gaze fell on Lin Xiaofeng, and the powerful fighting spirit was not concealed. In his eyes, only one Lin Xiaofeng was worthy of him fighting. This time, the Lan family will also offer some prizes. As a reward, the Lan family will offer 100 Chaos Stones as a reward to the person who comes in first place. No matter who wins first place, my Lan family will never go back on our words. Lan Cheng continued, and his voice spread throughout the entire venue. Lin Xiaofeng's eyes were filled with a bright light. This time, he was here for 100 Chaos Stones. Who wouldn't be tempted by 100 Chaos Stones? However, the other prodigies sighed. They understood that they were destined to not be able to get the 100 Chaos Stones. With Lin Xiaofeng and Xianyuan Yi around, it was impossible for them to get first place. Chapter 23:16. Everyone looked around with different thoughts in their minds. Senior, what are the rules of this competition? Someone asked. There are no rules. If any of you want to fight, you can come up here and challenge whoever you want to spar with. There are no rules. You are free to fight. Lan Cheng explained with a smile. He then waved his hand and a huge battle stage appeared in the middle of the square. There were no banquets in the middle of the square. It was obvious that it was for sparring. Now who will go up first? Lan Cheng asked again. Then let me throw a brick to attract the jade first. A voice sounded. Then, a young man in a white shirt rushed up to the battle stage. The young man looked at the younger generation area and said, Fang Han, come up and fight. I'm not afraid of you. The person who was challenged shouted and rushed up to the battle stage. Without saying anything, the two of them fought fiercely. The two of them were just ordinary sky prides. They were not top sky prides because they had not mastered the strongest laws. The laws that they had mastered were kingly laws. Both of them were in the empty emperor realm. They exchanged blows and the battle was extremely intense. The two of them exchanged more than 100 blows. In the end, the young man in a white shirt who went up to the battle stage was more skilled and won. Next, the battles continued. However, those who fought at the beginning were all ordinary sky prides. The sky prides who had mastered the strongest laws did not fight. Not long after, Lu Ming saw Long Chen, Huang Li, Huang Ling and the rest challenging others. Long Chen, Huang Ling and the rest had not comprehended the strongest laws. They had only comprehended the kingly laws. After so many years, their strength had improved greatly. They had mastered 3 to 4 kingly laws and their cultivation had reached the level of a 4-star empty emperor. If one was not an innate firmament child, it would not be easy for one to comprehend a strongest law after advancing to martial emperor. The difficulty was extremely high. However, as long as Long Chen, Huang Ling and the rest had not become great emperors, they would have the chance to comprehend the strongest laws. Around the square, many big shots were drinking and chatting as they watched with interest. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. After 3 days, almost all the ordinary sky prides had fought. Finally, the sky prides who had mastered the strongest laws went up to fight. Many people immediately perked up and watched carefully. The battle between the top geniuses was undoubtedly more exciting. At the same level of cultivation, the combat power of the top geniuses was stronger than that of the ordinary geniuses. Lu Ming saw Blue Cloud, Yan Shi, and Stellar River make their moves. Their talents were definitely top-notch, and they all defeated their opponents one by one. This was especially true for Heng Xinghe. He had challenged several people consecutively and won every single one of them. However, Lu Ming did not make a move. His goal was 100 Chaos Gems. It was useless to make a move now. All he had to do was wait until the end. Boom! Suddenly, a tall and sturdy figure rushed onto the fighting ring. His entire body was pitch black, like an iron tower. Baoda. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. After so many years, Baoda had become many times stronger. The muscles all over his body were bulging, filled with explosive power. Physique cultivator. I didn't expect there to be a physique cultivator prodigy outside. Beside Lu Ming, several Archean body cultivators were immediately intrigued. They stared curiously at Baoda, sizing him up. Baoda was like a barbaric dragon. Finally, his gaze swept towards a gray-robed youth. "You, come up and fight." Baoda's voice reverberated throughout the entire arena. The gray-robed youth was the one who had followed Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin to the primordial realm. Moreover, he also cultivated the Archean cultivation system. Back then, the gray-robed youth had challenged Baoda, Xieku, and the ancient devil alone. He had easily defeated them. Baoda had always been brooding over this. Now that he had cultivated for so many years and his strength had increased greatly, he naturally wanted to challenge the other party and get back at them. The gray-robed youth rushed onto the fighting ring. "This time, I will defeat you alone." Baoda's eyes were filled with ferocity. He was like a giant beast, and his aura was extremely terrifying. "Make your move." The gray-robed youth spoke as a powerful aura erupted from his body. Boom! The two of them moved at the same time and collided fiercely. An earth-shattering explosion erupted on the fighting ring. Then, the two figures could not help but retreat continuously. The first move was a draw. Again! The two of them bombarded each other again. Many people were watching excitedly from all directions. Even some great emperors and heavenly emperors were watching seriously. This was because the two of them cultivated the Archean cultivation system. Baoda, an Archean physique cultivator. The gray-robed youth, an Archean martial artist. The two of them fought each other head-on. In the blink of an eye, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Over the years, Baoda was much stronger than before. He could actually fight with the gray-robed youth. It was difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. One had to know that the gray-robed youth could easily defeat them in the past. This reminded Lu Ming of Heavenly Emperor Kong Yin's words. Some of the top geniuses in the Yuan realm were not weaker than the geniuses in the heavenly realm. However, due to limited resources, their cultivation was weaker, and their combat strength was far inferior to the geniuses in the heavenly realm. But now, the geniuses in the Yuan realm had received the resources of the heavenly realm. In terms of cultivation, they had quickly caught up. Now, they could truly fight with the geniuses in the heavenly realm. This black kid is not bad. Next to Lu Ming, an Archean physique cultivator elder spoke, revealing a look of interest. He is indeed not bad. The physique cultivation technique he cultivates is not very advanced, but he has such achievements. He is indeed a peerless genius in physique cultivation. If he is properly trained, his achievements will be limitless. Another old man also spoke. Obviously, these elders had a strong interest in Baoda. In the battle ring, Baoda roared. Like a mad beast, his attacks were wild. In the end, he even ignored his own defense and attacked crazily, adopting a method of fighting that would cause both sides to suffer. This made the gray-robed youth's expression solemn. In the end, after exchanging a few blows with Baoda, he floated back and left the battle ring. "I'm not fighting anymore. I admit defeat," the gray-robed youth said, then returned to his seat. "Haha." Baoda grinned and laughed wildly. Finally, his gaze swept over some of the other youths. He still wanted to fight. "Baoda, that's enough. Now it's my turn." A voice rang out. Then, a figure rushed into the battle ring. It was Xieku. Baoda chuckled and left the battle ring. Then, Xieku challenged a genius from the heavenly realm. And he defeated his opponent. What are these people from the Yuan realm trying to do? Do they all want to challenge the geniuses from the heavenly realm? In the young genius area, a youth said coldly. The expressions of many geniuses from the heavenly realm changed slightly. Their eyes swept over the geniuses from the Yuan realm, such as Tian Ming, Yuan Xen, Bubbles, and the others. However, Tian Ming and Yuan Xen did not speak. Their eyes were fixed on the battle ring. Chapter 23:17. Next, the elder demon attacked and defeated another opponent. This made some of the geniuses from the heaven world look grim. Another figure rushed onto the fighting ring. Yuan Xen. Many people's eyes flickered, especially those who knew the inside story. In the primordial realm, Yuan Xen was the top genius, ranked third. Over the years, as the geniuses of the primordial realm continued to grow, their influence in the heaven world grew. Lu Ming had become an emperor with many different laws, which was unprecedented in history, shocking the heaven world. As for Tianming, Bubbles, and the others, their strength increased rapidly, and their reputation among the younger generation of the heaven world grew. Naturally, more people went to the top of the primordial realm, and the results of the Battle of 10 Earths were exposed, and many people knew about it. Yuan Xen was ranked third in the primordial realm back then, behind Lu Ming and Tianming. His talent was absolutely amazing, and even in the heaven world, he was the top. Some people even thought that he might be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Jiuju in the future. Now, who was he going to challenge? Yuan Xion's gaze fell on Tianming. Tianming, come out and fight. Yuan Xion's voice sounded. Many people's eyes flickered, surprised. Many people thought that Yuan Xion would also challenge the geniuses of the heaven world, but he actually challenged Tianming. Back then, Yuan Xion was defeated by Tianming in the Battle of 10 Earths. He must want to challenge and defeat him. Indeed. Many people nodded. Tianming, dressed in white, was handsome and elegant, and attracted the attention of many young women. He stood up, took a step, and landed on the platform. Yuan Xen, you were no match for me back then, and now, you are even less of a match for me. Tianming faintly said, full of confidence in himself. Don't be so full of yourself. Today, I will defeat you and prove that I am stronger than you. It's a pity that Lu Ming is dead. Otherwise, I would also defeat him and prove to everyone who is the top genius of the primordial realm. Yuan Xen said, his eyes flashing with a strong desire to fight. His ambition was higher than the sky, but he could only get third place in the Battle of 10 Earths. He was not satisfied, and wanted to regain the throne of the primordial realm. Make your move. Tianming said lightly, his expression calm and indifferent, as if he did not take Yuan Xion's words to heart. Boom. Yuan Xion released a powerful aura. It was much stronger than when he fought Lu Ming in the Alcade ancient city. There were 4 different types of laws on his body that rushed toward Tianming. The 4 different types of laws, led by the law of primal chaos, formed a terrifying mystique. Boom! Yuan Xen punched out, and numerous chaos mountains came crashing down on Tianming. Dazzling white light emanated from Tianming's body. He pointed a finger and a beam of light shot toward the mountains. Boom! 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 Tianming's mountain crumbled and exploded one after another. Defeat! Then, Tianming took a step forward and pressed down with his finger. Boom! A terrifying pressure pressed down on Yuan Xen. At the same time, a dazzling radiance spread towards Yuan Xen like a stormy sea. This was also a terrifying divine ability. It was based on the laws of destiny, and when combined with other laws, it was shockingly powerful. Yuan Xen let out a roar as he unleashed his strength to the limit and attacked crazily. However, his attacks crumbled and disintegrated under the radiance of Tianming's finger. Finally, the radiance hit Yuan Xen. Yuan Xion's body shook violently as he spat out large mouthfuls of blood and was sent flying out of the arena. The scene suddenly fell silent. Many people looked at Tianming in shock, especially the geniuses from the Yuan realm. They were the most surprised. Tianming's strength was too terrifying. He had defeated Yuan Xion in just a few moves. Back in the Yuan realm's Battle of the 10 Lands, Tianming had to use many moves to defeat Yuan Xen. He even had to use his ultimate move to defeat him. But now, he had defeated Yuan Xion so easily. Clearly, Tianming's progress over the years had far surpassed Yuan Xion's. No, this is impossible. Standing in the air, Yuan Xion's face was blank. He could not accept all this. This time, he had wanted to defeat Tianming and prove to everyone that he was the #1 in the primordial realm. However, in the end he had suffered a crushing defeat. Furthermore, it had only been a few moves, and it had been an extremely miserable defeat. The difference in strength between him and Tianming was too great. Yuan Xen, you're too weak. Tianming said lightly. His words made Yuan Xen spit out another mouthful of blood as his body swayed. Then, Tianming no longer looked at him and swept his gaze over the other young geniuses. When Tianming's gaze swept over them, except for Jiuju, the other young geniuses' expressions changed. From the way he attacked just now, Tianming's strength was simply unfathomable. No one knew what level he had reached. Who was he going to challenge next? Finally, Tianming's gaze fell on one of the young geniuses. Oh Yebing. He had always been known as the strongest Void Emperor among the younger generation of the Celestial Realm. Of course, ever since Lu Ming's rise, he was no longer the strongest Void Emperor. Back then, when Lu Ming became an emperor, he defeated him with one move. Was Tianming going to challenge Oh Yebing? Oh Yebing, come out and fight. As expected, Tianming's voice rang out. You overestimate yourself. Oh Yebing said coldly as he stepped out and appeared on the arena. A ray of sharpness flashed in his eyes with a trace of ferocity. Back then, he had suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Lu Ming, and his reputation had been greatly reduced. Therefore, he didn't have a good impression of geniuses from the Yuan realm like Lu Ming. Now, Tianming wanted to challenge him again. He would teach him an unforgettable lesson. Bang! Tianming took a step forward, and his body erupted with an astonishing light that was incomparably dazzling. Then he pointed a finger, and a dazzling light suppressed Oh Yebing. Divine Weapon Seal Art. Oh Yebing shouted as his hands quickly formed seals. A huge pagoda condensed and suppressed Tianming. Boom! The huge pagoda and the light from Tianming's finger collided, and a shocking explosion erupted. Then, the huge pagoda condensed by Oh Yebing shook violently, and it was covered with cracks. Oh Yebing's expression changed as his hands quickly formed seals. A vase appeared, and a large amount of sword chi spewed out of the vase. Then, a warblade appeared and slashed at Tianming. River of Destiny. At this time, Tianming used his ultimate move, the River of Destiny. He stood in the River of Destiny as if he was immortal and controlled destiny. Tianming's move was much stronger than it had been in the past. Back then, it was only a type of destiny law, but now, other laws were added, and its power was astonishing. Boom, boom, boom. Tianming and Oh Yebing were engaged in an intense battle. Chapter 23:18. In the blink of an eye, Tianming and Oh Yebing had exchanged dozens of blows. At this time, Tianming actually began to gain the upper hand. Tianming's battle strength is terrifying. He can actually suppress Oh Yebing. Many people were shocked. One had to know that Oh Yebing was the strongest Void Emperor among the younger generation of the Celestial World. Although he was defeated by Lu Ming, it was only because Lu Ming was too abnormal, not because Oh Yebing was weak. But now, Tianming could actually suppress Oh Yebing. Tianming is worthy of being the second-ranked genius of the primordial realm. His talent is terrifying. Yes, if the primordial realm didn't have an even more abnormal Lu Ming, he would be invincible. Every one of the destiny laws is abnormal. Once they grow up, their achievements will be limitless. Discussions broke out in the surroundings. Many people sighed. Tianming's talent was terrifying. In the future, he would definitely be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the 9 absolutes, or even surpass some of them. But then, everyone thought of Lu Ming. Although Tianming was strong, he was still suppressed by Lu Ming. Everyone sighed. It wasn't that Tianming wasn't strong, but that Lu Ming was too abnormal and couldn't be understood with common sense. Oh Yebing roared. He was not reconciled to being suppressed by Tianming. He wanted to erupt with all his strength and attack crazily, wanting to turn the tables. He condensed all kinds of weapons and attacked Tianming. Unfortunately, these weapons exploded and crumbled under Tianming's attacks. Tianming became stronger and stronger as the battle went on, and his advantage continued to increase. He completely suppressed Oh Yebing. Bang! In the end, Oh Yebing was sent flying, vomiting blood as he was blasted out of the battle stage. Oh Yebing was defeated. The genius who was known as the strongest in the Void Emperor realm was defeated once again. What strength! The primordial realm really has a few geniuses. Apart from Lu Ming, Tianming should be the strongest in the Void Emperor realm. Yes, he's invincible among the Void Emperors. Many people discussed. Tianming's reputation had risen to the peak. Some of the 9 absolutes looked at Tianming with solemn eyes. Tianming would definitely be a great threat to them when he became a true emperor. However, Xin Yuan-yi and Lin Xiaofeng's eyes were calm, exuding strong confidence. Tianming didn't continue. He left the stage and returned to his seat. Now, it's time for the battle between the 9 aces. Many people thought to themselves and became more and more expectant. But at this moment, a petite figure appeared on the stage in a flash. That's a space-time spirit mouse. Many people's eyes flickered. Bubble. Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Bubbles was about to make a move. Lu Ming hadn't seen Bubbles fight for many years. He wanted to see how strong Bubbles was. The talents of the top 10 war beasts were absolutely astonishing. Now that they had received guidance from the Almighty of the Heaven Realm, their improvement would definitely be astonishing. Bubbles' gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Xinghe and Yuan Exin. The two of you come up here. I'll let you work together. Chirp chirp. Bubbles pouted, her crisp voice resounding throughout the entire arena. This guy really wants to challenge Stellar River and Yuan Exin. Lu Ming smiled. Both Stellar River and Yuan Exin had a grudge against Lu Ming and had always targeted Lu Ming. Bubbles naturally remembered that. Stellar River and Yuan Exin's faces turned ugly. A loser from back then. I alone am enough to deal with you. Why do I need 2 people? Yuan Exin said coldly and rushed onto the stage. You can't do it. I'll defeat you in 1 move. Yuan Exin curled her lips and revealed a look of disdain. Haha, defeat me in 1 move? What a joke. Yuan Exin laughed crazily. Bubbles actually said that she would defeat him in 1 move. Even Tianming couldn't do it. Who did she think she was? What a joke. You go first. I'll let you go first. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Chirp chirp. Bubbles said as if she didn't care about Yuan Exin at all. Yuan Exin was furious. Then I'll fulfill your wish. Yuan Exin shouted and rushed towards Bubbles. At the same time, he unleashed his strongest combat power. Facing the space-time spirit mouse, Yuan Exin didn't dare to be careless. He attacked with his strongest combat power. He was surrounded by all kinds of laws and charged towards Bubbles. However, when he was halfway there, his body stiffened in midair. The various laws that covered his body suddenly disappeared without a trace. Yuan Exin's face changed drastically. He roared and manipulated the laws again. However, the laws disappeared as soon as they appeared. Time laws, it's the time laws. Using the time laws to control the power of time and travel back to the moment when the opponent didn't manipulate the laws. Therefore, when Yuan Exin's laws appeared, they disappeared. How terrifying! Many people saw the trick and were shocked. This was already manipulating the power of time. Void Emperor was only able to do this, as expected of the space-time spirit mouse. At this moment, Bubbles appeared in front of Yuan Exin and kicked Yuan Exin's face. Yuan Exin's body was like a broken sandbag. He flew out of the stage and fell heavily on the ground. He vomited blood and his face was completely swollen. Defeated, Yuan Exin was defeated. Bubbles really only used 1 move. Many people were shocked. Bubbles' combat power was beyond their imagination. Tianming's eyes narrowed slightly. He looked at Bubbles with a grave expression. How useless! Bubbles muttered and stopped looking at Yuan Exin. This made Yuan Exin vomit another mouthful of blood. It was from anger. Yuan Exin had suffered a huge blow today. He originally wanted to defeat Tianming and avenge the humiliation back then. However, he was easily defeated by Tianming in the end. That was fine, but now he was defeated by Bubbles in 1 move. Bubbles was his defeated opponent back then, but now, she defeated him in 1 move. He couldn't accept it. Bubble ignored him and swept his gaze over the remaining youths. Those who were swept by his gaze all had a change in expression. Will she challenge Tianming? Many people thought so. However, in the end, Bubbles didn't challenge Tianming. Her gaze fell on Yebing. You, come out and fight. Bubbles pointed at Yebing. Yebing's face was gloomy. Bubbles actually challenged him? However, today, in the face of a challenge, he had to fight. He couldn't back down. Otherwise, his reputation would be completely ruined. He stepped out and landed on the stage. Although your space-time law is mysterious, It depends on who your opponent is. If your opponent's strength surpasses yours, your space-time law won't work. I'm not Yuan Xian. I'll use my powerful strength to break your space-time law. Oh Yebing said. Many people's hearts moved. That was indeed the case. The space-time law was incomparably mysterious and unpredictable. It could mobilize the power of time and space. It was terrifying. However, no law was truly invincible. When one's strength reached a certain level, it could break all laws. Chapter 23:19. You talk too much. If you're not going to attack, I'll attack. Bubble muttered, then suddenly rushed towards her opponent. Her speed was extremely fast, as if she was traveling through the void. Oh Yebing didn't dare to be careless. He used the divine weapon seal technique and surrounded his body with all kinds of weapons. The weapons vibrated, shattering the void and stopping Bubble's attack. Oh Yebing's strength was indeed much stronger than Yuan Xian's. His combat strength was astonishing and could already affect Bubble's space-time laws. Therefore, Bubble naturally couldn't defeat Oh Yebing as easily as she defeated Yuan Xian. However, after the two exchanged blows, Bubble still had the upper hand. Bubble's figure flickered, and no matter how Oh Yebing attacked, he couldn't hit Bubble. In fact, under the influence of Bubble's space-time law, Oh Yebing's speed was much slower, and the speed at which he condensed divine armament seals was also much slower. After dozens of moves, he was sent flying by Bubble, suffering heavy injuries. Oh Yebing was defeated again. He was so angry that he almost vomited blood. Today, he had suffered 2 consecutive defeats at the hands of the Yuan realm's geniuses. The talent of the space-time spirit mouse is indeed amazing. It's only been a few years and it's already reached this level. That's natural. When the top 10 battle beasts grow up, they'll all be peak powerhouses. How do you think the combat strength of the space-time spirit mouse compared to Tianming? It's hard to say. I feel that the space-time spirit mouse is stronger. Not necessarily. Many people were discussing. While they were shocked, they couldn't help but compare Tianming and Bubble. Both of them had defeated Oh Yebing. It could be said that they stood at the peak of the Void Emperor realm. However, it was really hard to compare who was stronger between the two. In terms of laws, the destiny laws were indeed stronger than the space-time laws. However, a law also depended on who was using it. The space-time spirit mouse was born to control the space-time laws. No living creature could compare to the space-time spirit mouse in terms of the application of the space-time laws. Those so-called Elysian children controlled the space-time laws, but in terms of the application of the space-time laws, they were far inferior to the space-time spirit mouse. Therefore, it was hard to say who would win. Many people were curious. Would Bubble challenge the heavenly mandate next? However, everyone was disappointed. Bubble didn't challenge Tianming. She seemed to have had enough. After the bubble went down, no one in the Void Emperor realm went up to challenge it. Many people looked expectant. Next was the main event, the battle between the 9 aces. This time, the reason why so many people had come was to watch the duel between the 9 absolutes. More than 10 years ago, the ranking of the 9 spellcasters had been determined. Over the past 10 years, the 9 spellcasters had rarely fought each other. Everyone wanted to see if there would be any changes in the rankings of the 9 absolutes in the past 10 years. A figure rushed onto the fighting ring. It was the Black Tortoise Forest. As expected, he was the first to make a move. The Black Tortoise Forest is ranked last among the 9 extinctions. I wonder if he can make it this time. It's hard to say. None of the 9 extinctions are weak. We'll only know after we fight. Everyone expressed their opinions. Next, Xian Wulin started his challenge. He challenged the 8th-ranked genius of the 9 extinctions. The two exchanged many moves, but in the end, Xian Wulin was defeated, not a match for the other. Xian Wulin was unwilling to give up. After taking a pill to adjust his condition to the peak, he challenged the 7th-ranked genius. However, he was still defeated. In the end, he had no choice but to give up the challenge. His ranking remained at the 9th place. Next, it was the battle between the 9 absolutes. Fierce battles continued. The 9 absolutes had long entered the true Emperor realm. Their combat strength was so strong that it attracted everyone's attention, especially the geniuses below the Void Emperor realm. They could learn a lot from the battles. Exciting battles took place one after another. However, there were very few changes in the rankings. In the past, the higher-ranked geniuses were indeed stronger. This was the case until now. There was only one change. The 5th-ranked genius defeated the 4th-ranked genius and took his place. The rest of the rankings did not change. Soon, the 3rd-ranked prodigy defeated his opponent. He turned his gaze to Xin Yuan Yi and Lin Xiaofeng. In the end, he challenged the 2nd-ranked genius, Xin Yuan Yi. You overestimate yourself. Xin Yuan Yi stepped out and landed on the fighting ring. I will defeat you within 10 moves. Xin Yuan Yi said indifferently, full of confidence. 10 moves? Xin Yuan Yi, you're too confident. The 3rd-ranked genius. His face was a little ugly. I'm already flattering you by saying 10 moves. Do you understand? Xin Yuan Yi said indifferently. His figure suddenly rushed towards the 3rd-ranked genius. The 3rd-ranked genius was a blue-robe youth. He had fought with the foreign race prince outside the Two-World City and was defeated. At that time, he had the combat strength of an 8th-order true emperor. Now, his combat strength was undoubtedly stronger. Boom! The blue-robed youth erupted with all his strength and attacked with a terrifying divine art. 10th-order true emperor realm combat strength. Someone exclaimed. The blue-robed youth was much stronger than when he fought with the foreign race prince. His combat strength had increased by 2 levels, reaching the 10th-order true emperor realm. It was extremely shocking to have such combat strength at his age. Unfortunately, he had met Xin Yuan Yi. Xin Yuan Yi's world force surged and the laws of the world filled his body. A halberd appeared in his hand. Boom! The halberd was incomparably huge. It grew to the size of a mountain and slashed towards the blue-robed youth. The halberd was invincible and powerful to the extreme. When it slashed down, the blue-robed youth's attacks and defenses collapsed completely. Boom! The blue-robed youth frantically retreated. He was blasted tens of thousands of meters away. His face was abnormally pale. A deep wound appeared on his body. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. Blood flowed freely. He was severely injured in one move. I've already shown mercy. Otherwise, you would have been dead. I said that I'll defeat you in 10 moves. Otherwise, I'll defeat you in 1 move. Xin Yuan Yi said indifferently. The blue-robe youth's face turned ugly. 1 move, it was really just 1 move. Xin Yuan Yi defeated him. The difference in combat strength between the two was too great. The scene was silent. Many people were tongue-tied. This result was far beyond their expectations. The blue-robed youth, ranked 3rd among the 9 absolutes, was defeated in 1 move by Xin Yuan Yi. In everyone's imagination, even if the blue-robed youth was no match for Xin Yuan Yi, the two should be able to exchange blows. However, the result was completely one-sided. A 10th-order true emperor realm combat strength can't even withstand a single blow. How strong is Xin Yuan Yi? He's at least at the 12th-order true emperor realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to defeat him so easily. It's even higher than that. No wonder the Lan family offered 100 Chaos Stones as a reward. Could it be that Xin Yuan Yi can really defeat Lin Xiaofeng? Chapter 23:20. This time, many people had guessed that Xin Yuan Yi must have made great progress and had amazing combat strength. Otherwise, the Lan family would not have offered 100 Chaos Stones as a reward. But when they saw that the 3rd-ranked genius could not withstand a single blow from Xin Yuan Yi, they were still very shocked. Perhaps Xin Yuan Yi could really fight Lin Xiaofeng. Lan Cheng and some of the older generation experts of the Lan family smiled, especially Lan Cheng, who stroked his beard and smiled confidently. Xin Yuan Yi stood on the fighting ring. He was tall and slender and was full of confidence. His gaze landed on Lin Xiaofeng as he spoke in a firm and confident voice. Lin Xiaofeng, come up and fight. Xin Yuan Yi's voice spread throughout the area. As you wish. As soon as Lin Xiaofeng's voice fell, his figure was already on the fighting ring. Lin Xiaofeng, you were lucky to beat me more than 10 years ago. Today, I will trample you under my feet and let everyone know who the strongest genius is, whether in the heaven realm or the primordial realm. Xin Yuan Yi said proudly and confidently. I'll take the 100 chaos stones. This was Lin Xiaofeng's answer. He was also full of confidence. Everyone's eyes fell on the two young figures on the fighting ring. These two were the strongest geniuses in the heaven realm and the primordial realm. Their future achievements were limitless and unpredictable. These two people had fought a peak battle more than 10 years ago. That battle left a deep impression and was still unforgettable. After more than 10 years, the two were going to fight again. This time, who was stronger and who was weaker? Boom, boom. Xin Yuan Yi and Lin Xiaofeng exploded with powerful auras. Their auras intertwined in the void and produced a violent roar. Explosive divine slash. A sky piercer appeared in Xin Yuan Yi's hand. The sky piercer rapidly enlarged and towered into the clouds. There were precepts surrounding it and its aura was shocking. Then, the sky piercer viciously slashed at Lin Xiaofeng. Clang. The sound of the saber resounded throughout the area. Lin Xiaofeng's saber was unsheathed. A ray of saber light rushed up and slashed at his opponent. Boom. The two terrifying attacks collided fiercely, causing the space to shake violently. Even the fighting stage let out a violent rumble. Boundless energy swept out in all directions. Xin Yuan Yi and Lin Xiaofeng both shuddered and took a few steps back. However, as soon as they stopped, they both stomped heavily on the fighting ring and rushed towards each other like two rays of light. Boom! The two of them collided in the middle of the fighting ring, as if two stars had collided. Saber radiance and halberd radiance swept out in all directions. Clang, clang. Following that, the two of them engaged in an intense battle. In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged several dozen moves. So strong, comparable to a 13th level true emperor. That's right, a 13th order true emperor at such a young age. Amazing! Many older generation figures sighed. In the past, not to mention reaching the 13th rank, even becoming an emperor at this age was considered not bad. This era was truly a crazy era. The two of them fought fiercely on the fighting stage. As they fought, their auras grew stronger and stronger, and their battle prowess grew stronger and stronger. In the end, their combat strength had surpassed the 13th rank of a true emperor and entered the 14th rank. This made many people gasp. Lin Xiaofeng and Xin Yuan Yi's combat strength had reached the 14th rank of a true emperor. The battle became even more intense. The two of them had exchanged more than 200 moves, but there was no clear winner. Lin Xiaofeng, is this the limit of your combat strength? What a disappointment. At this moment, Xin Yuan Yi's voice was heard. That's all you've got. It's impossible for you to defeat me. Lin Xiaofeng said. Is that so? Lin Xiaofeng, today is the day I rise. From now on, I will be the strongest in the world. Xin Yuan Yi shouted and suddenly let out a long whistle. Boom! The halberd in his hand suddenly surged and he struck out, colliding with Lin Xiaofeng's battle saber. Amidst the violent explosion, Lin Xiaofeng's battle saber shook violently and finally exploded with a bang. Lin Xiaofeng's figure retreated rapidly until he reached the edge of the fighting ring. His chest heaved up and down as he looked at Xin Yuan Yi in shock. 15th rank of a true emperor? You've reached the 15th rank of a true emperor? Lin Xiaofeng said in disbelief. The crowd was in an uproar. Xin Yuan Yi's combat strength had reached the 15th rank of a true emperor. This was too terrifying for someone so young to have reached this step. The 15th rank of a true emperor was close to the peak of the true emperor realm. Once one reached the peak of the true emperor realm, they would be able to break through to the emperor realm. Many older generation figures had to spend a lot of time to reach this step. Xin Yuan Yi, on the other hand, had reached this step in less than 100 years. It was too shocking. The third-ranked youth in the Blue Mountain was only at the 10th rank of a true emperor. The difference between him and a 15th-ranked true emperor was too great. Terrifying, too terrifying. Is this Xin Yuan Yi's true combat strength? No wonder the Lan family is so confident. Who can defeat a 15th-ranked true emperor at such a young age? The Lan family took out 100 chaos stones. It seems generous, but they're confident that Xianyuan Yi will get it. Moreover, they can push Xianyuan Yi to the peak in one fell swoop. This move is brilliant. Many people were discussing and admiring the Lan family's methods. Lan Cheng stroked his beard with a smug smile on his face. After this, the Lan family would have 2 of the 9 absolutes geniuses. Moreover, one of them would be the #1 genius in the world. The Lan family's prestige would definitely reach the peak. The Lan family would also become stronger and stronger in his hands. Lan Cheng was incomparably happy. It's a pity that Lu Ming is dead. It's a pity that I didn't get the indestructible ancient scripture. Lan Cheng sighed in his heart. Boom. At this time, Xianyuan Yi stepped forward and a powerful aura pressed down on Lin Xiaofeng. Lin Xiaofeng, I've said it before. This time, I'll trample you under my feet and prove to everyone that I'm the #1 in the world. Xianyuan Yi shouted loudly as the power of the sky piercer in his hand grew stronger. Fight! Lin Xiaofeng shouted. He was unwilling to admit defeat. He became one with his saber and attacked Xianyuan Yi. However, the gap between their combat strength was there and it was difficult to cross it. The difference between a 14th rank true emperor and a 15th rank true emperor was real, not a difference in cultivation. The 2 of them exchanged a few more moves, but Lin Xiaofeng was no match for him. He was sent flying and vomited blood. In the end, he was hit by Xianyuan Yi and was sent flying off the battle stage. Chapter 23-21. Xianyuan Yi stood on the fighting ring, holding the sky piercer in his hand. He looked like an invincible god of war, majestic and imposing. On the other hand, Lin Xiaofeng's face was pale and full of dejection. He had lost. From now on, he was no longer the #1 expert in the world. The #1 genius of the younger generation had changed hands. Ah, good, good, good. Lan Cheng laughed even louder, his smile blossoming like a flower. All of this was as he had expected. There was no change at all. Xianyuan Yi had indeed defeated Lin Xiaofeng and seized the title of the world's #1 genius. His prestige would reach its peak, and so would the prestige of the Lan family. Is there anyone else who wants to fight? If not, this duel is completely over. Lan Cheng stood up with a smile on his face, and his voice spread throughout the arena. I'll do it. At that moment, a clear voice was heard. Outside the square, a rainbow light flew in at an extremely fast speed and landed on the fighting ring. It was a young man of 15 or 16 years old. He was elegant and had an extraordinary temperament. However, many people were stunned when they saw the young man's face. Long Chen, Huang Ling, Huang Li, Bubbles, and the others were all stunned and dumbfounded. At the same time, Blue Cloud, Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian, and the others, including Lan Cheng and the others, were also dumbfounded. Even Lu Ming himself almost bit his tongue. His eyes were wide open. Because the young man looked too much like Lu Ming. He looked 70 to 80% similar to Lu Ming, but more delicate. No, he's not Lu Ming. He's only 15 or 16 years old. He can't be Lu Ming. Immediately, someone said, a person's appearance could be changed at will. However, one's aura or life chi would not change. One could clearly tell a person's age from their life chi. The young man was definitely not old. He should be 15 or 16 years old. Of course, a 15 or 16-year-old could not be Lu Ming. My hair, could this young man be Lu Ming's illegitimate son? Heartless monk chanted the name of Buddha and muttered softly. However, everyone present was an expert, so they naturally heard it clearly. Many people's hearts trembled. Perhaps this was really possible because the 2 of them were really too similar. This monk. Lu Ming rubbed his nose speechlessly and looked at the unscrupulous monk with disdain. What a wild imagination, Lu Ming thought. But at that moment, the youth turned to Monk Wuliang and cupped his fists. Master, do you know Lu Ming? Of course, Lu Ming is my brother. We've known each other for decades. Little guy, what's your relationship with Lu Ming? Monk Wuliang said. That's my father. The young man said. Lu Ming had been drinking a mouthful of wine, but at this moment he spat it out. He stared at the youth, dumbfounded. The young man actually said that he was his son? son? He has a son. Lu Ming was dumbfounded. At the same time, his mind raced. Little Qing. Suddenly, Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. He thought of Xian Yanqing. He had only had sex with Xian Yanqing before. Calculating the time, it just so happened to be the same age as the young man. Moreover, Lu Ming sized him up carefully and realized that there were indeed some traces of Xian Yanqing in the young man's eyes. Could it be really my son? Lu Ming had an inexplicable feeling in his heart. This feeling was very strange and indescribable. The others, such as Long Qin, Huang Ling, Bubbles and the others, were also dumbfounded. Brother Lu Ming has a son. Little Lu Ming? He really looks like him. Chirp chirp. Bubbles cried out. Chirp chirp, I was just guessing. I didn't expect that I was right. Monk Wuliang's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Lu Ming, Huang Ling sighed with mixed feelings. Lu Ming's son, Blue Cloud, Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xan and the others had a cold light in their eyes. As for Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu and the Primordial Body Cultivator's Supreme Elders, they all looked at Lu Ming with strange expressions. Lu Ming resisted the urge to rush out. Now was not the time. Even if the other party was really his and Xian Yanqing's son, it would be the same after they recognized each other. If he went out now and showed his true body, he would probably not have a share of the 100 Chaos Stones. Lan Cheng and the others would definitely not let him challenge Xin Yuan. Everyone's thoughts turned in their hearts. Senior, do you know where my father, Lu Ming, is now? The young man looked at Monk Wuliang and continued to ask. He is in seclusion in a secret place and can't come out for the time being. Monk Wuliang made up nonsense. What seclusion? Let me tell you, Lu Ming is already dead. A cold voice sounded. It was Blue Cloud. The young man was actually Lu Ming's son. He was unhappy just looking at him. What did you say? You're talking nonsense. My mother said that my father is unparalleled and invincible in the younger generation. How can he be dead? The young man glared at Blue Cloud. What unparalleled, my ass? You're really deceiving yourself. Blue Cloud despised. In my opinion, you must have been defeated by my father before, and even abused very badly. Otherwise, you wouldn't deliberately belittle him like this. A light flashed in the young man's eyes as he said coldly. You, Blue Cloud's face flushed red. The young man's words just happened to poke his sore spot. He was abused by Lu Ming more than once. Each time, it was very miserable, causing him to lose face. Little Lu Ming, you're right. He was abused very badly by Lu Ming. He was simply kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy, crying for his father and mother. He even betrayed his ancestors. Monk Wuliang added fuel to the fire and directly implicated the Lan family. This made Lan Cheng's expression ugly. He wished he could slap Monk Wuliang to death. On the other hand, Blue Cloud's face alternated between green and green. All right, young man, you want a challenge? Who do you want to challenge? Lan Cheng quickly changed the topic. The young man's gaze swept across the crowd and finally landed on Xian Wulin. I want to challenge him. The young man pointed at Xian Wulin. What? Everyone was shocked. The young man actually wanted to challenge Xian Wulin? The young man was only 15 or 16 years old. How strong could his cultivation be? It was already rare to be able to become an emperor at this age, but he actually wanted to challenge Xian Wulin. No matter what, Xian Wulin was still one of the 9 absolutes. His cultivation had already broken through to the true emperor realm. Now, he even had the combat strength of a 6th order true emperor. How could he challenge the 9 absolutes at such a young age? Xian Wulin's face darkened. It was embarrassing for him to be challenged by a 15-year-old young man. At such a young age, you're overestimating yourself. You actually want to challenge the 9 absolutes. You don't have the slightest bit of self-awareness. You're no different from your father. Blue Cloud was very unhappy and seized the opportunity to mock and ridicule. Oh, since that's the case, I'll challenge you first. Come down and fight. The young man looked at Blue Cloud. You want to challenge me? Blue Cloud's expression changed slightly. Nonsense, you come down and fight. Don't tell me you don't even dare to accept my challenge? Chapter 23-22. The young man used provocation to challenge Blue Cloud. However, Blue Cloud had no choice but to accept it even though he knew it was a provocation. The other party was only a 15 or 16-year-old youth. If he didn't even dare to accept this challenge, then he wouldn't be able to show his face in the future. He would be laughed at by others. "Since you want to fight, I'll grant you your wish," Blue Cloud said coldly as he stepped out and landed on the battle platform. Lu Ming's palm couldn't help but tighten. He was a little worried for the young man. He was ready to take out the fallen star bow at any time. If the young man was in danger, he would help. Bubbles and the others were also staring at the arena, especially Bubbles. He wouldn't let anything happen to the young man. "You're so arrogant at such a young age. I'd like to see what you're capable of," Blue Cloud said coldly. The young man was only 15 or 16 years old. He didn't believe that the young man could be a match for him. He was also a top prodigy who had cultivated hard for decades to achieve such an achievement. He had never heard of anyone who could achieve as much as him at the age of 15 or 16. There had never been anyone since ancient times. "Make your move. Once you make your move, you'll naturally see what I'm capable of," the young man said indifferently. His expression was calm and indifferent, as if he didn't take Blue Cloud seriously at all. Blue Cloud was getting angrier and angrier. "Since you're courting death, I'll grant you your wish." Kill. Blue Cloud roared angrily as light erupted from his body. Then, endless light converged into a giant lion that pounced towards the young man. The giant lion was as big as a mountain and had a terrifying aura. Blue Cloud used his ultimate move right away. If the young man was hit, he would definitely die. Since the young man said that he was Lu Ming's son, then he would send him on his way. A sinister look flashed in Blue Cloud's eyes. Seeing that the giant lion was about to pounce on the young man made his move. A layer of dark light emanated from his body. Then, a black sword light burst out and slashed towards the giant lion. The giant lion that Blue Cloud transformed from his ability was like a piece of tofu. It couldn't withstand a single blow and was directly defeated by the young man's dark light. Moreover, the black light did not stop there and continued to attack Blue Cloud. The speed of the black light was so fast that Blue Cloud couldn't dodge it. "How is this possible?" Blue Cloud roared in anger. Both of his fists continued to bombard the giant lions. However, they were all swept away by the black light and disintegrated. The black light hit Blue Cloud, and Blue Cloud let out a blood-curdling scream. He tried to retreat, but it was useless. His body was directly cut in two by the black light. He fell to the ground, howling in pain. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at the young man in shock. One move. With just one move, the young man had cut Blue Cloud into two halves. This was too shocking. One should know that Blue Cloud was a top-notch genius who had mastered an ultimate law. His current cultivation had even reached the level of a 5-star illusionary emperor. Even with such a high level of cultivation, he couldn't even withstand a single move from the youth. This was too shocking. Some of the older generation figures saw even more. What kind of power is that? It's so terrifying. This young man's cultivation is at the level of a 3-star illusionary emperor, but the power he cultivates is terrifyingly strong. That's right. It's a bit like the power of the immemorial cultivation system, but it's more condensed, sharper, and more terrifying. Some of the older generation figures discussed animatedly. It was already extremely shocking for a young man to reach the level of a 3-star illusionary emperor at such a young age. However, the power that the young man cultivated was even stranger. When the young man attacked, there wasn't any fluctuation of law. Obviously, the young man didn't cultivate the law system. However, it wasn't the immemorial cultivation system either. This was because the young man's power was even more terrifying than the power cultivated by the immemorial cultivation system. Some of the older generation figures discussed in shock. "Nest, you're amazing. You're really amazing. You're worthy of being Lu Ming's son. He defeated Blue Cloud in one move. He's really amazing." Monk Wuliang, Long Chen, and the others were also discussing in shock. This power, only Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. This was because he had seen this kind of power once. Back then, after he had sex with Xian Yanqing, the next day, Xian Yanqing seemed to have changed into a different person and attacked him. The power that Xian Yanqing used was this kind of power. It was invincible, and its attack power was so strong that it could even penetrate the laws. He's really my son. At this moment, Lu Ming came to a conclusion and felt an inexplicable excitement in his heart. No one would be able to remain calm if they suddenly had a son. Lu Ming couldn't wait to rush out immediately and reunite with the young man. Then, he would ask about Xian Yanqing's whereabouts. If the young man was here, then Xian Yanqing must also be in the Taiqing sky domain. He had to get to the bottom of this matter. However, he wasn't in a hurry for the time being. It wouldn't be too late to wait until the Lan family's matter was resolved. At this moment, the experts of the Lan family had already rescued Blue Cloud. With Blue Cloud's cultivation, being cut in half was a small matter and could be easily healed. The biggest blow to him was that he was defeated by the young man in one move. Impossible, impossible. Blue Cloud kept yelling in his heart. He couldn't accept it. He had been defeated by a 15 or 16-year-old boy in one move. This was a great humiliation. You can't even withstand a single blow. The young man shook his head and looked at Xian Wulin. Now we can fight, the young man said. Xian Wulin narrowed his eyes and stepped onto the fighting ring. Buzz. Stars appeared around Xian Wulin. There were a total of 360 stars that covered his entire body. Xian Wulin didn't dare to be careless in front of the young man. Clang! A sword chime sounded and a pitch-black battle sword appeared in the young man's hand. Remember, the one who defeated you is Lu Shenhuang. The young man's voice sounded and the sword light whizzed out, piercing the void and slashing toward Xian Wulin at an extremely fast speed. Lu Shenhuang. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Was this the name that Xian Yanqing had given the young man? Lu Shenhuang meant the Divine Wilderness Continent and also the place where Lu Ming and Xian Yanqing met and fell in love. They had experienced unforgettable times in the Divine Wilderness Continent. Heavenly Cycle Stellar Fist. Xian Wulin roared as he waved his hands and stars flew toward Lu Shenhuang. Bush, bush, bush. Lu Shenhuang's battle sword shook and sword chi whizzed out. Streaks of black sword light slashed at the stars. The stars exploded like fireworks. Xian Wulin's expression changed and he used all his strength. More stars flew toward Xian Wulin. Each star contained his power of law, but Lu Shenhuang's sword light was shockingly powerful. It could easily tear apart his power of law. The two quickly attacked and the sky was filled with sword light and starlight. In the blink of an eye, the two had exchanged dozens of blows. What terrifying strength! A genius! A genius! Some of the older generation exclaimed at Lu Shenhuang's battle strength. His cultivation was only that of a 3-star Void Emperor. However, he was able to fight against Xian Wulin. His fighting strength was not only shocking, it was unimaginable. Chapter 23:23. My hair, my nest, this is too perverted. Too heaven-defying. Unscrupulous monk started to spout nonsense. As expected of Lu Ming's son. He's even stronger than Lu Ming. Long Chen sighed. If that was the case, then Lu Shenhuang was stronger than Lu Ming back in the day. When Lu Ming broke through to the Martial Emperor realm, he became a 4-star Void Emperor and fought against Xian Wulin. In the end, he managed to defeat Xian Wulin by combining 9 types of laws. However, Xian Wulin wasn't as strong as he was now. At that time, Xian Wulin was only a 3rd-order true emperor. It was obvious that Lu Shenhuang was stronger than Lu Ming back in the day. Of course, now that Lu Ming's mastery of various laws had deepened and he had cultivated the primordial body cultivation, his physical strength had skyrocketed. Now, Lu Ming's ability to fight beyond his level was much stronger than before. Great! Lu Ming was overjoyed to see Lu Shenhuang's strength. Damn it, how could this be? Some were happy while others were worried. Heng Xinghe, Yuan Exin, Lan Cheng and the others roared in disbelief. Lu Ming was already abnormal enough, but his son was even more abnormal. How could this be? They roared in their hearts and went crazy with jealousy. Lu Shenhuang and Xian Wulin fought fiercely, causing explosions to ring out. However, The more they fought, the stronger Lu Shenhuang became. His entire body was covered with a layer of black light that merged with his battle sword. The sword light was extremely sharp and it constantly destroyed Xian Wulin's stars. In the end, the sword light destroyed the stars even faster. Before Xian Wulin could condense his stars, Lu Shenhuang had already arrived in front of him and slashed out with his sword. Xian Wulin screamed as he coughed out blood and retreated from the battle stage. There was a deep wound on his body that was bleeding profusely. Xian Wulin had lost. He had been defeated by Lu Shenhuang. From now on, the position of 9 absolutes would be replaced by Lu Shenhuang. Xian Wulin's expression was extremely ugly. This was a huge blow to him. Lan Cheng's expression was ugly as he said coldly, "Lu Shenhuang, do you still want to continue?" Lu Shenhuang shook his head and rushed down the stage. He landed on a seat and closed his eyes to meditate. Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? If not, then the first place today belongs to Xian Yuan Yi. Lan Cheng stood up and announced, his voice spreading throughout the audience. Me. As soon as Lan Cheng's voice fell, he was interrupted. At this moment, Lu Ming stood up and took a step forward, landing on the battle stage. Many people's eyes fell on Lu Ming, but when they saw Lu Ming's appearance, they were slightly stunned. This was because they had never seen Lu Ming's appearance before. Another genius that had never appeared before? Some Heavenly Emperor characters revealed looks of surprise. With Heavenly Emperor realm cultivation, they could sense that Lu Ming should have changed his appearance. But they could not see through Lu Ming's original appearance. What a brilliant disguise technique! Some Heavenly Emperor characters whispered, "You want a challenge? Who do you want to challenge?" Lan Qing asked. "If I want to challenge, of course I want to challenge the first place. Xian Yuan Yi, come down and fight." Lu Ming's gaze looked at Xian Yuan Yi. What? Many people were shocked. Someone actually wanted to challenge Xian Yuan Yi. Xian Yuan Yi's combat strength was obvious to all. He had reached the 15th level of a true emperor. This kind of combat strength, without a doubt, was unparalleled among the younger generation. But now, someone wanted to challenge Xian Yuan Yi. This was crazy. Many people originally thought that Lu Ming's challenge was nothing more than the same as Lu Shenhuang's, casually challenging a few experts to hone himself or gain fame. But now, Lu Ming wanted to challenge Xian Yuan Yi, which was greatly beyond everyone's expectations. This kid must be playing to the gallery. He wants to challenge Xian Yuan Yi to increase his fame. Even if he loses miserably, his fame will rise. Yes, it must be so. Some people discussed. Xian Yuan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as he rushed to the battle stage. Kid, swords have no eyes. If you challenge me and I make a mistake and cripple or kill you, you only have yourself to blame. Xian Yuan Yi said coldly. He was not in a good mood. He had already defeated Lin Xiaofeng and ascended to the first place. Everything was perfect. But now, someone wanted to challenge him. Everything seemed to be flawed and not very perfect. Therefore, he wanted to kill Lu Ming. Later, he would kill him in one move to make an example and let everyone know the consequences of challenging him. Kid, what's your name? At this time, Lan Qing asked. I'm just a nobody. Let's not talk about it. Lu Ming smiled faintly. A nobody dares to challenge Brother Xian Yuan. He's overestimating himself. In my opinion, this person is playing to the gallery. Brother Xian Yuan doesn't need to accept the challenge at all. Just ask someone to throw him out. A voice sounded. It was Xian Wulin who spoke. Xian Wulin had just been defeated by Lu Shenhuang in public, so he was in a bad mood and would bite anyone he could find. At this time, Lu Ming rushed out. He was very unhappy with Lu Ming and directly mocked him. You can't even be compared to a 15-year-old boy. How dare you yell here? If I were you, I would just destroy my own cultivation. Lu Ming looked at Xian Wulin and sneered. You, kid, Brother Xian Yuan doesn't need to do anything today. I'll teach you a lesson. Xian Wulin was furious. He rushed to the battle stage and cupped his fist at Xian Yuan Yi. Brother Xian Yuan, you don't need to deal with a nobody. I'll teach him a lesson for you. Okay. Xian Yuan Yi nodded and moved to the side of the battle stage. In his opinion, It was best that Xian Wuling did it so that he would not have to do anything. You want to fight? Lu Ming looked at Xian Wuling and said, That's right. I'd like to see what makes you dare to challenge Brother Xian Yuan. Xian Wuling said coldly, You can't. You're too weak. I don't want to torture you. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming shook his head with a look of contempt. Xian Wuling's lungs were about to explode. Who was he? He was one of the 9 absolutes. But today he had been defeated by Lu Shenhuang, and now, even a nameless person was looking down on him. He was furious, and his killing intent soared. Kid, who doesn't know how to talk nonsense. Show me what you're capable of. Xian Wuling roared. Hundreds of stars appeared all over his body, and hundreds of stars gathered together and blasted towards Lu Ming with extraordinary power. As soon as he attacked, Xian Wuling used his killing move to blast Lu Ming into ashes. Boom! The huge star fell like a meteor, dragging a long tail. Its power was terrifying. But then Lu Ming moved. There was no energy fluctuation on his body, nor was there any fluctuation of laws. It was just a simple punch. Chapter 23-24. Boom! The punch landed on the huge star. The huge star was like a bubble. It could not withstand a single blow and was burst by Lu Ming's punch. After destroying the star, Lu Ming's fist didn't stop and continued to attack Xian Wuling. Wherever the fist passed, the space would explode, forming a terrifying spatial storm that swept towards Xian Wuling. Xian Wuling was completely enveloped by Lu Ming's fist. It was as if the space around him had solidified, making it difficult for him to move. How is this possible? This thought surfaced in Xian Wuling's heart. Thereafter, Lu Ming's fist landed heavily on his face. Bang! Xian Wuling was sent flying out of the battle stage and crashed heavily on the ground. He lay there, vomiting blood. His face was completely deformed and swollen beyond recognition. Everyone was stunned and looked at Lu Ming in a daze. One punch, just one punch, defeated Xian Wuling. They weren't on the same level at all. It was a complete one-sided defeat. One had to know that Xian Wuling's combat strength was at the 6th order True Emperor realm, but he was defeated. Who was this person? They had never seen him before. How could he be so strong? Physical strength, he's an Archean physique cultivator. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Just now, Lu Ming's body didn't have any fluctuations of laws. He relied purely on his physical strength. Only an Archean physique cultivator could cultivate his physical strength to such a level. Bao De's eyes lit up. He was also an Archean physique cultivator. He was naturally curious and excited to see another Archean physique cultivator with such shocking combat strength. I told you that you're too weak. I didn't want to torture you, but you just had to ask for it. Lu Ming said indifferently and looked at Xian Wuling with disdain. Xian Wuling vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood. Today, he was defeated by 2 people. One was a 15-year-old boy, and the other easily defeated him with one punch. Today, he was destined to become a laughingstock and be ridiculed by others. Is there anyone else who wants to stand up for Xian Yuan? Lu Ming's gaze swept across the young geniuses present. No one spoke. Lu Ming was able to defeat Xian Wuling with one punch. His combat strength was unfathomable. If others were not confident, who would stand up for Xian Yuan? In that case, Xian Yuan, let's fight. Lu Ming looked at Xian Yuan. You have some skills, but you are still far from being able to fight me. Xian Yuan stepped out and sneered. In his opinion, defeating Xian Wuling with a single punch was nothing. Black Wuling only had the strength of a 6th order True Emperor. Anyone above the 8th order True Emperor realm could defeat him in one move. On the other hand, he was a 15th level True Emperor, much stronger than Xian Wuling. Therefore, even though Lu Ming had defeated Xian Wuling in one move, he did not think much of Lu Ming. You talk too much. Make your move. Lu Ming said. I've already said that swords and sabers have no eyes. If I accidentally hit you too hard, you'll only have yourself to blame. Xian Yuan said coldly as a halberd appeared in his hand. Don't. Xian Yuan suddenly took a step forward and slashed the Fangtian halberd toward Lu Ming. In the process of slashing, the halberd rapidly grew to a length of 1,000 meters and slashed at Lu Ming. Lu Ming took a step forward and the fighting ring rumbled. His body suddenly dashed out and he threw out a punch. Lu Ming circulated his physical strength to the maximum for this punch. Boom! Lu Ming's fist and the halberd collided. There was a terrifying roar and Lu Ming's body retreated madly. He only stopped after retreating a few hundred meters. This person actually blocked Xianyuan Yi's attack. Many people were shocked. Although Lu Ming was at a disadvantage and was pushed back, they were still shocked. Who is this person? He has the strength of a 13th order true emperor. There is such a genius among the younger generation in the heaven domain? A 13th order true emperor was also impressive. Among the 9 peerless youths, only Lin Xiaofeng and Xianyuan Yi had the strength of a 13th order true emperor. The third person was only a 10th order true emperor. This was almost the pinnacle of the younger generation in the heaven domain. There was such a genius among the Archean physique cultivators. Xianyuan Yi's eyes narrowed slightly as a ray of sharpness flashed in them. He was also very surprised that he did not defeat Lu Ming in one move. Let's see how many moves you can take. That Xianyuan Yi roared and charged at Lu Ming with the halberd in his hand. My physical strength is still a little lacking. Lu Ming whispered. Now that he had cultivated the 7 gods' mysterious art to the middle of the 4th level, his physical strength was equivalent to a 13th order true emperor. He was still not a match for Xianyuan Yi. Boom! Lu Ming punched again. But this time, Lu Ming used the indestructible golden body from the indestructible ancient scripture. The indestructible golden body could turn one's body into a divine weapon. Not only did it have a terrifying defensive power, but it also had a powerful offensive power. The indestructible golden body complemented the powerful physical body of an Archean physique cultivator. The two complemented each other and the power that erupted was extremely shocking. The law, it's the power of the law. He's cultivating the law system. No, his physical body is too amazing. He's obviously an Archean physique cultivator. He's cultivating both the physical body and the law at the same time. Someone exclaimed, feeling incredulous. It would take many people a lifetime to cultivate one of them. However, Lu Ming had cultivated 2 of them and seemed to have achieved amazing results in both of them. Boom! At this time, Lu Ming and Xianyuan Yi collided for the second time. Another violent roar sounded. This time, Lu Ming and Xianyuan Yi's bodies shook violently and they retreated. Hiss, gasps could be heard, and many people couldn't help but widen their eyes. They were evenly matched. In this move, Lu Ming and Xianyuan Yi were evenly matched. There was actually someone in the world who could fight with Xianyuan Yi. They had already felt that Xianyuan Yi had just unleashed the combat strength of a 15th level true emperor. Even Lin Xiaofeng couldn't contend with such combat strength. However, Lu Ming was able to contend with it and they were evenly matched. This meant that Lu Ming's combat strength was also at 15th level true emperor. There was actually a genius in the world who had reached such a level. It was simply amazing. Damn it! Lan Cheng roared in his heart and was a little worried. He was worried that if Xianyuan Yi was defeated, his plan today would be ruined and the 100 Chaos Stones would be given to someone else. I must win. Lan Cheng gritted his teeth and whispered. Xianyuan Yi's eyes were also filled with shock. He also didn't expect that there would be another youth in the world who could reach such a level. I'm invincible. This person must die. Xianyuan Yi roared in his heart and his eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. There was actually a genius in the world who could fight with him. He absolutely couldn't allow such a person to appear. Kill. Chapter 23-25. Xianyuan Yi crossed the void, and the halberd seemed to be able to split the sky as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Wherever it passed, the void was directly split in half, revealing a terrifying dark crack. This kind of attack power could be said to be invincible among the younger generation. No one could stop it. Even Lin Xiaofeng would be defeated by this move. But Lu Ming's face was calm. To be honest, such an attack did not bother him at all. Boom! The muscles and bones of Lu Ming's body vibrated violently, reaching hundreds of millions of times per second. The vibration of his muscles at such an amplitude caused intense friction with the air and space. Lu Ming's body directly rushed out and blasted out a punch. The fist once again collided with the halberd. In the violent roar, the halberd exploded, and Lu Ming's body swayed slightly, but Lu Ming's other fist also blasted out. This punch directly pierced through the space, causing a spatial storm to sweep towards Xian Yuanyi. Lu Ming did not use the power of the world or other magical techniques. He only relied on the strength of his physical body and the immortal golden body. Xian Yuanyi's face changed wildly. His body glowed, and a halberd condensed in his other hand. He slashed out with the halberd and blocked Lu Ming's fist force, but his body was forced to retreat again and again. Xian Yuanyi fell into a disadvantageous position, and his offensive was suppressed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated. He did not need to step at all, and his body naturally rushed towards Xian Yuanyi. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Ming kept punching, and the terrifying power smashed the space. Moreover, Lu Ming did not care about defense at all. He only wanted to attack with all his strength. Xian Yuanyi roared, holding a halberd in each hand, madly slashing it, and engaged in a fierce confrontation with Lu Ming. After a few moves, Xian Yuanyi's halberd landed on Lu Ming's shoulder. However, Lu Ming's muscles and bones vibrated rapidly, rebounding most of the power. At the same time, the invincible golden body's defense had also blocked the majority of the power. The other side's halberd could only leave a shallow white mark on Lu Ming's skin. It couldn't even break through Lu Ming's defense. At the same time, Lu Ming punched Xian Yuanyi. Xian Yuanyi's body shook violently, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. He retreated wildly and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air, their hearts trembling. Lu Ming's defensive power was also too astonishing. Xian Yuanyi was not a match at all. The two people's battle prowess was equal. Each person struck the other with a move, but Lu Ming was completely unscathed, while Xian Yuanyi was severely injured. "Number one in the world? Is that all you have?" Lu Ming said coldly. In the next moment, his figure suddenly rushed towards Xian Yuanyi and launched a new round of fierce attacks. Damn it! Outside the battle platform, Lan Cheng roared in his heart. His eyes were full of anger and cold light. Xian Yuanyi could not be defeated. Once Xian Yuanyi was defeated, his plan would be ruined. Moreover, he still had to take out 100 pieces to give to Lu Ming. He would never allow that. A cold light flashed in his eyes. He took a slight step, and a force rushed towards Lu Ming along the ground. On the side, the heavenly emperors of the other major forces noticed this. Their eyes moved slightly, but no one spoke. Seeing that the force was about to hit Lu Ming silently, at this time, Heavenly Emperor Hengyu snorted coldly. He also took a slight step, and a force gushed out from the ground, intercepting Lan Cheng's force. Boom! The two forces collided. The ground suddenly exploded, and a large pit appeared. The force was rampant. What's going on? Many people were shocked. Lan Cheng, as a heavenly emperor, you actually secretly attacked a junior. You are really shameless. Or, you see that Xian Yuanyi is about to lose and can't bear to part with the 100 pieces of chaos stones? Since you can't bear to part with it, don't say it first. Heavenly Emperor Hengyu said coldly. Many people's gazes swept towards Lan Cheng. Seeing Lan Cheng's gloomy face, they came to a realization. It seemed that Lan Cheng saw that Xian Yuanyi was about to lose and secretly attacked, but was intercepted by Heavenly Emperor Hengyu. Damn it! Lan Cheng roared in his heart, but he could not flare up. He could only keep a sullen face and not speak. While at this time, the battle situation on the battle stage was already completely one-sided. Lu Ming launched a torrential attack, completely ignoring defense, only attacking. Xian Yuanyi was not a match at all. Even if he resisted with all his might, he could not block more than a few moves too. Bang! Lu Ming's punch hit Xian Yuanyi's chest, almost piercing through his chest. Xian Yuanyi vomited large mouthfuls of blood, his body retreating wildly. Lu Ming pursued and blasted out another punch. Xian Yuanyi's body was sent flying out like a cannonball. Half of his body exploded. His body flew out of the battle stage, flying towards the crowd. Lan Cheng's face was gloomy. With a wave of his hand, a force wrapped around Lan Qing, catching him. At the same time, it helped Lan Qing recover from his injuries. Defeated. Xinyuan Yi was defeated. Lu Ming defeated Xinyuan Yi with absolute superiority. Everyone's hearts were complicated. They knew that an even more terrifying Heaven's Chosen was born. The pitiful Xinyuan Yi had just defeated Lin Xiaofeng and just ascended to the throne of the Nine Absolutes #1. But had not even warmed up the seat yet, and he was kicked off the throne by someone. Is there anyone else who wants to come up and challenge me? Lu Ming did not look at Xinyuan Yi anymore. His gaze turned to other directions. No one responded. Lu Ming's combat strength was so horrifying. Even Xinyuan Yi could not withstand a single blow. Who could still be his match? Since no one answers the challenge, then I'll be #1 this time. Lu Ming opened his mouth, his gaze turning to Lan Qing, and he said, "Family head Lan, since I got #1, then those 100 chaos gems are mine." Lan Qing's heart ached. 100 chaos gems was not a small number. Even if the Lan family was large, it would not be easy to take out 100 chaos gems. Originally, he thought that Xinyuan Yi would definitely get first place. Giving 100 chaos gems to Lan Qing's son-in-law to help the Lan family's son-in-law advance to the next level was naturally not a loss. However, he could not bear to give 100 chaos gems to someone else. "Kid, who exactly are you? I know you used a disguise technique to hide your head and tail. You didn't even tell me your name, yet you still want to get 100 chaos gems. What a joke." Lan Qing sneered. He began to find excuses. "Haha, Lan Qing, are you trying to cheat? That's not what you said before. You released the news that as long as it's the younger generation, whoever gets first place will get 100 chaos gems. Now you're looking for so many excuses. I know you must have thought that Xinyuan Yi would definitely get first place at first, so you took out 100 chaos gems to prepare for him. However, you used 100 chaos gems as a gimmick to attract others to set off Xinyuan Yi. You're treating everyone in the world like monkeys." Lu Ming mocked. "Nonsense, how dare you slander me? Show your true form, I want to confirm your identity. Otherwise, don't even think about getting 100 chaos gems." Lan Qing said. "All right, since you want to see, then let's see," Lu Ming said. After saying that, his appearance changed rapidly and returned to his original appearance. His aura also recovered. Lu Ming. Chapter 23-26. At the sight of Lu Ming's appearance, Lan Qing could not help but widen his eyes and yell. The others were also dumbfounded. How is this possible? Isn't Lu Ming dead? Blue Cloud, Heng Xinghe, Yuan Xian and the others roared in disbelief. Huang Ling, Long Chen, Bubbles and the others were overjoyed. I was wondering who could have such powerful combat strength. It turns out to be Lu Ming. It's amazing. Lu Ming has only been an emperor for a few years, but he can suppress Xinyuan. He's invincible in his generation. It's incredible. He just used his physical strength and didn't use the power of laws. Indeed. All around, there was a hubbub of noise as the sounds of discussion converged into one. Lu Ming was too famous. He had become an emperor with many different laws, which was unprecedented. As soon as he became an emperor, he defeated Xian Wolin, one of the 9 absolutes, which shocked the entire heaven field. A few years later, he defeated and captured the prince of a foreign tribe outside the Two-World City. That battle had pushed Lu Ming's reputation to the peak. But it was far from comparable to today's battle. In today's battle, Lu Ming defeated Xinyuan Yi and became the strongest of the younger generation in the Tianyuan world. It seemed that every time Lu Ming appeared, his combat strength would increase by leaps and bounds. The speed of his improvement was shocking. Father. At this moment, Lu Shenhuang stood up and stared at Lu Ming without blinking. There was astonishment, surprise, anticipation, curiosity, and other emotions on his face. Lu Ming also heard Lu Shenhuang's voice. He turned around and looked at Lu Shenhuang. Their eyes met. Lu Ming nodded slightly and smiled. Lu Shenhuang took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. He stepped forward and came to the fighting ring to face Lu Ming. His mother's comment about his father rang in his mind. Unparalleled in the world. Today, he saw that it was true. Father. Lu Shenhuang spoke again. Your mother is Xian Yanqing? Lu Ming could not help but ask. Although he already knew that Lu Shenhuang's mother was definitely Xian Yanqing, he still couldn't help but ask to confirm it. Lu Shenhuang nodded firmly. A smile appeared on Lu Ming's face. Looking at Lu Shenhuang, who was 70 to 80% similar to himself, there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. She didn't expect that after parting with Xian Yanqing for more than 10 years, they already had a son, and he was already so old. Divine Wasteland, step aside first. After I settle the matters here, I'll go with you to find your mother, Lu Ming said. All right. Lu Shenhuang nodded and retreated to his seat. Lu Ming turned around and faced Lan Cheng. At this moment, Lan Cheng's face was contorted with a ferocious expression, and a murderous intent emerged in his eyes. Lu Ming, you still dare to appear here? Good, very good, Lan Cheng said coldly. Why can't I appear here? Lu Ming sneered and asked. A few years ago, on the battlefield outside Two World City, you killed the beings of the heaven region and stole their treasures and resources. This is a serious crime, and you must pay with your life. Lan Cheng said coldly. Ah, a thief crying thief. Since that's the case, I'll explain everything today. Lu Ming laughed heartily. He then recounted how the Lan family and the Yen family had besieged him and how the Lan family and the Yen family had killed Bai Tai and the rest to silence him when Bai Tai and the rest arrived. How could such a thing happen? Many people's eyes flickered as they pondered. Back then, the Lan family had announced that Lu Ming had killed them and stolen their treasures, and the Lan family and Yen family had encountered him. According to the rules of Two World City, they had attacked Lu Ming. Could there be such a secret? Nonsense! Lan Cheng scolded. Nonsense? I suspect that the people of the Lan family were instructed by your Lan city to steal my indestructible ancient scripture, but in the end, they were discovered and killed to silence me. Then they framed me for the crime. Such behavior is not worthy of being called a great family of the heavenly world. In my opinion, the one who should be punished is you, your Lan family. Lu Ming shouted. Presumptuous! How dare you slander me? Today, no matter how glib your tongue is, you will be punished. Men, take Lu Ming down, cripple his cultivation, and throw him into prison. Lan Cheng shouted. Bang! Bang! Immediately, two experts from the Lan family stepped out. They exuded a powerful aura and dashed toward Lu Ming. These two great emperors were extremely powerful. Let's see who dares. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu shouted coldly, and a terrifying aura erupted from his body. With a wave of his hand, a giant hand formed and pressed towards the two great emperors. Heng Yu, I'm afraid it's not up to you to protect Lu Ming. Lan Cheng roared and rushed out. His heavenly emperor cultivation also erupted. With a press of his hand, a heavenly lion roared and pounced towards heavenly Emperor Heng Yu's giant hand. Boom! With a shocking explosion, Lan Cheng's face changed drastically. His body was directly sent flying as he looked at heavenly Emperor Heng Yu in shock. He was no match for heavenly Emperor Heng Yu at all. At the same time, the two great emperors from the Lan family were also sent flying by heavenly Emperor Heng Yu's remaining force. Heng Yu, you want to violate the rules of the heaven region by yourself? You want to go against everyone? Lu Ming has committed a crime, and he must be punished. Lan Cheng shouted. The one who is guilty is your Lan family. The one who went against everyone in the heaven region is your Lan family. Lu Ming shouted. A bunch of nonsense. Lan Cheng said. Hee, if what I said is a bunch of nonsense, then isn't what you said a bunch of farts? Lu Ming scolded coldly. How dare you? Lan Cheng roared. Lu Ming, a junior, actually dared to go against him and contradict him. It was simply impudent. The anger in his heart soared to the sky, and he wished he could slap Lu Ming to death. Fellow Taoists, lend me a hand. Lan Cheng's gaze looked at the Yen family's heavenly emperor, Luo family's heavenly emperor, Vast Expanse hallmaster, and the rest. These forces were on good terms with the Lan family. They even had marriage relations with the Lan family. Lu Ming killed his fellow Heavenly Realm cultivators and stole their treasures. In my opinion, he was able to rise so quickly by relying on such methods. It's simply a heinous crime, and he deserves to be punished. The Yan family's Heavenly Emperor stepped out and walked side by side with Lan Cheng. A powerful aura erupted as they resisted Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu together. That's right. Today, Lu Ming must be taken down. Cripple his cultivation and interrogate him strictly. The Luo family's Heavenly Emperor also stepped out. Following that, 2 more people stepped out. They were both Heavenly Emperors. One was the vast hall's hall master, and the other was Xing He's master, a terrifying Heavenly Emperor powerhouse. 5 Heavenly Emperor powerhouses stood together, and their aura was shocking. Heng Yu, I've said it before. Today, you alone can't stop us. Lu Ming must be taken down. Lan Cheng sneered. Then he stared at Lu Ming. With a stretch of his hand, a terrifying force condensed into a giant hand and grabbed at Lu Ming. You dare! Chapter 23-27. Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu gave a long howl. Heavenly Tao pressure erupted. The entire world was trembling, terrifying to the extreme. Bang! Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu made his move. A battle sword appeared in his hand, a sword slashing toward Lan Cheng. Heng Yu, I'll face you. Xing Xinhe's master was a gray-robed old man. He made his move, a palm rumbling toward Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu. The 2 people exchanged a move, sharing the limelight. Xing Xinhe's master was also an extremely terrifying existence. Even among Heavenly Emperors, he was an expert, not weaker than Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu. While at this time, Lan Cheng's large hand already approached Lu Ming. But Lu Ming stood calmly on the battle stage, his expression unchanged. It was as if he did not see Lan Cheng's attack. Right at this time, an old man suddenly appeared beside Lu Ming. The old man's expression was calm, a punch rumbling out. This punch did not have the slightest bit of energy surge, and also did not have any power of law. It was just pure power. But when this punch rumbled out, the large hand that Lan Cheng condensed directly exploded. The terrifying fist force continued rumbling toward Lan Cheng. Lan Cheng's expression changed, hurriedly using a divine ability art. A heavenly lion pounced out. With a rumble, Lan Cheng's body trembled, involuntarily retreating repeatedly, looking at the old man beside Lu Ming with a look of shock. Primordial Physique Cultivator, you're a Primordial Physique Cultivator, a Heavenly Emperor Realm Physique Cultivator, who are you? Lan Cheng roared angrily, extremely shocked. He did not expect that there was actually a Heavenly Emperor Realm existence following beside Lu Ming. Furthermore, it was a Physique Cultivator powerhouse that he had never seen before. Heavenly Emperor Realm Physique Cultivator. In the crowd, Baoda's eyes emitted an excited light. At the scene, the others were also extremely shocked. There was actually a Heavenly Emperor Realm Physique Cultivator following beside Lu Ming, helping Lu Ming at the critical moment. Primordial Physique Cultivators were virtually almost lost until now. The people who cultivated were extremely few, and those who could cultivate to success were even fewer. Presently, in the Heavenly Realm, there was only one known person who could reach Heavenly Emperor Realm Physique Cultivator. But it was absolutely not the person in front of them. Could it be that this Physique Cultivator powerhouse did not come into being and has been living in seclusion all along? Someone guessed. Fellow Taoist, are you planning to make an enemy out of me and my Lan clan because of a mere junior? Lan Cheng stared at the old man and said coldly. His words contained a hint of threat. If anyone dares to touch him, I'll smash them to death with a single punch. The old man pointed at Lu Ming and spoke indifferently. His words were very simple and clear, but it caused everyone to be stunned. Whoever dared to touch Lu Ming, he would smash them to death with a single punch. This made many people gasp. These were the words of a celestial emperor, and no one would doubt them. Lan Cheng's expression darkened as he said, I'm afraid you alone won't be enough. The Yen clan's Heavenly Emperor, the Luo clan's Heavenly Emperor, and the Boundless Palace's Palace Master also unleashed their terrifying auras to suppress the elder. But in the next moment, 3 more old men appeared beside Lu Ming. They were wearing the same clothes as the previous old man. Their expressions were calm, but a terrifying aura erupted from them, crushing the aura of the Yen clan's Heaven Sovereign and the others. Lan Cheng, the pupils of the Yen clan's Heavenly Emperor and the rest constricted sharply, revealing looks of disbelief. Heavenly Emperors were all Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses. Furthermore, they were all body cultivators. How was this possible? At the scene, the others were also stunned, dumbfounded. There were actually so many Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses by Lu Ming's side. This force was too terrifying. The Lan clan side could not do anything to Lu Ming at all. Damn it, how is this possible? Where did these powerhouses pop out from? Lan Cheng roared angrily in his heart. As a Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouse, he had basically seen or heard of all the Heavenly Emperors in the grand pure heavenly domain. But he had never heard of these few old men in front of him. Where did so many Heavenly Emperor realm body cultivators pop out from? Could it be those old monsters in seclusion? Lan Cheng could not help thinking. The grand pure heavenly domain, or the primordial realm, naturally had some old monsters in seclusion. Their cultivation base and strength were terrifying. Generally, they were cultivating bitterly in seclusion. Only when the foreign races launched a truly terrifying war would these powerhouses come out. At this moment, many thoughts flashed through Lan Cheng's mind. Lan Cheng, hand over those who chased me on the battlefield that day, and those who killed Senior Bai Tai and the others. Also, hand over the Yen clan. I want to see all of them. Lu Ming took a step forward, staring at Lan Cheng intently. His voice spread across the entire place. Lu Ming would not let any of those who attacked back then go. All of them had to die. How dare you? Those people were clearly killed by you, and now you want me to call for reinforcements. Lan Cheng roared. Even now, he still insisted that Lu Ming had killed them and robbed them of their treasures. Lu Ming, although I don't know where you found these helpers from, my Lan clan is not afraid of you. Lan Cheng continued to shout, his body erupting with a shocking aura. The Yen clan's Heavenly Emperor, the Luo clan's Heavenly Emperor, and the vast hall's palace master also raised their auras to the extreme. The world was filled with a terrifying heavenly Tao pressure. Bam, bam, bam. Several old body cultivators took a small step forward. This small step caused the entire ground to tremble. The battle stage under their feet was directly reduced to dust. Lan Cheng and the others' expressions changed slightly, and they could not help but take a few steps back. In the confrontation of auras, they were at a disadvantage. This made their expressions extremely ugly. Everyone, are you just going to watch and let Lu Ming be arrogant here? This kid killed people and robbed them of their treasures. His character is extremely bad, but his talent is high. We must not let him continue to grow. Lan Cheng looked at some of the others. Today, the Heavenly Emperors that came were not only the Yen clan's Heavenly Emperor and the Luo clan's Heavenly Emperor, but there were also a few other Heavenly Emperors. However, their relationship with the Lan clan was not that good, so they did not make a move before. At this time, these people's eyes were flickering. They were considering if they should help the Lan family or not help either side. Lu Ming's talent was too shocking. If this continued, he would become a top expert sooner or later. Moreover, he had many powerful experts by his side to help him. If they offended Lu Ming, if Lu Ming did not die, they would be the ones in trouble in the future. Therefore, these people were hesitant for a while. Today I will take those people, Lu Ming said coldly, and then sent out a message. Rumble. Just as Lu Ming sent out the message, a violent roar came from the depths of the sky. Then, the sky cracked open, and an incomparably huge palace appeared in the depths of the sky. Above it, there was a gray mist that filled the air. This is the Chaos Palace. Many people's pupils shrank, revealing a look of shock. The Chaos Emperor's Chaos Palace was extremely famous in the Heaven domain. Although the Chaos Emperor had fallen long ago, he had left behind some powerful puppets. More than 10 years ago, they had shown their terrifying strength in another battlefield. Now, why would the Chaos Palace suddenly appear here? Everyone was puzzled. At this time, 9 rays of light flew out from the Chaos Palace. Those were 9 figures, each of them exuding a shocking aura. Heavenly Emperors. Chapter 23-28. In the blink of an eye, 9 figures came out of the Chaos Palace and stood in the sky above this square. Everyone at the scene held their breaths, because these 9 figures were all heavenly emperor realm existences. 9 heavenly emperors came all of a sudden. What kind of terrifying force was this? Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. These 9 people were 2E, Gold E and the rest. They had long been nearby. Just now, Lu Ming sent them a voice transmission, which was why they appeared. So it's fellow Taoists from the Chaos Palace. Today, my Lan family's daughter is getting married. I didn't expect that fellow Taoists would actually come here. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. Lan Cheng had a bright smile on his face as he greeted 2E and the rest. However, 2E and the rest ignored Lan Cheng and flew directly to Lu Ming. Then they bowed to Lu Ming. Subordinate pays respect to young master. Well, everyone was stunned by his words. Most of the people revealed a dumbfounded look. Their eyes were wide open, and their mouths were agape. At this moment, they seemed to have become idiots. What did the 9 heavenly emperors of the Chaos Palace call Lu Ming? Young master? The 9 heavenly emperors of the Chaos Palace were Lu Ming's subordinates? At this moment, many people felt that their brains had turned into paste. It was difficult to think, and they even thought that they were dreaming. Lan Cheng's expression was also stiff. His eyes were wide open, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Following that, a trace of fear emerged. Even Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu and a few body cultivator elders were a little surprised. They did not expect that there were actually so many terrifying powerhouses behind Lu Ming. Lu Ming is indeed worthy of being Lu Ming. Long Qin, Huang Li, and the rest sighed. Next, I want to follow Lu Ming. I will follow him no matter what in the future. My hair. The unscrupulous monk madly chanted Buddha's name. This is my father? Lu Shenhuang whispered. Looking at the figure standing among the many heavenly emperors, it was like a moon surrounded by stars. At this moment, Lu Shenhuang felt inexplicably proud. Because this person was his father. Although this was the first time they had met, he was still proud and excited. Primal Chaos Palace, damn it, all of this should have been mine. In the crowd, Yuan Xen roared in her heart. Because of jealousy, her eyes were red. Yuan Xen had seen 2E and the others before. Back then, Yuan Xen and the others had told him that he had to defeat Lu Ming in order to become the young master of the Primal Chaos Palace. However, in the end, it was Lu Ming who defeated him, so he naturally lost the qualifications to inherit the Primal Chaos Palace. What he did not expect even more was that 2E and the rest were actually Heavenly Emperor realm powerhouses. This made him go crazy with jealousy. How great would it be if he inherited all of this? But now, he could only roar in his heart. He didn't dare to make a sound. He was extremely sullen. Seniors, there's no need to be so courteous. I'll have to trouble all of you today. Lu Ming smiled. Young master's enemy is our enemy. 2E turned around and looked at Lan Cheng and the others. 9 heavenly emperors, how terrifying was their aura. The faces of Lan Cheng and the others changed wildly as they retreated again and again. The gap was too big. Lu Ming had more than a dozen heavenly emperors on his side. They completely crushed Lan Cheng and the others, causing their faces to be extremely ugly. Hand over those people from back then, not a single one of them. Lu Ming stared at Lan Cheng and said coldly, Lu Ming, it's clearly you who killed people and stole their treasures. My Lan family's people are only following the Heaven Realm's rules to hunt you down. Yet, you harbor a grudge in your heart and want to kill them. Outrageous, how can there be such logic in this world? Lan Cheng roared and continued to quibble, using the Heaven Realm's rules to suppress Lu Ming. Lu Ming sneered. He had already lost his patience and was too lazy to argue with the other party. Lan Cheng, you don't have to quibble here and use the Heaven Realm's rules to suppress me. I'm not here to reason with you today, but to ask for the people. Today, you have to hand them over even if you don't want to, understand? Lu Ming said indifferently. These words made many people's hearts tremble, and they were shocked to the extreme. Lu Ming's words were very obvious. Today, he was not here to reason, but to ask for the people. The Lan family must hand over the people, even if they don't want to. This was forcing the Lan family to hand over the people. A junior actually forced a heavenly emperor, no, not just a heavenly emperor, but several powerful forces. This was simply domineering. Many young people were watching with their blood boiling. Lan Cheng, the Yen family's heavenly emperor, and others had ugly expressions. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many experts standing beside Lu Ming, they would have slapped Lu Ming to death long ago. But now they could only endure. Hurry up and call for help. Today, if the Lan family doesn't hand over the people, then I will slaughter the Lan family and the Yen family each, and bury them with Senior Bai Tai. Lu Ming said coldly. He had already lost his patience. You dare! Lan Cheng, the Yen family's heavenly emperor, roared. Why wouldn't I dare? Kill! Lu Ming shouted and rushed directly to the Lan family's area. There, countless Lan family disciples gathered. You're courting death! Lan Cheng roared furiously, wanting to deal with Lu Ming. However, Tu Yi threw a punch one after another. Many huge mountains appeared and blasted Lan Cheng backward continuously. The Lan family's great emperors wanted to attack, but Jin Yi appeared and released a terrifying aura. All the great emperors of the Lan family vomited blood and retreated. Kill! Lu Ming roared and threw out a punch. Bang! Bang! 7 to 8 true emperors from the Lan family were killed by Lu Ming. Blood and flesh splattered all over the place. Lu Ming showed no mercy when facing the Lan family. Bai Tai was killed by the Lan family and the Yen family. He must avenge this. Lu Ming, you're crazy. You killed the experts of the heavenly world. These people are the power to fight against the foreign races, but you killed your own people. Are you a spy of the foreign races? Lan Cheng roared. He was going crazy. Lu Ming was too decisive, killing the experts of the Lan family directly. At this moment, the people of the Lan family scattered in fear. How many can these trash kill? In the future? I can kill 1,000 times, 10,000 times more of them. I alone can fight against thousands of them. Kill! Lu Ming roared and threw out another punch. A few experts of the Lan family were killed. Run, run! Blue Cloud was also mixed in the crowd. He was running away in fear. In his opinion, Lu Ming was a madman. However, at the next moment, he screamed in horror. Lu Ming had fixed his eyes on him and appeared above his head in an instant. He stepped on Lan Yun's face and Lan Yun screamed in pain. His body fell heavily to the ground and he screamed in agony. Let go of Blue Cloud! Lan Cheng roared and his eyes turned red. Blue Cloud was not an ordinary person. He was a top genius and had the potential to become a heavenly emperor in the future. He must not die. He tried his best to attack Lu Ming, but he was blocked by Tu-1. Hand him over! Lu Ming's response was only 2 simple words. His voice was sonorous and powerful. At this moment, the scene was silent as if time had frozen. There was only one person in everyone's eyes, and that was Lu Ming. Chapter 23-29. Luo family's heavenly emperor, Xinghe's master, and the rest had ugly expressions, but none made a move. The power that Lu Ming brought was too strong. More than a dozen heavenly emperors, if they made a move, it would only be courting death. Young man, you're too much. Right at this time, a voice suddenly sounded out. The direction that the voice came from was the depths of the Lan family. The voice was old, seemingly full of the aura of time. Ordinary people were still fine, but Heavenly Emperor Heng Yu, Earth One, Gold One, and the rest, after hearing this voice, their expressions changed wildly, revealing solemn looks. Because this voice gave them a lot of pressure. Ancestor, ancestor! Lan Cheng cried out excitedly. Many people's hearts shook wildly. Legend had it that the Lan family had a peerless powerhouse guarding, always hiding in the depths of the Lan family, in close seclusion all year round. That was a 4-star heavenly emperor. Could it be that it was this one? Was the Lan family's peerless powerhouse going to come into being? Bang! Just as everyone's imagination was running wild, a burst of qi erupted from the depths of the Lan family. This qi was ancient and powerful, shocking the heavens and the earth. Even the heavenly emperors felt a terrifying pressure, their faces extremely solemn. Bang! It was as if the ancient heavenly Tao was pressing down on everyone's hearts. Many with weak cultivation had to kneel down. Then, a figure appeared in the depths of the Lan family. This was an old man, wearing a coarse hemp garment, white hair fluttering in the wind, stepping on the air and coming over. Each step he took seemed to be stepping on people's hearts, making people's heartbeats accelerate. "We pay respects to Ancestor." The Lan family's people bowed one after another, their faces revealing wild elation. "Ah, my Lan family's ancestor came into being. Lu Ming, you dare to kill my Lan family's people? You're dead, you're dead. I'm going to skin you alive and pull out your tendons, making you never reincarnate for all eternity." Blue Cloud roared loudly, his face full of madness and malevolence. "Is that so? In that case, I can't let you off even more." Lu Ming's expression was calm, opening his mouth indifferently, filled with ice-cold killing intent. Blue Cloud's expression changed wildly, roaring loudly, "Lu Ming, what are you trying to do?" Bang! Lu Ming suddenly stomped down on Blue Cloud's face. A terrifying force exploded out. Blue Cloud let out a miserable scream. All his bones had been shattered by Lu Ming, and his meridians had also been turned to dust by Lu Ming. Blue Cloud had turned into a pile of mud and was lying limply on the ground. His eyes were wide open and filled with disbelief. He wasn't dead, but he couldn't even scream. The others gasped and looked at Lu Ming in shock. They thought that Lu Ming would not dare to make a move when the peerless masters of the Lan family appeared. However, he severely injured Blue Cloud in front of the peerless masters of the Lan family with one kick. "Lu Ming, you're courting death." Lan Qing roared. The Lan family's patriarch's face darkened as well. The other party actually severely injured Blue Cloud in front of him. This was completely slapping his face. "Young man, you're young and impetuous. Now, let go of Blue Cloud and kneel down to cripple your cultivation." The Lan family's patriarch said coldly, "Get lost." Lu Ming's response was only one word, "Get lost." This word caused everyone's expression to change wildly. Lu Ming was simply audacious, actually telling a peerless powerhouse to get lost? The Lan family's patriarch's face completely darkened as he said coldly, "Young and ignorant, then I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders." After the Lan family's patriarch finished speaking, he took a step forward and charged towards Lu Ming at an astonishing speed. However, in the next moment, an old man appeared in front of Lu Ming. A body cultivator's supreme elder. "Get lost." The Lan family's patriarch shouted coldly and reached out a large hand to grab the body cultivator's supreme elder. He was a peerless powerhouse. Ordinary heavenly emperors were not his match at all. However, this body cultivator's supreme elder's expression was calm as he threw out a punch. Bang! The body cultivator's supreme elder's fist collided with the Lan family's patriarch's palm. However, the result was beyond everyone's expectations. The Lan family's patriarch's expression changed drastically. His body trembled as if he had been electrocuted, retreating repeatedly. One of his arms was somewhat deformed. On the other hand, the body cultivator's grand elder didn't even sway a bit. Everyone could not help but stare with wide eyes. This body cultivator powerhouse was actually able to blast back the Lan family's peerless powerhouse with one punch. This was too shocking. Could it be that he was also a peerless powerhouse? Lu Ming's expression was calm. Among the body cultivators, there was indeed a peerless powerhouse. He was the archaic body cultivator lineage's strongest supreme elder. So it's a kindred spirit. Today, I want to experience it. The Lan family's patriarch spoke coldly and urged his strength to the limit. Bang! The Lan family's patriarch's figure enlarged with extreme speed, turning into a giant that could support heaven and earth. He blasted out a terrifying move. A streak of divine light slashed down violently toward the body cultivator's old man. Heavenly emperor powerhouses were able to borrow the power of heavenly Tao to launch terrifying attacks. In this streak of divine light, there was the power of heavenly Tao. It was indestructible and could annihilate everything. However, the body cultivator's supreme elder still just blasted a punch out. This punch seemed to be able to pierce through the universe, able to defeat heavenly Tao. Bang! The divine light that the Lan family's patriarch slashed out was directly pierced through. The terrifying fist force penetrated heaven and earth. The Lan family's patriarch gave a muffled groan, his body retreating wildly, retreating several tens of thousands of miles. His body trembled, spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood. Everyone sucked in a cold breath, perilous waves stirring up in their hearts. The Lan family's patriarch was defeated, beaten until he vomited blood in one move by a body cultivator powerhouse. He was completely no match for him. How can this be? Lan Cheng, as well as the other Lan family's people, the Yen family's heavenly emperor, and the rest, all revealed shock and disbelief. The Lan family's patriarch was actually no match, being injured by the other party's one punch. Blue Cloud's eyes were filled with despair. Hand him over! At this moment, Lu Ming continued to speak, his voice becoming colder and colder. The Lan family's patriarch sighed, revealing a helpless expression. He understood that he was no match for the body cultivator's elder at all. If he insisted on fighting, he would definitely be the one to die. Lu Ming, my Lan family can hand him over, but you have to let Blue Cloud go. The Lan family's patriarch looked at Lu Ming. Let Blue Cloud go? Wait for him to take revenge on me? Didn't you hear him shouting that he wanted me to live a life worse than death? Moreover, Blue Cloud has been trying to kill me in the past. I have already spared him a few times. If he doesn't know how to cherish the opportunity, then there won't be a future. Lu Ming said coldly. Blue Cloud revealed a look of horror and despair, wanting to struggle with all his might. However, all the bones and meridians in his body had been shattered by Lu Ming, and he couldn't move at all. Boom! Lu Ming's power erupted, bombarding Blue Cloud's body. Blue Cloud's body directly exploded, turning into ashes and dissipating. A top-notch Sky Pride was killed by Lu Ming just like that. Lan Cheng and the other powerhouses of the Lan family were red-eyed, and their hearts were bleeding. The Lan family had produced many Sky Prides in this generation, but they only had 2 top-notch Sky Prides, but now one of them was killed in public. Moreover, it was in front of Lan Cheng, the Lan family's patriarch, and countless other powerhouses.